The Natural Empire of the Sea Dragon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Leopard Girl wants to improve. Ever since Attilan mocked her in front of everyone last time, even her shadow leopard form, with its claws carrying shadow energy, could not break the dragon scales of the sea dragon. Leopard Girl was upset and often got up in the middle of the night looking at the stars, cursing Attilan for being sick. He also asked her to develop the shadow dragon form. If she was good at developing elemental creature forms, would she need the assistance of the old naughty boy for the shadow leopard transformation? So Leopard Girl believed that Attilan said that in front of everyone to mock her for not being able to develop the shadow dragon form. She did master the shadow leopard form by watching the old naughty boy, but it did not mean that she did not have the talent to practice the shadow element. She just did not practice seriously before. If she was serious, even the Eagle King could not compare to her. Humph. Leopard Girl secretly made up her mind that the shadow leopard form only shocked everyone for less than 3 days, but this time, she would shock everyone for a whole year. As long as she was mentioned, no one would not give her a thumbs up. So today, Tarzan's animal messenger notified her to go to Kingland Town to watch a performance. Leopard Girl decisively said that she would not go. She wanted to study the shadow element at home. Black Panther is still a half-shadow panther. She had long boasted that she would turn Black Panther into a full shadow panther, but because the old naughty boy suddenly became very busy recently, she didn't know why. Often unable to find the old naughty boy, Leopard Girl could only study the control and transformation of the shadow element by herself. The old naughty boy also told her that his help to Leopard Girl to master the shadow panther form was just the beginning. If she wanted to use the shadow panther form well, there would be many related practices later. The old naughty boy made a table. Anyway, the scroll was dragged on the ground. Leopard Girl felt that it was a series of skills in her lifetime. If she could master the skills listed by the old naughty boy, Leopard Girl felt that she could become a great druid with the shadow element. Today, she unfolded the practice scroll left by the old naughty boy for her. Leopard Girl planned to start practicing from the energy crystallization that was very popular in the forest recently. However, after only 5 minutes of hard work, the shadow energy in her hands suddenly exploded, and Leopard Woman suddenly went crazy, ruffling her hair and yelling. "Why is it so difficult?" The frightened Black Panther jumped directly from her side to a big tree nearby, and looked at Leopard Woman, who suddenly went crazy with vigilance. Leopard Woman looked up at the sky. "It's getting late, why don't I go to bed first and try harder tomorrow? I've worked hard today." Lying on the bed she made of soft big leaves, Leopard Woman sat up again in less than 2 minutes, clenched her fists and cheered herself up. Sandry, you can't fall like this anymore, try again." As expected, the exploded shadow energy blew Leopard Woman's face again. Exhaling a ball of black air, Leopard Woman summoned a ball of clear water to wash her face. "I can't sleep, and I can't practice. Why don't I go to see the show? I heard that the very beautiful snake princess will lead a group of beautiful snakes to dance together. And there will be a group of musicians playing new instruments that I haven't seen before. Today is the first performance, it's better not to miss it. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It's just right that I can practice Shadow Leap, by the way, that's it. If you can't practice Elemental Crystal, then practice Shadow Leap instead. There's no need to compete with a stupid dragon. The most important thing is to be yourself." At this time, the stupid dragon she mentioned just landed on the edge of the performance stage and asked why she hadn't come yet. Tarzan was eating a pig's leg and said vaguely. The animal messenger reported that Sandry said she wanted to stay at home to practice, so she won't come tonight. Attilan frowned and asked, "When I left in the morning, you were eating pig's legs. Why are you still eating pig's legs when I came back in the evening?" Tarzan said as a matter of course, "Pork legs are delicious." Then he pointed at the Tiger Man. The Tiger Man said that eating steamed buns for a month is nothing to him, so I want to try if I can eat it for a month. As he said that, Tarzan took a bite of the pork leg, and oil sizzled out. "Steamed buns?" Tarzan raised the pork leg. "Of course not, I can't eat only steamed buns for a month. I want to try if I can eat only pork legs for a month." Attilan's mouth twitched. "You don't wrong yourself at all." Then he walked to the Tiger Man. There was no fruit, wine, meat, jerky, vegetables, or nuts on her table, only a plate of big white steamed buns with a strong wheat aroma. Are you really going to eat steamed buns for a month? The tiger man picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. Compared to my usual food, this is already a privilege. Attilan shook his head. He really didn't know what the tiger man usually ate, but it seemed that because he fooled the half-goat man away, the tiger man's quality of life plummeted. You didn't leave because you are also interested in singing and dancing. No, I want to ask you, when will you take that construct away? Attilan raised his head domineeringly. Since I took it, I have no intention of taking it away. It's just right for you to help us test whether the construct is useful. If your strength growth rate slows down, will I have no opponents in the forest? That would be boring. After all, it will take you 14 years to break through the legendary monk realm in 15 years. It's not easy to reach level 10 in 14 years. Even I am not sure that I can become a 17th level druid in 14 years. The tiger man glanced at him indifferently. You don't have to ridicule me. Since you said it, I will do it. Why? With my hand. With my 10 years of hard practice, Attilan smiled and said, in fact, many things cannot be achieved by hard practice. Occasionally relax and change your mindset. Maybe you can achieve the effect you want in advance. For example, you can ask me to let me go with you to hunt the green dragon in 14 years. If it is just a blank adult green dragon without any profession, Attilan is still confident that he can fight with a green dragon. It is not certain whether he can win, but he will definitely dare to fight. But he didn't say it, otherwise the tiger man would throw down his steamed buns and fight him to death. Attilan really didn't understand, which was more important, revenge or face. Facing the cunning green dragon, it is definitely better to call friends to fight together. There is no need for many 10 level 11 druids together. The green dragon may not be able to bear it. For example, these druids in the forest are worth making friends with. For example, one day a group of people want to kill Attilan's dragon. The druids of the neutral camp must be on Attilan's side. Even if 10 top professionals of level 20 come in front of the Thunder Mutual Aid Association, he will not be able to do anything. The most important thing for slaying a dragon is equipment and teammates. Obviously, the tiger man has no intention of preparing these. No wonder the bear man wants Attilan to enlighten her, because she is really brainless, and the bear man is obviously not a mentor who is good at talking to people. Attilan's words are not effective. She can only let the tiger man be beaten by the dragon a few more times, and she will understand that relying on a pair of fists is not enough. I have my own beliefs, forget it, it's rare for me to talk to you, Apaya, let's start. Since Leopard Girl is not coming, don't keep everyone waiting. Who said I won't come? Leopard Girl, panting, jumped out of the shadows. Aren't you practicing seriously? Leopard Girl raised her head with confidence. I am practicing. I just practiced Shadow Leap, so I came to see it. What kind of dance can be called regretful if you don't watch it for a lifetime? As the melodious sound of the flute slowly sounded, Apatya stood in the front, and the slender white arms of the beautiful snakes began to dance, and the pipa, zio, sheng, guzheng and other instruments also began to sound one by one. Closing your eyes and listening to the music, it seems that you can see a jade rabbit running for the silver moon. Opening your eyes and looking at Apatya, it seems that you can see a goddess, as graceful as a startled swan and as graceful as a swimming dragon. Attilan flicked his tail lightly, and a faint white mist poured into the ground of the stage, making the dancing Apatya look more like a fairy from the fairy palace. Leopard Girl was stunned. A bunch of bumpkins living in the forest, when had they ever seen such a grand scene? Even the Eagle King couldn't help but sigh. I once passed by the Northern Kingdom and watched the banquet where the king entertained the Grand Duke and other nobles in the form of an eagle. It was not even 1/10 of this song and dance. No. 1%, Northern Kingdom, what a rubbish. Just watching it in the form of an eagle really made Attilan almost laugh out loud. He thought that the Eagle King had sneaked in directly, but he didn't expect that the Eagle King was watching the nobles eating and drinking in the cold wind. Today, everyone eat and drink to your heart's content and enjoy the ultimate happiness in the world, the wine girl sighed. It's a pity that my frost and fire wine has not been brewed yet, otherwise it would be suitable for drinking at this time. The flower girl also shook her head. If she could have the wind and thunder lotus that I cultivated on her head, it would be a sure kill, but it's a pity that I didn't cultivate it either. No more talking, drink. Leopard Girl jumped directly into the arms of the flower girl. Hua, let me have a drink too. Because she came too late, the fishman didn't prepare a table and chair for her. She had nothing to eat or drink, so the leopard girl could only think for herself. No, go get food from Xiaolong. He just arrived and has the most food. The leopard girl hugged Hua's arm and cried, Hua Hua, you don't love me anymore. Hua rolled her eyes. Take it. The leopard girl took the wine glass with a smile and poured herself a full glass of apple cider. It tastes good. Why does it taste different from the previous ones? Because this is the new apple tree that Xiaolong helped to grow in Kinglan Town. It's not suitable for eating directly, but it's surprisingly suitable for making wine. This is the first batch that has just been brewed, so the quantity is not large. Who told you not to come? I didn't bring too much. If I had known you were coming, I would have brought all of it. The leopard girl changed to sipping and tasting, and waved her hand casually. It's okay. I'll go back with you later. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight. Aren't you going to practice? I was too serious today. I'll have a day off tomorrow to reward myself. Tarzan watched the performance and suddenly felt that the pork leg in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Such a crude food as pork leg was not suitable for such an elegant song and dance event. Even the usually cold spider lady Evilly was particularly excited. Great, little dragon, how did you come up with such elegant music and dance? No wonder you let them wear silk and let Arachne color the silk. Attilan smiled and said, because the best colored silk is worthy of the fairy-like Operia. Chapter 127 The Spring of the Centaurs has arrived. The Song of Colorful Feathers. Although dance and music are both important, since this song is named after colorful feathers, it is appropriate for dancers and musicians to perform in silk feathers, except for Apatia's gorgeous clothes, which were woven by Arachne herself. The colorful clothes of other beautiful snakes were all silk woven by the fishman weavers when they were studying with Evilly. After the weavers returned, they first learned to make clothes with linen. Then they made colorful clothes with a hard-earned silk and handed them to the group of beautiful snakes. In fact, Apatia had already learned the colorful feather dance with the beautiful snakes, but the colorful feathers were not ready, so they could only wait for the weavers and carpenters. Apatia and the beautiful snakes are snake people, so it goes without saying that their bodies are flexible. The colorful feather dance is not difficult for them, and they mastered all the dance moves in 3 days. The most difficult part is actually to let these beautiful snakes who have lived in the rainforest since childhood and only know how to kill cultivate the temperament of immortals. This can only be polished bit by bit. With the guidance of Evilly and Arachne, the silk feathered robe was a difficult task that was slowly and steadily moving forward. But the musical instrument stumped the fishman carpenter. They had only learned architectural woodworking skills such as mortise and tenon structures from Attilan before, and they had no idea how to make musical instruments. It was the goat man who took action himself to save these poor carpenters. The goat man was indignant about not becoming the successor to the leader of the tribe. After leaving the tribe, he used the panpipe making process he learned from the leader to make a magic panpipe for himself. Although his panpipe magic skills were not up to standard, he also learned how to make musical instruments and the most important tuning. You find a bamboo or a wooden stick, hollow out the middle and drill a few holes, and you can say that this is a flute or a bamboo flute, but the sound produced by the blow cannot be guaranteed at all. Every step in the musical instrument making process is actually to make the sound of the instrument pleasant enough during the performance. And the goat man just mastered this most important ability. It can be said that the colorful feathered robe that everyone sees today is a masterpiece that was completed by the collaboration of Attilan, who provided the music and dance, Mep, who provided the instruments, and Evilly, who provided the costumes. When these feathered robes were made, Evilly did think they were beautiful, but she was not very moved. It was not until the feathered robes were worn by the beautiful snakes and danced with their graceful figures that Evilly finally realized the beauty of this feathered robe. Do you think I would look good in this feathered robe? Evilly's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, a beauty like you, wearing a colorful feathered robe and dancing, will naturally be extremely beautiful. I will personally accompany you. Leopard girl raised her hand to join in the fun. I want one too. I want one too. Such beautiful clothes must not be missed. Attilan smiled and shook his head. In fact, it is not only silk that can make beautiful clothes, but linen can too. Linen can also be formed into beautiful patterns after dyeing and embroidery. But embroiderers are much more difficult to train than weavers. You may have to embroider yourselves. I can teach you the basic embroidery skills. The leopard girl blinked and asked ignorantly, embroidery? What is embroidery? Attilan waved his hand disdainfully. Don't even think about it. With your irritable personality, it's impossible for you to sit down quietly and embroider. Then Attilan turned his head and looked at Evilly and said, You need to take the lead in experimenting with silk and linen embroidery. These feather clothes are only defective products because the fishman weaver's skills are still unfamiliar. They can't be seen at night with the dancing of the snake people. If it were daytime, the flaws would be obvious. I have reached a cooperation with Arachne. She will bring her spiders to provide me with 10 pieces of silk every day. Don't worry, I will definitely give you your feather clothes, and I will ensure that the quality of these feather clothes is the best. Although these feather clothes are worth a lot of money when sold in the Northern Kingdom, Attilan's friendship with these female druids is worth more than a lot of money. He only needs to provide some food from the forest to Arachne. He can get silk steadily. As for the value of the fishman weaver's skills, it is not worth mentioning. Therefore, the cost of making a feather coat is not high. The reason why feather clothes can be sold for a lot of money is that silk is a very rare material. As long as Attilan sells spider silk, there will soon be wizards who want to make money by conducting magic research and try to crack the silk production process. Attilan can make spiders work for him, and other wizards can naturally use magic to control spiders to work for him. The difference is at most voluntary and forced. For example, the drow elves living in the dungeon must have many spiders that are responsible for spinning silk and weaving cloth. Even powerful wizards don't need to control spiders. They can directly use magic to synthesize spider silk in the laboratory. Bosses at that level should look down on low-level industries such as silk. It's not too much to ask the king for 100,000 gold coins for a bottle of magic potion that restores youth and vitality. Even if the potion is only effective for 1 year or even half a year, human kingdoms and grand dukes will definitely flock to it. If it weren't for the druids to maintain the balance of nature, druids cannot sell potions that break the laws of life and death, at least not publicly. Druids are the profession that is best at controlling vitality. For druid bosses, they can make anything they need by hand. If they can't make it, gold coins probably can't buy it. For example, the Master's Vitality Potion can be sold for 100,000 gold coins, but you may not be able to buy the Vitality Potion with 100,000 gold coins. If Attilan's druid attainments were not deep enough, it would be easy to create this potion that restores the vitality of the elderly with the talent of the ocean dragon. He has this ability, but there is no channel to cash it out. It is just to restore youth and vitality, not to extend the king's life. Therefore, the king will die when he should die. The length of life will not be extended, but the quality of life will be improved. How many heroes and emperors are most afraid of the old age and powerlessness at the end of life? 100,000 gold is really not much. If there is such a bottle of potion, it is easy to exchange for the half-goat Trina. No. Trina is not worth the price. Did the halfling say that the human nobles called soy sauce black gold? Then use black gold to exchange for Trina, whom Mep loves. Mep also participated in today's performance. He played the panpipe and led a group of unfamiliar musicians to play the fury-like colorful feathered clothes. Mep, don't worry about those musicians. I have thought of a way to save Trina. When Trina was mentioned, the satyr left his little fishman apprentice and ran over excitedly, asking, "What method?" "Soy sauce." The satyr frowned in confusion. Although soy sauce is expensive, it is not worth it for the Grand Duke to give up such a useful shadow warrior like Trina. Right, Attilan said angrily. I said you are stupid, but you still don't admit it. Obviously, intermediate soy sauce is so popular. Think about how popular high-level soy sauce will be. Eating high-level soy sauce every day can really make you radiant. That's right, Attilan has begun the research and development of life vitality potions, and some results have been invested in soy sauce. Pure soy sauce cannot guarantee that the secret recipe will not be seen through. But if the herbs specially cultivated by druids are added to it, the difficulty of cracking the formula will increase tenfold or 100-fold. This is also the result of Attilan's learning from a certain black bubble beverage. This cold water relies on the unanalyzable ingredients to keep the secret recipe. If soy sauce is just a condiment, it will sooner or later be replaced by condiments studied by other pharmacists, so Attilan must add a little magic element to the soy sauce. Take a jar of high-grade soy sauce and a caravan of intermediate soy sauce to the Grand Duke's territory to sell. Remember to bring armored horses and armored minotaurs. I don't believe in the integrity of this Grand Duke. After the last transaction with the dwarves, Attilan traded with the dwarves for 100 sets of minotaur armor after the new 3,000 acres of black beans were harvested. The iron consumed by one set of minotaur armor is equivalent to 3 sets of horse armor. It's really too much equipment. If it weren't for the white bread made from bean flour and wheat flour, that is, steamed buns, which were unanimously welcomed by the dwarf caravans, the dwarves took the initiative to increase the purchase price of flour, and Attilan would have to pay for 100 sets in installments. This group of dwarves is quite honest, and Attilan feels embarrassed to cheat the dwarves too much. A jar of soy sauce can be exchanged for Trina. Of course, one jar can't satisfy his appetite. This time you go just to show your strength and let him try the effect of soy sauce. I remember you said that the Grand Duke is over 40, right? The half-goat asked puzzledly. What's wrong with being 40? When a man reaches 40, his body is completely going downhill. It is common for him to be unable to do what he wants, but this soy sauce can make the Grand Duke feel like he's 20 again. Just tell him that in exchange for Trina, you will give him a year of high-grade soy sauce for free, and he only needs to pay half the price for the next 10 years. He can sell the high-grade soy sauce to other nobles. With high-grade soy sauce, won't it be easier for him to win over the nobles to rebel against the king? High-grade soy sauce can allow the Grand Duke to form a new chain of interests. As long as he can unite most of the nobles, the king will be nothing in front of the noble group. I can rescue Trina. Bar girl, is there a jar of high-grade soy sauce? The half-goat ran over in a hurry. 3 large jars of high-grade soy sauce with the latest formula are in the soy sauce room. You can go and see for yourself. I wish you can marry your beautiful wife soon. I will prepare now and set out with the horse team tomorrow. Don't worry. Your mission this time is not only to sell soy sauce, but also silk. There will be 2 snake dancers to act with you. Bring little fishmen to play musical instruments. They are now level 2 wanderers, and they can play a big role at critical moments. Of course, on the surface they are just fishmen musicians. The satyr excitedly gave a thumbs up. No wonder you want me to teach them a musical instrument. The zio and the flute, combined with my panpipe, are enough to play the colorful feathered coat. This time I must bring Trina back. No one can stop me. Chapter 128, Attilan, Principal of Druid Vocational and Technical School. Seeing the excitement of the goat man, Attilan could only smile and calm him down. This time you just reached a cooperation intention. The Grand Duke may not let you bring Trina back. In order to prevent you from getting too excited, I only allow you to bring 100 centaurs and 50 minotaurs. If there are too many people, the Grand Duke will not let you bring Trina back. I am afraid that you will directly attack the Grand Duke's castle. I only have so little money. Don't let me lose it all. The goat man smiled awkwardly and grabbed his hair and said, how could it be? Attilan just glared at him, and the goat man lowered his head directly. Well, he did think so. He could climb up the castle wall and assassinate the guard to open the gate. The centaurs and minotaurs rushed in. There was a silver wire net woven with silk interropes. It was not difficult to catch Trina. Then they just needed to unlock the Grand Duke's charm magic to control Trina. His Trina would be back. When doing big things, the more critical the moment, the less anxious you should be. If you really want to be with Trina for the rest of your life, I advise you to strictly follow my plan. Because he understood the nature of human nobles, a shadow warrior was just a relatively useful weapon for the nobles. Not to mention assassinating the king, even assassinating other Grand Dukes or even earls might not work. Shadow warriors were actually not as useful as tricksters, because tricksters could disguise themselves as other people, such as chefs, sneak into the kitchen to poison the nobles, and finally leave calmly. Then the weird and elegant tricksters became street performers performing with illusions in the hands of the goat man, and became clowns. Even though the goat man had strengthened his training in the past few months, the professional habits left over from so many years had made him full of flaws. The wanderer's basic stealth was not good, and the trickster's spells were off-kilter. No wonder he was obviously a senior professional, but he did not make Attilan feel threatened when they first met. Because he had no way to break the dragon's scales. If the goat man was really capable, he would not be stopped even if he went to assassinate Grand Duke Attilan. But he was still a wimp, and this was a rhythm of death. He turned his head and looked at the little fishman. Ains, Fitz, you two keep an eye on him and beware of him making irrational decisions. The caravan will leave in a week, and I will call Black Bull back and let him be your deputy. Since halflings have been attracted to Kingland Town, Black Bull's mission is completed. The Black Bull mill will continue to operate, but the head of the mill will be replaced by a snake man. After investigation, the snake man is calmer than the minotaurs and centaurs, and more like humans. The new head is also very clear about what his job is. His job is to collect intelligence on the halfling town and prepare for the peaceful transformation of the halfling town by the Kingdom of Atlantis. In addition to the Black Bull Mill, there will be more similar shops in the halfling town. After all, Attilan will also send skilled farmers to cultivate and plant the wasteland outside the town, and gradually let the halflings adapt to the existence of races such as snake men, centaurs, minotaurs, and fishmen. Black Bull has a simple and honest character that the stupid and brutal minotaur don't have. But the snakeman is better at this kind of cunning work, especially since this snakeman has been carefully trained by Attilan. For example, although the halfling town has a mayor, the mayor's voice is not particularly high. Instead, the martial arts instructor who is responsible for training young people to master mastiff riding, wanderer stealth, close combat, crossbow shooting and other skills. The snakeman's goal this time is to start with a mill owner and gradually take over the position of martial arts instructor. Compared with a halfling who has stayed in a comfortable town all his life and has only been out for adventures for a few years at most, the snakeman who has fought in the Rhine forest for 10 years is already a weapon master. He can skillfully use various materials around him as weapons to fight, even if he is only a level 7 fighter. The colorful feathered coat song is over, and everyone is a little reluctant to leave. There is still room for improvement in the feathered robe song. I will host a banquet for everyone after I figure out how to integrate magic into the feathered robe song, or choose a suitable time to let a paella dance for everyone again. It's getting late. Let's go back to sleep today. Some people who wanted to sleep went directly to their own houses in Kingland Town to sleep, while the leopard woman and the wine girl who wanted to continue drinking went straight to the wine girl's wine cellar in the forest. Looking at the drunk leopard woman who is crazy, Attilan shook his head helplessly. This guy said he would train seriously, but after watching a performance and drinking a few sips of wine, he forgot his last name. He drank too much today. Not only will he be unable to train the next day because of a hangover, his training status on the third day will also be affected. Attilan's status has not yet fully recovered, so he chose to sleep in the underwater dragon's nest to absorb the water element. He will recover naturally after a day of sleep, just like giving himself a holiday. He defeated the tiger man again, and he must reward himself a little. Choosing to sleep in the underwater dragon's nest, the passive life breath will slowly enhance his strength. It's not completely relaxing. Lying on the water element crystal to sleep, the training effect will not be too bad. As a result, he hadn't slept for half a day when he felt someone stirring the water element. It was knocking on the door to wake him up. Attilan rushed out of the water with doubts. Unexpectedly, he saw the serious-looking old naughty boy. He had never seen the old naughty boy with a serious expression. "Old naughty boy, what's wrong? I handed the children to you, and this is how you take care of them. Am I not good enough for them? I sent a special chef to take care of their diet, and asked the bear man and the flower girl to teach them the basic knowledge of druids and physical training. Isn't that enough? What about you? This is the task I gave you, but you directly threw the task to others to help you complete it. Do you take me seriously?" The old naughty boy was just talking about the matter. It was definitely not because he returned to the forest early in the morning and was going to drink some wine with the wine girl to relieve the fatigue of playing the archbishop of the Flying Bun cult. As a result, when he heard the leopard girl, who had been drinking until dawn, talking about how beautiful the feather dance was last night, he was dissatisfied with what he had not seen, and retaliated. "You are so angry just after returning from the Emerald Dream. Have you been contaminated by the filth of the Emerald Dream?" Attilan subconsciously took 2 steps back. The old naughty boy couldn't pretend to be serious for too long. Attilan's half-step back directly broke his power and turned back to his original form. "You are the one who has been polluted. Look at you, you knew that I would be back soon, but you put on that show without waiting for me to come back. You clearly don't take me seriously. That's because the show is not mature yet, so it's not suitable for large-scale performances. They haven't seen much of the world, and they can fool people with half-finished products, but you are different. As a great druid for hundreds of years, you have seen everything. It's just a rainbow feather dance. It won't make any difference if you watch it less once, precisely because it's the rainbow feather dance. I want to see it even more. The black and white bear man is the panda man you mentioned. He once told us about a song and dance performance that only the gods have the opportunity to appreciate. It's very similar to your rainbow feather dance, but I'm curious, are you the ocean dragon that was lost and hatched in the lake, a dragon species from our world? Why do I feel that there are a lot of things from the material world of the Pandit people in your inherited memories? Attilan was shocked when he heard this, and said quickly, you also know that elemental dragons can travel between the material planes through the elemental plane. Maybe my parents are ocean dragons who like to travel, and I am a dragon egg that was unfortunately lost during their travels. The old naughty boy nodded and said, it is true that most elemental dragons like to run to the elemental plane to occupy territory. Swamp dragons like Cetizen you are indeed rare. Okay, now that you are awake, go and fulfill your duties. Attilan blinked in confusion. Duties? What duties do I have? Didn't you describe to me that you want to build a druid school in the forest, with druids as the main body, and teach the skills of rangers, mages, wanderers, barbarians, shamans, warriors and other professions? Let these abandoned orphans have a skill, at least to make a living in your kingdom of Atlantis, right? The last sentence directly exposed Attilan's ulterior motives. They don't have to work for me. They can pursue their own dreams. The old naughty boy glanced at him and said lightly, since you are the principal, will you let go of outstanding students? Attilan replied as a matter of course. Of course, he knew very well that truly great geniuses had their own ideas. It was unrealistic for him to force them to work for him. Only by letting them go out and try their luck could they realize that the kingdom of Atlantis was the platform that best allowed them to display their talents. The Okal is not suitable. I have selected a new piece of land as the site of the Druid School. It should have been built by now. You can take these children there today. In addition to these 20-something children, there will be more than 10 groups of children sent here one after another. By then, you will be the real principal. Attilan asked in surprise. Ah, so fast. What do you mean fast? Isn't it just a matter of manipulating the trees to move to a new place, and letting the branches and vines spontaneously activate the group activation technique? It seems that you really can't learn it now. There is something wrong with your thinking. Don't just think about using manpower to solve it. We are druids and we must learn to use magic. Don't say. Attilan felt that he was really pretending to be the old naughty boy today. You are so reliable today. Are you really not affected by the solemn power of faith attracted to the archbishop? The old naughty boy suddenly glared at him. How dare you say that? You spread the method of making steamed buns to dwarves and halflings, and even invented a slogan to shout before eating steamed buns, praising steamed buns. Do you know how much more faith power I received when I presided over the ceremony with a sentence? It doubled. It almost exhausted me to death. I don't want to do this job anymore. Let George go. He is more suitable for the role archbishop or high priest than me. The old naughty boy took out a scroll and threw it to Attilan. The secret technique of professional training you asked for. I'm going to eat something in Kingland Town. You, the principal, hurry up and take up your post. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Is the old naughty boy mentally ill? Attilan remembered asking Bloody for the secrets of professional training. It seemed that he had just heard from the old naughty boy about the far-reaching reforms that Bloody had made after becoming the head of the School of Withering. He casually mentioned an idea, asking if he could ask for the secrets to use in training these children. He didn't expect that the old naughty boy would pay so much attention to these children. It's just that druids pay attention to the heart of nature. Those who are willing don't need to be taught, and those who are not willing can't be taught. Without talent, you can only watch others' levels rise while you are just a snail crawling. Wait a minute, it seems that the bear man is a typical waste of the protagonist's counterattack, and among the more than 20 children sent here, there are really few geniuses who have already sensed the magic of nature. If you really have talent, why don't you stay and pass it on from master to apprentice? Even if the master can only lead the way, there must be a great druid or even a legendary druid in the School of Withering. At that time, introduce the apprentice to them, and when the apprentice grows up, the master may benefit from the apprentice in turn. Attilan put away the scroll of secret arts, caught up with the old boy and asked, Old boy, why are there no druid talents among the children sent here? Are they all secretly kept as apprentices by the old druids of the Northern Kingdom, and then the untalented ones are sent to us? The old boy was happily preparing to go to Kingland Town to enjoy a big meal, but he heard Attilan slandering the old druids of the Northern Kingdom. What are you talking about? I have watched them grow up, how can I not know what kind of people they are? Attilan looked at the old boy with amusement. How often do you meet? How long do you stay together after meeting? Usually we meet once a year, and stay for 1 or 2 days each time. What's the problem? If we don't spend time together every day, how can you be sure that they are still the same as you remember? You always send a messenger to inform them in advance to arrange a meeting time, right? Just like Zurin, if he hadn't forcibly detonated the problem in his body during this meeting, you wouldn't have thought that he would practice the power of death, and be used and controlled by others, right? The old naughty boy's face suddenly became a little ugly, squinting his eyes and carefully recalling the scenes of meeting those old friends in the past few years. No wonder they have adopted more and more children in recent years, but after raising them for a period of time, they all sent them to me. It turns out that they are trying to select talented enough geniuses, with the little skills they have mastered. Is it really necessary to pass them on? The old naughty boy's face became quite ugly. I have to go and see what tricks they are playing. Attilan knew that he had ignited a big bomb this time. If the old druid in the north was fine, he would be the dragon to be killed. Don't worry, let's eat something and calm down before thinking about it. Maybe I'm just being too narrow-minded. They really just want to take in more and more orphans. Attilan embraced the old naughty boy and came to Kingland town. He released Hedwig in advance to inform the chef to prepare the dishes that the old naughty boy liked, such as braised pork elbow, lotus leaf chicken, fish belly, hidden sheep, gourd duck, etc. He even specially sent people to the wine cellar of the wine girl to get a bottle of colorful fruit wine made from 7 kinds of fruits that she and Attilan had recently developed. The rich food finally calmed the restlessness in the old naughty boy's heart. Attilan felt that his state was a little wrong. The old naughty boy would not be so irritable before. It seems that he was polluted by the power of faith. Among the things that the old naughty boy has done recently, the one that is most likely to change his temperament is to play the Archbishop of the Flying Bun divine religion. The Archbishop is the incarnation of the gods in the world. It is normal for a natural signal transfer station to be contaminated by the power of faith, but other archbishops and the Pope have the help of gods to use divine power to channel the power of faith behind the scenes. Otherwise, mortals who accept the power of faith will only end up completely crazy. Bearman, Fuginv, and Zurin are all determined to become natural demigods, so they naturally mastered the method of sorting out the power of faith. Otherwise, after Attilan accidentally made the soul-soothing buns containing the power of faith, they would not allow Attilan to summon druids to make soul-soothing buns and promote the establishment of the Flying Bun cult as a cover. Fuginv came very quickly, but the first sentence she said after she arrived was not to care about the situation of the old naughty boy, but to question Attilan. "You made such a beautiful feather coat, why didn't you think of giving me one?" Looking at the smiling Fuginv, Attilan felt an indescribable murderous aura. The feather coat is not mature yet. How can the defective products be worn by a beauty like China? It must be the best quality feather coat to be worn on you. In this way, I will go to Evely in person, and we will work together to design a feather coat for you, which must suit your temperament, Jaina. Fuginv glanced at him lightly. That's about right. After saying that, she walked to the old boy and said with a hint of mockery, "Robert, you are really going backwards. Such a little faith power can actually pollute your spiritual will. It seems that you really need to practice hard for a while. If you keep playing like this, I'm afraid you will really be ruined." The old boy was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Who can't do it? I'm not polluted. I feel very energetic now." Jaina smiled and shook her head, pointing her finger at the old boy. The tender green vines suddenly flew out and tied up the old boy, and the purple-red fairy starlight enveloped the old boy's body. The old boy, who was still struggling, suddenly calmed down. The vine girl frowned and slowly increased the output of natural magic. Seeing that the vine girl's expression suddenly became serious, Attilan immediately realized that the old boy's problem was more serious than he thought. "Auntie, the problem of the old naughty boy is not serious." "Right, not serious. It can be cured. The old naughty boy's condition is much lighter than that of the bloody one. I just wonder why acting as the archbishop to hold a ceremony to worship the steamed bun god has such a big impact on the old naughty boy. It seems that I must act as the archbishop in the next god sacrifice ceremony." Attilan looked at the old naughty boy in doubt and asked, "So there is a problem with the flying steamed bun god cult that I promote?" "No problem. The old naughty boy is too weak." Attilan thought of another thing, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. "I remember the old naughty boy said that because I promoted the method of making steamed buns to halflings and dwarves, and deliberately added a small slogan before eating steamed buns, the power of faith that he needed to deal with increased. So, His mental disorder was actually caused by me? I harmed the old naughty boy? Fujin waved to him calmly. Quiet, with me here, the old naughty boy will not become a lunatic. The old naughty boy looked at Fujin in doubt. Jaina, what you said really makes me doubt if there is something wrong with me, but after I finished the ceremony and came out of the Emerald Dream, I clearly felt more energetic. Attilan smiled and said, Old naughty boy, the old saying has been said before, since I got mental illness, do you feel more energetic? Hiss, am I really sick? But I feel full of strength, as if breaking through the legend is just around the corner, Fujin said with a smile. Fortunately you didn't try, otherwise you really broke through. The old naughty boy's eyes lit up, shaking his body and said, then you should untie it from me. You know how long I have been waiting for this day. If you break through under the influence of the power of faith, you will be crazy. Even if I and Attilan work together to save you, I can't save you. By then, there will be no old naughty boy, and only the Archbishop of the Mantau cult will be left. The old naughty boy frowned in confusion. Is it that serious? Attilan sighed and patted the old naughty boy on the shoulder. Mental illness thinks they are normal. I will help you calm your mind, and then you can digest the power of faith by yourself. The old naughty boy suddenly shivered. Jaina, when you said digest it yourself, you didn't mean I should go to Geoj to get struck by lightning, did you? Thunder digests alien energy the fastest. You and Geoj have experimented with almost all energies before, so you must know that you want to break through to the legendary level. This is the only way you can go, okay? The old boy's voice was trembling. Okay, is it not okay for me to go? Attilan saw the old boy's expression and knew that he didn't want to face the bear man's thunder, but ordinary thunder couldn't make the old boy so scared. After all, he was also a master who developed the 7-element body tempering secret technique. The only tempering secret technique that could be more torturous than the 7-element body tempering was probably the control of the 5 thunders. You have to temper the power of faith by controlling the 5 thunders, and then break through to the legendary level. The old boy nodded with a pained look on his face. Yes, the control of the 5 thunders is the fastest secret technique to digest the power of faith. I can imitate the 7-fold element rotation developed by the control of the 5 thunders, but it is too inefficient compared to the control of the 5 thunders. Can I go and watch? I haven't seen the practice of the control of the 5 thunders. The old naughty boy suppressed the twitching corners of his mouth. Are you sure? Of course. This is the highest secret technique of the School of Life. As a strong contender for the next head of the school, I should naturally have a full understanding of the control of the 5 thunders and master this secret technique at the right time. The Fujin also said with a faint smile, let him go. The child is grown up and has reached the age to be sensible. How could she not know whether the existing colorful feather clothes are up to standard? Simply saying that it is a low-quality product is to fool her. How can it be as simple as Attilan thought? Even if she didn't go to the scene in person, as long as it happened in the forest with flowers, birds, insects and fish around, she could see it, and even recall the past scenes. Attilan has been living too comfortably recently. After defeating the Tiger Man 3 times, his mentality has been completely relaxed, and his practice is no longer as motivated as before. The bear man is tied down by Bloodstained and has no time to teach his apprentice, so she can just give the apprentice to the bear man and send him to Amethyst Mountain. Attilan has no fighting spirit, but the bear man will definitely find a way to make his apprentice cheer up to practice. The old naughty boy decided to ask one last time. Are you sure you want to go? Attilan nodded as a matter of course. Of course, he also felt that his life recently was a little too comfortable. He was so decadent that he enjoyed the colorful clothes and feathered clothes. People have to learn to step out of their comfort zone, and so do dragons. At the age of 30, the Daily Settlement Panel of Awakening, a new open cool article opened by a friend, the quality of the boutique author is guaranteed. Chapter 130, Attilan's Ocean Dragon Soul. Attilan was just living a comfortable life, so he wanted to find something exciting to do, such as being electrocuted by the bear man's thunder. Attilan didn't dare to absorb the power of faith to make himself energetic, but he was sure that he would be much more energetic if he was electrocuted by the bear man's thunder. Since you have made up your mind, I won't persuade you. I can't move now. Just carry me to Amethyst Mountain. Strictly speaking, the problem of the old naughty boy was caused by his desire to increase the power of faith content of the soul-soothing buns, promote the buns, and add small slogans to motivate emotions. Because the old dough specially saved from the last kneading needs to be added when the buns are fermented, the better the quality of the old dough, the tastier the buns will be. Attilan fooled all those who like fluffy and soft white buns, and they must praise the buns before kneading and eating them. In this way, the spirit of the buns will contribute its power, and the buns will be as fluffy as white clouds. Even some druids really believe that there is a spirit of the bun behind the buns, helping the dough to ferment. Fruit wine, soy sauce, and flour all need to be fermented. Attilan believes that if he continues along the path of fermented food, he will become the god of food and fermentation sooner or later. Old naughty boy, this time it's my fault. When you recover. No, when you break through the legendary realm, I will definitely prepare 36 magical dishes for you as a celebration, the old naughty boy laughed happily. Then I'm looking forward to it. If you fool me with defective products without magic content, I'm not as easy to talk to as Jaina. How did I fool you? I really want to make a real feather coat for Jaina. The feather coat does not refer to the style of the clothes. The feather coat is a magical prop from the homeland of the Pandit people. It has super strong defense. Even mortals wearing feather coats can travel in the astral world and even cast powerful magic. The corners of the old naughty boy's mouth twitched. According to what you said, then feather clothes can only be made by gods? If you can make real feather clothes, aren't you still cheating? Attilan smiled and replied, real feather clothes are woven with starlight and clouds as silk threads. I can't make starlight and clouds into silk threads, but I can use spiders that master the corresponding energy to spin silk, weave feather clothes that belong to me, Attilan. In fact, it is to use the silk threads of starlight spiders and wind element spiders to mix and weave feather clothes in a specific way to achieve the two basic functions of astral travel and mobilizing wind elements to fly. But even these two basic functions are difficult to achieve. In fact, among the various spiders summoned by Evely, there are really a small number of wind element spiders, but it is a pity that these wind element spiders are on the edge of the Black Forest. Whether it is the size of the spiders or the quality of the spider silk they spit out, they are not up to standard. The wind element power contained is too little, and weaving can't control the wind element in the sky to achieve the effect of flying. In order to cultivate the wind element spider to the quality of spider silk, Evely gave a time of 10 years, and the feathers made in this way may need to be engraved with magic circles to achieve the effect of flying. Feathers are heavenly clothes, so they must be seamless. Attilan knows so many druids, such as silk thread, weaving, etc., that there is no one who can satisfy them, and the most likely one is Evely. Although Evely seemed to be shocked by the colorful feathers last night, and was passionately planning to go out to weave feathers, in fact, her enthusiasm faded faster than that of the leopard girl. Just now, when the old naughty boy was eating, Attilan asked the old fishman, after watching the performance last night, Evely rode Arachne back to Star Valley to sleep. He didn't mention that when she was watching, she said that she wanted to make the most beautiful feathers and dance the colorful feather dance with Apatia. After the passion faded, Evely's only thought was to go home and sleep. Attilan carried the old naughty boy on his back and soon arrived at Amethyst Mountain. They also saw the tiger man who opened the wind and thunder wings to receive the wind and thunder body in the air. The tiger man was on the north side of Amethyst Mountain. The wind and thunder here were the most even, suitable for the 11th level tiger man to practice the wind and thunder wings. Attilan was suitable for practicing in the west where the fire thunder was relatively stronger, to refine and purify the natural magic and water elemental power in the body. As for the bear man and blood dye, they were at the peak where the thunder was the purest and strongest. In order to achieve better practice results, the bear man used the purple crystal unique to the purple crystal mountain to create a thunder pool to restrain the thunder. The purple crystal, which was naturally suitable for accommodating thunder energy, bound the thunder in the thunder pool. The thunder pool was full of silver white water splashes, which were all liquefied pure thunder magma. Except for the bear man, no one could withstand the power of the thunder magma. Even the bear man had to open the thunder roar form, otherwise his flesh and bones would be eroded and melted by the thunder magma bit by bit. The purification project of blood dye was to receive the thunder magma in the thunder pool, and the bear man acted as a resistor to adjust the intensity of the thunder magma in the middle to prevent blood dye from being killed by thunder. Last time, Attilan had no chance to reach the top of the mountain, so this was his first time seeing this thunder pool, and he was so scared that he kept swallowing his saliva. My master won't let me go down to take a bath, will he? The old naughty boy said with a smile. It's too late to be afraid now. Attilan walked to the side of the bear man, stood properly, and imagined himself as a wooden stake, motionless. The bear man just glanced at him lightly. You practice hard, but you took the initiative to come to the mountain to find me this time. What new tricks have you come up with? The bear man knew his apprentice too well, and the main thing was that he would not come to the temple for no reason. It's a Dragon Ball. I found that the elemental dragon has a secret technique to create a Dragon Ball, and to create an ocean dragon soul that is most suitable for ocean dragons, you only need life energy crystals and water element crystals. It requires a high intensity and high quality power to purify the two crystals into energy crystals of equal quality and quantity and fuse them. Attilan smiled and approached the bear man. This is not the power of my lightning breath. It is not enough to refine the crystal to the level of making Dragon Balls, and the two energy crystals must be exactly the same. I can't do it. Isn't this the only way to ask for help from you, master? The bear man stretched out his hand and pushed Attilan's head away. At the same time, no thunder spilled on Attilan, and all of it was steadily transported into Zuran's body. Dragon Ball? That is indeed a good thing, but the question is, can you afford it? Although the thunder that purifies the power of death in his body made Zuran extremely painful, he gritted his teeth and asked, otherwise, how can you say that Dragon Balls are good things? If you have extra materials to invest in the cultivation of Dragon Balls can grow quickly. If you don't invest in materials, Dragon Balls can also play a role. Anyway, with Dragon Balls, I absorb energy to refine my body, and the tempering of magic can speed up. The energy that my body can't absorb can be given to Dragon Balls to absorb. The main point is that no energy is wasted. Looking at Attilan's proud look, the corners of the bear man's mouth curled up with a smile. I can help you after you deal with the problem of the old naughty boy, but once you start tempering the Dragon Ball, you can't stop. I know the value of the crystal you prepared is not worth mentioning, but you made a decision yourself. No matter how painful it is, you must stick to it. Attilan's pupils shrank. I know, brave dragon, not afraid of difficulties. The blood-stained purification is scheduled at a fixed time every day, so the old naughty boy didn't wait for a long time, and even before he was ready mentally, the bear man pulled the old naughty boy in front of him. Jayaj, can you let me prepare mentally? The bear man just smiled, put his hands on the old naughty boy's shoulders and let him sit down. Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel a little pain, but it will pass quickly. Then Attilan saw the bright lightning flowing inside the old naughty boy's body, just like being struck by lightning in the animation. In the flashing silver-white thunder, Attilan could clearly see the old naughty boy's bones. Attilan has once again contributed to global warming. This scene is really scary. Controlling the five thunders is indeed the supreme skill of the school of life. It is really too abnormal. No wonder the expression of the old naughty boy just now was as scared as if his wife had died. When Attilan thought that he would have to control the lightning magma of the thunder pool in the same way in the future and electrocute himself, he finally understood why life control could not torture the practitioners so much. But it had to be done like that. Life control is a prerequisite skill for controlling the five thunders, and the greatest function of controlling the five thunders is actually what the bear man is using on the old naughty boy, refining the power of faith. The gods ignite the divine fire to refine the power of faith, and controlling the five thunders uses five kinds of extreme thunders like a millstone to hone the power of faith. Although the purity of the energy is still not as good as the divine power, it at least eliminates the side effects of directly absorbing the power of faith. After the electrotherapy, the old naughty boy turned directly into a ball of black charcoal, which can be regarded as Attilan's most familiar acquaintance. The four energies of earth, wind, water and fire were taken by the old naughty boy and injected into his charcoal body for treatment. Soon the old naughty boy shed the surface black charcoal, revealing snow-white and tight skin. The old naughty boy now has white hair and a youthful face, a real old centenarian, and looks like the immortal of the South Pole. After all, the old naughty boy also has a wooden staff. After the bear man dealt with the old naughty boy, he clapped his hands and smiled like a butcher, looking at Attilan and said, "It's your turn, master. How about taking a break?" "No, I can't wait to see my apprentice refine the Dragon Ball. Take out the materials." As a giant dragon, Attilan's materials are naturally placed in his stomach. He spit out 2 round energy crystals, and the bear man picked them up for identification. It's contaminated with a lot of dragon breath. It seems that you just put the energy crystals into your stomach and kept purifying it. You can't purify it anymore, so you want me to help, right? That's right. Master has a sharp eye. My smelting essence must be stronger than what you need. Are you sure you can bear it? Attilan looked determined. Master, I'm ready to die for the cause. With me here, you won't die, but the pain before refining the Dragon Ball will be stronger and longer. Be prepared. Unless you lose control of your mind like the old naughty boy, otherwise I won't stop the process of refining the Dragon Ball. Understand? Understood. 2 round crystals rose into the sky, tempered by silver-white thunder, and the crystals turned red like glass calcination, and their size kept shrinking. In the end, the basketball-sized crystals were reduced to the size of tennis balls. The 2 tennis-sized crystals merged, and only the size of ping-pong balls remained. It's your turn. Attilan's job was to swallow this ball of liquefied energy into his stomach, and then endure the severe pain to refine the boiling energy into crystals. Attilan swallowed the energy liquid directly, and it felt like swallowing a red-hot iron ball, which directly burned his esophagus. He was a water-type ocean dragon, and it was the first time he was burned. The pain made his eyes bulge out. Sure enough, Dragon Balls are not so easy to make. Pokemon, don't be a trainer, start with farming. Written by a friend. Pokemon Daily Farming article. A big guy who is deeply engaged in Pokemon, warm daily life. Chapter 131 Attilan's True Talent. After swallowing this ball of liquefied energy crystal, Attilan's only feeling was like his internal organs were being roasted on a red-hot iron plate. It hurt too much. He finally understood why the inherited memory described the situation when refining the Dragon Ball is very exciting. If you can't keep the condensation operation without deformation under extreme conditions, it is not recommended to try. The overall situation is a bit secretive. It can be seen that the predecessors of the elemental dragon still hope that the younger generations can pass on the Dragon Ball, because the Dragon Ball is really useful. No matter what stage the elemental dragon is in, the combat power of the dragon with the Dragon Ball grows faster than the dragon without the Dragon Ball. As Attilan has been using to fool the old naughty boy, the elemental dragon did go to the plane governed by the Eastern God system under the DND system, through the elemental plane. It is even very likely that an unknown elemental dragon god went to the Eastern God system plane when he was weak and obtained the practice method of the Dragon Ball. Thus, the Dragon Ball became the practice inheritance of the elemental dragon. Compared to the Western dragons, which have their bloodline power growth limit determined from birth, that is, the dragon species, the Eastern dragons are all transformed from a kind of dragon called fish dragon. What kind of dragon can a fish dragon transform into? Powerful, or relatively weak, becoming a king who rules one side, or becoming a favored official in the heavenly court, or becoming a vassal. It depends on the practice during the fish dragon period, and a large part of the practice results of the fish dragon depend on the Dragon Ball. Therefore, the Eastern Dragon clan has become more and more involuted. Dragon Balls are very useful, but the practice process is really painful. No wonder the elemental dragons that gradually assimilate with metal dragons and color dragons, and the number of dragons that condense Dragon Balls is decreasing. Because it really hurts. The involuted Eastern Dragon clan has created an involuted Dragon Ball practice method. Tighten your mind and forge Dragon Balls seriously. The bear man's shouting made Attilan's divergent thoughts retract. As long as he diverted his attention, it would not hurt so much. Attilan began to think about things again, which was actually a precursor to collapse. As a cool energy poured into Attilan's body, he suddenly felt that he was okay again. Even though this coolness made him more sensitive to pain. The hot Dragon Ball had to travel through the body completely, fully merge with Attilan's magic, and then send the Dragon Ball heated by magic to the heart. Forming a Dragon Ball between entity and energy state, constantly changing its form with a beating of Attilan's heart, refining the energy and blood to be more pure, the ocean dragon's soul. Painfully, the energy traveled through the body, and the originally fiery red energy turned into blue-green radiant light, and even the light could be seen through Attilan's dragon scales. The old naughty boy, who was originally lying on the ground motionless to recover his scorched body, did not know when he controlled the earth element to raise an earth chair, leaned on the chair, squinted his eyes and admired Attilan's practice. Even though his body was almost unable to move now, the corners of his mouth were still slightly raised, revealing his gloating. With difficulty, the energy was pressed into the heart, slowly condensing into a Dragon Ball. Attilan had already bitten his teeth to pieces, and then slowly grew new teeth under the control of the bear man's life. Very good, it seems that your training during this period is still useful. Compared with the last life transformation, your mental state is obviously much better, and you can almost complete the condensation of the Dragon Ball without relying on my power. Huh? Attilan lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, turning his head slightly to look at the bear man. You don't really think that you relied on your own strength last time? I just happened to use the power you lacked and cleverly combined it with your power, This has created an illusion for you that you relied on yourself to complete the life transformation. Now it's different. If I used 60% of my strength last time, this time, I used less than 20%, the bear man nodded with satisfaction. You are worthy of being my apprentice, Attilan said weakly. Master, please heal me. Master, don't leave. Master, the bear man went down the mountain without looking back. Recover yourself. Now that you have the Dragon Ball, you can try to absorb the thunder energy attracted by the thunder pool and convert it into the life magic of the ocean dragon to regulate your body. Learn more from Robert. Attilan turned his head towards the old boy and saw the old boy sitting on the chair. It has to be you, old boy. When you are laughed at, you pretend to be dead, and when you watch others laugh at you, you adjust your body position and show the best viewing posture, right? After teasing the old boy, Attilan observed the old boy's situation through the elemental vision and found that he was capturing various elements to heal the injuries caused by lightning. The method of using elements is very similar to the sevenfold element quenching developed by the old boy. It's just that the efficiency of the old boy's mental power in capturing elements is amazing. All kinds of elements have been used up by him, and Attilan has no water element to use. Leave some for me, don't take it all. Jaya asked you to use the lightning element, you are the one who is trying to snatch it from me. Attilan was no match for the old boy in the fight for the water element. He had no choice but to absorb the lightning energy. Attilan spit out the Dragon Ball that had just formed, and slowly absorbed the lightning energy. As a result, the Dragon Ball was able to absorb the lightning nearly twice as fast as Attilan's before. And it was smoother than eating chocolate. Attilan felt the numbness of the lightning nourishing his dragon body, and looked at the Dragon Ball with suspicion. It's impossible. With the little material I provided to cast the Dragon Ball, even if the master did it himself, the effect shouldn't be so good. Originally, absorbing the lightning energy should have made Attilan grimace in pain, but now that the lightning entered his body, he felt really numb, just like a lightning massage. At this time, Attilan realized that there was a new memory of inheritance in his mind that he had not had before. The process of refining Dragon Balls is painful for elemental dragons at any stage. The stronger the strength, the more energy needs to be purified to the corresponding degree to cast Dragon Balls. And the pain caused to the dragon body may even be greater. Therefore, every dragon who successfully casts a Dragon Ball is a dragon with an indomitable will, and such an elemental dragon has the qualifications to compete for the position of patriarch. The elemental dragon god left a treasure for the patriarch in the corresponding elemental plane. The Dragon Ball is the key to open the door to the treasure. After passing the test left by the elemental dragon god, the elemental dragon will transform into an elemental dragon king. Becoming an elemental dragon king will amplify the blood power possessed by the elemental dragon. Nurturing Dragon Balls is a way to enhance blood power, and the divine power of the elemental dragon god will increase the blood power again. If an ancient ocean sub-dragon with a Dragon Ball can beat two ancient dragons, then the elemental dragon king who has passed the dragon god's trial can easily defeat at least 4 ancient ocean sub-dragons. And Attilan is a natural candidate for the elemental dragon king. A dragon can only enter the dragon god trial once in his life, unless you can get a second elemental dragon soul that meets the quality standards. For example, if Attilan can perfectly accommodate the purgatory dragon soul in the southwest desert into his dragon body, he can go to the fire elemental plane and start the second dragon god trial. But obviously this is impossible. Attilan is more likely to be disturbed by the purgatory dragon soul, and finally the purgatory dragon soul and the ocean dragon soul will conflict and cause a strong explosion in his body. The inherited memory tells Attilan that before going to the dragon god trial, the stronger the dragon body bloodline and the stronger the Dragon Ball, the stronger the amplification effect of the trial. Moreover, the trial has a death indicator. If you die in the dragon god trial, the dragon body, Dragon Ball, magic props and other items you leave behind will become the reward for the next person to pass the level. The recommended level of the dragon god trial for the ocean dragon in the inherited memory is 30, which refers to the challenge level, while the challenge level of the ordinary ancient ocean dragon is 25. Even with a Dragon Ball, Attilan estimated that the ancient dragons without professions would be about 28 or 29, so Attilan believed that the original intention of the design of the Dragon God trial was only for the involuted elemental dragons. Fortunately, Attilan fully meets the conditions for challenging the Dragon God trial. He has a profession, a druid, a Dragon Ball, an ocean dragon soul, and is a natural candidate for the elemental dragon king. because the Elemental Dragon King is a title obtained by the submission and coronation of the corresponding Elemental Dragon. After the Dragon God trial, Attilan, who has this talent, can only be called a candidate. Of course, this also shows that Attilan is likely to be the descendant of a Sea Dragon King. Ordinary sea dragons can live for 3,000 or 4,000 years, and the lifespan of the Elemental Dragon King is even more than 10,000 years. How could he lose the dragon egg when he can easily advance to the existence of the conferred god dragon? Attilan doesn't understand. He doesn't understand at all. It wasn't until today that he knew that he once had the opportunity to become a rich second-generation dragon. What's the result? The prince was left in the world. And he had to start all over again. Attilan thought again, if his ancestor, the Elemental Dragon King, died, it would be normal for him, the grandson of the prince, to be abandoned in the human world. Every dynasty that collapsed would not have a good end for the grandson of the prince. It was also a kind of luck for him that he was abandoned by his parents on the edge of the territory of the swamp dragon. And his parents were probably already dead. The new inherited memory also mentioned a method of disguising the breath with Dragon Balls. The Elemental Dragon King did not immediately have a powerful force above the challenge level 50 when he walked out of the trial grounds. He also needed time to digest the gains in the trial grounds. In order not to be robbed of the gains of the trial, it was very important to disguise his breath. And if the natural Elemental Dragon King did not practice the Dragon Ball, he would not know how to hide his bloodline talent. If he was noticed by the evil dragon, he would most likely be enslaved or even killed by the jealous dragon. Not practicing the Dragon Ball means that there is no value in training. Such an elemental dragon is better dead than alive. Attilan tasted this meaning faintly from the inherited memory. He suddenly felt that the Elemental Dragon God, who had disappeared into the dust, was actually more harsh on the Elemental Dragon than the Bear Man was on him, even though the Dragon God left many treasures for the Elemental Dragon. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and met a good master like the Bear Man. He finally understood why the supreme secret inherited by the School of Life was the control of life. In one dream, the spiritual energy was revived, and in another dream, he was in another world. Chen Yimo awakened the power to shuttle between the two worlds and came to the world of swords and magic. Use science to analyze magic, use magic to study superpowers, use superpowers to strengthen magic, and use magic to develop science. This is a story about a little wizard who created scientific magic in another world. Chapter 132 Elemental Organs. Watching Attilan absorb more and more thunder energy, the old naughty boy's squinting eyes widened. He was also surprised by the effect of the Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person, and his body could not withstand the process of melting the Dragon Ball. The method suitable for the old naughty boy was to elementalize the organs of the body, not to turn into a ball of elements, but to fight and charge energy with the power of elements like elemental creatures. For example, the thunder roar of the Bear Man, his heart is fire thunder, kidney is water thunder, liver is wind thunder, spleen is land mine, and lung is pure thunder. He agreed to rename this form Thunder Roar because he found that roaring can better affect the lungs and bring out the thunder power in the body. This is the secret art created by the Bear Man based on life control. It belongs to his personal secret art. He has found a suitable successor to inherit this secret art. That's right, it's the Tiger Man. Attilan inherits the School of Life, and the Tiger Man inherits the Bear Man's personal secret art. Although the Bear Man separated the Thunder Roar and Life Control secret arts, the difficulty has not been reduced. The indomitable willpower is still the first requirement. If it is a creature with strong physical fitness like Attilan, the difficulty of practicing the secret art of Thunder Roar will be reduced by about half, but it is obvious that controlling thunder in battle does not match Attilan's bloodline talent. Attilan can definitely practice Thunder Roar well, but the upper limit of Thunder Roar is obviously not higher than the ancient ocean dragon. Then Attilan is wasting time practicing Thunder Roar. Moreover, after the ancient dragon, the dragon can continue to advance the power of bloodline. Attilan's right way is to figure out how to increase the growth rate of the dragon body faster, upgrade the dragon body to the ancient dragon stage as quickly as possible, and master advanced professions such as the Dragon of Conferred Gods and the Elemental Master. It can be said that Attilan may not be able to tap all the power within the dragon race in his lifetime, let alone the power of the druid profession. Attilan only uses the druid profession to assist in tapping the talent of the ocean dragon. Of course, he will not refuse to go further in the druid profession. After all, Some of the growth of the dragon takes time to catalyze, and this process is not wasted in druid practice. Attilan was very greedy, so his first goal was to advance to the conferred god dragon profession and upgrade to level 13 to master immortality. If the conferred god dragon was difficult to practice, Attilan could only settle for the next best thing and upgrade the druid to level 18 to master the longevity body specialty. Attilan asked the bear man, "Longevity body can work on dragons, but it is not like ordinary humans that can increase tenfold. It is estimated that it is similar to elves and can extend lifespan by 2 or 3 times. It is said that there is a legendary elf druid whose lifespan exceeds 3,000 years, and even long enough to outlive one of his evil dragon enemies." Attilan thinks it is reasonable, because some evil dragons only live for more than 2,000 years, and they may not be able to live longer than this elf. This elf druid also used the same routine as the evil dragon. "If I can't beat you, I will outlive you, and when you die, I will deal with your descendants." After absorbing thunder energy for 3 hours, Attilan became lively again. The old naughty boy asked anxiously, "How did you recover so quickly?" Even Attilan himself was a little surprised and puzzled, but he still forced an explanation. "After I got the Dragon Ball, my efficiency in absorbing and utilizing lightning energy has improved a lot. Although it is only the initial zero-turn Dragon Ball, the energy circulates in my body. I have developed some of the talents of the ocean dragon. You also know that I am an ocean dragon. Naturally, my talents cannot be limited to life and water. There are also thunderstorms, storms, and tsunamis. Otherwise, my breath would not be lightning breath," the old naughty boy asked uncertainly. "So you activated the thunderstorm talent?" Attilan shook his head and said with a confident smile, "Of course not. I can also try to do a little bit of storms and tsunamis now." Then he walked around the old naughty boy. "Old naughty boy, how long will it take for you to recover? Do you want me to carry you down the mountain? Things should be done from beginning to end. I carried you up the mountain, and it is reasonable to carry you down the mountain. Wait for me, kid. I will beat you to pulp after I recover." Attilan looked at the old naughty boy with a serious face. "I helped you with good intentions, but you wanted to beat me, old naughty boy. You really disappointed me. Forget it. I'd better go down the mountain. Only delicious food can soothe my wounded heart, so I won't leave you the big pork elbow." "I want to destroy all the pork elbows." The old naughty boy was furious. "Little dragon, don't go too far. Leave me my favorite pork elbow." "Hey, no." Then Attilan was hit on the head by a heavy hammer with sparks. "Okay, calm down. The old naughty boy hasn't recovered yet. Don't provoke him. It seems that the Dragon Ball has a better effect on you than I thought. Since you have recovered and you don't want to leave Amethyst Mountain, then practice with me." Attilan got up from the ground and asked with a sad face, "Master, why are you walking without making any sound? And when did you come back?" The bear man said with a cold face, "Do I need to tell you that I came back? If you practice the druid's perception meditation method seriously, it is impossible for you not to find me at all, so you didn't practice seriously. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson." Attilan suddenly spit out a mouthful of acid mist at the bear man, and quickly turned around and took off. Until he flew into the sky, Attilan shouted, "Stop joking. Your druid level is higher than mine. It is easy for you to hide from my perception. You just want to find a reason to beat me up." The bear man grinned. "This kid has indeed improved a lot. You know it, but you still want to run." The bear man instantly transformed into a white bear, and his 4 bear paws ran up into the sky with silver-white thunder. Attilan heard the crackling sound of electricity and looked back. The scene of a white bear chasing with thunder almost scared him to death. The white bear was just an ordinary 3-meter-tall person, and it seemed that it was not worth mentioning that it was almost 7 meters longer than Attilan. But Attilan knew very well that his immature dragon body could not compare to the thunder-roaring body of the bear man who had been tempered for thousands of years. Moreover, the bear man had not grown yet. This old dang could turn into a white giant bear of 10 meters in size, and could knock Attilan out with one claw. Attilan quickly flapped his wings to speed up. "Master, don't chase me. I will practice seriously." The noise of Attilan and the bear man chasing each other was not small. The tiger man who was practicing in the North Mountain naturally heard it. She vibrated her wind and thunder wings and flew over, just in front of Attilan. Get out of the way. As a result, the collision he had expected did not happen at all. Looking at his body stopped in midair, Attilan turned his head and saw that his tail had indeed been caught by the bear man. Thunder lingered on his tail and the bear man's palm, and the silver-white thunder built an energy field to imprison his body in midair. Then the bear man dragged him directly and returned to the amethyst mountain as fast as lightning. The tiger man also followed and said excitedly, "The master personally instructed, this kind of scene is something many people dream of but can't get, but you don't know what's good for you." Attilan glared at the tiger man unhappily. "This blessing is for you, do you want it? Even if it means vomiting 3 liters of blood, it's worth it to practice with a master." The fact that the tiger man could say that she vomited 3 liters of blood meant that she had really practiced with a bear man. This is indeed the style of the bear man. With a druid here, even if he is beaten to death, it is not impossible to save him, not to mention that he has not been beaten to death yet. Attilan suddenly noticed that after the tiger man retracted the wind and thunder wings, there was still an unusual light on her back, one blue and one white, with obvious wind and thunder energy. "Have you solidified the connection point of the wind and thunder energy?" Attilan felt a little pain in his body. This kind of practice was similar to a smelting of the Dragon Ball. Both would cause powerful energy damage and stimulation to the body. In one word, it hurts. For a tiger man who has not yet trained the wind and thunder wings, there will always be a conflict between energy and the body, just like the Dragon Ball is always wandering in his body. "Are you going to shape the wind and thunder wings into your elemental organs and become a winged tiger?" the tiger man said lightly. "It's just a temporary control as a secret technique. The wind and thunder wings will tie up too much of my energy in battle. This is why I lost to you last time. If the elemental organs are formed, just like your dragon bloodline, you only need a thought to trigger the wind and thunder. At that time, it is uncertain who will win or lose." Attilan shook his head in surprise. "Tisk tisk tisk, Tyr, you are a ruthless man. Stop chatting and start training. Since you are here, Tyr, wait until I finish training Attilan, then you can practice with me." As he said that, the bear man swung his fist wrapped in thunder and rushed towards Attilan. Attilan had no choice but to let out a loud dragon roar and also rush towards the bear man. Then he was hit hard by the bear man's fist and flew away. Then he got up and continued to charge, and was still knocked away. The bear man is the iron hammer, and Attilan is the iron block. In the process of hammering, the impurities in Attilan's body will be continuously purified. The process is painful, but the result is gratifying. As Attilan spit out a large mouthful of blood with some small pieces of internal organs in it, his training finally ended. The bear man waved a green light coldly and commented, "You neglected to use thunder to temper your internal organs. Your Thunder Mutual Aid Association only helped you temper the surface of your dragon body, so your internal organs are so vulnerable to my fist. After you go back, use life control to nourish your internal organs. The vitality contained in your internal organs is still too poor. I doubt whether you have used vitality to temper your internal organs. You pestered me to teach you the secret technique, but you just learned it. The secret technique must be practiced persistently to be meaningful. Use self-healing to heal yourself." Attilan healed silently and watched the tiger man being beaten back. This tiger woman is quite competitive. Attilan was beaten back 96 times and vomited internal organs and fell to the ground. She insisted on 97 times before falling to the ground unconscious. Attilan shook her head and said, "You win this time." Chapter 133. A pot of broth caused a murder. Actually, Attilan felt that it was a good thing to have a talented and competitive competitor like the tiger man. At least he would not slack off. People are lazy, not to mention the immortal dragons. As the time he spent as a dragon gradually lengthened, he found that he wanted to go back to the underwater dragon's nest to sleep more and more than staying in the forest for druid meditation. Sleeping is a way of practice for dragons, but the efficiency of this practice is not high. Attilan's druid meditation does not completely fit the development direction of the ocean dragon bloodline, but it is faster than sleeping. In short, Attilan is trying to strengthen his spiritual will to fight against the natural instincts of the dragon, so that he can become an outstanding ocean dragon druid. After refining the Dragon Ball and understanding the truth behind his extraordinary talent, Attilan dared not waste time. A natural ocean dragon elemental dragon king is the object of many dragons to kill quickly. If you are an emperor or a king, and you know that there is a person who is very likely to become the next emperor, and you have no blood relationship with him, what would be your choice? Needless to say, it is natural to kill the next emperor. In this case, it is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Therefore, Attilan should pay more attention to keeping a low profile in the future. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Before he has the power to challenge the dragon god trial, Attilan feels that he must keep a low profile. Then it is even more important to develop the natural empire. Outsiders must think that it is the natural empire that has made Attilan so powerful, rather than relying on Attilan's own talents and efforts. He plans to attribute the talent of the elemental dragon king to his employment as a druid. Anyway, in the areas where the ocean dragon is good at, the druid's skill tree has skills with similar effects. Anyway, in order to maximize the bloodline ability of the ocean dragon, Attilan plans to refer to the way the arcane master conducts spell research to study and analyze the bloodline. Of course, Attilan does not have the knowledge and ability to study such a huge topic as the bloodline of elemental dragons. He plans to learn from Alun. Although Alun repeatedly stated that compared with her mother, a mage who defied the heavens, she can only be regarded as a novice child learning to walk in the mage profession. The 11th level mage and the 10th level celestial mage call themselves naive children. You can't really treat her as a child. There is no simple role for legendary mages. And Alun's mother, just teaching Alun some of the spellcasting skills and personal spells she created is enough for Alun to eat for a lifetime. If Attilan can learn 1 or 2 ways to study, analyze, and create spells, he can completely establish his image as a magic dragon. When Attilan's spell is cracked and he finally gets a chance to attack at close range, the enemy may find that he is facing an ocean elemental dragon king. And the elemental dragon king has no shortcomings. After refining the Dragon Ball, you will get more than just information about the dragon god trial, you will also get the method of using the Dragon Ball, such as increasing magic power, spell strength, spell penetration, and magic power recovery. These can all be enhanced by the Dragon Ball. The method of refining the Dragon Ball is also very oriental, the Dragon Ball 9 turns. Just like the golden elixir of Taishang Laojian, through the extreme energy quenching, the quality and quantity of the Dragon Ball are both on a higher level. Every time, a huge amount of energy is required to forge and beat the Dragon Ball. At this point, Attilan finally understood why the swamp dragon had to create such a huge inland sea with a huge amount of water elemental power in the center of the continent. All operations are to quench his ocean dragon soul. This can also explain why the territory of an ancient dragon is only an inland sea of nearly 1,000 kilometers from east to west and less than 800 kilometers from north to south, because he doesn't care about the size of the territory. The entire inland sea, or even the entire continent, is just the alchemy room for Cetus to quench the Dragon Ball, and the ancient dragon stage swamp dragon only dares to quench the Dragon Ball on the mainland. Attilan can conclude that there is a great terror in the deep sea. The legendary druids such as the bear man cultivated forests on the edge of the inner sea, which was to help the swamp dragon strengthen his ocean energy field and save energy on refining the Dragon Ball. The bear man and his friends thought they were interfering with and hindering the actions of the swamp dragon, and never thought that their actions would help the other party in return. The behavior that can really hurt the swamp dragon is to open the gate and release water. No wonder the flow of the Southwest River is so large, because the swamp dragon fundamentally limits the flow of the inner sea water released outward. It is estimated that the bear man thought that the swamp dragon released water to expand the scope of the inner sea. In fact, it is the wastewater left after refining the Dragon Ball. The remaining water elements are too few and cannot be used to refine the Dragon Ball. In order not to affect the concentration of water elements in the core area, it is directly discharged outside the barrier. The old fishman said that the true dragon barrier of Thistis can only enter, not leave, but Attilan does not think that some insects, even if they sneak into Thistis's palace, can't hurt him. The challenge level of the swamp dragon fluctuates, depending on the combination of the earth and water elemental dragon bloodlines, and the challenge level of Thistis is definitely above 20. But it should be lower than that of the ocean dragons of the same ancient dragon period. The ocean dragons are between 22 and 23, and Thistis should be around 21 or 22. But that is the case without the Dragon Ball. The swamp dragon with the Dragon Ball is still an ocean dragon soul. He should be trying to purify his bloodline and try to transform into an ocean dragon? It is estimated to be around 24 or 25. Attilan seriously suspected that the swamp dragon had advanced to the elemental master profession. Because the wastewater discharged from this Ellen lake contains water elements that make this ocean dragon who has never seen the world feel that it can meet his basic living needs. Just like his underwater dragon nest is paved with a layer of fine water element crystals, Attilan thinks that Thistis's dragon palace should be made of water element crystals throughout. The old fishman had never been to the palace of the swamp dragon, but when he was young, he had heard the chief of the green fish clan say that the palace of the dragon lord was made of a blue-green crystal, which was natural, as if those crystals were born as the dragon palace. At that time, Attilan just thought it was just a crystal palace. When he had money, he would go to the water elemental plane to collect gems and build one. Now think about it, the annual output value of his kingdom of Atlantis may be about the same as the value of a piece of glazed tile on the palace of Cetus. The old man is quite good at playing. The introduction of the Dragon Ball heritage mentioned the Eastern Dragon, the origin of the Dragon Ball, and naturally mentioned that after the Eastern Dragon occupied the rivers and seas, it would build a crystal palace made of magic. Although the method of building the crystal palace was not mentioned in detail, a crystal auxiliary prop was mentioned in the quenching method of the Dragon Ball 9 turns. It is hard to say that the crystal palace is not an enlarged version of this prop. Whether it is the auxiliary prop energy disk or the crystal palace, Attilan is not going to build it. It is definitely not because of poverty. There is really no need. There are many idle energy nodes in the forest. He could directly absorb the natural magic to refine the dragon body when he flew over, and there were extra nodes to refine the dragon balls. The bear man, his master, had already helped him adjust it, so there was no need for an energy disk to receive energy. The bear man was his best auxiliary prop. While thinking, Attilan vomited another mouthful of blood with internal organs. This was blood stasis. Attilan used the energy transmitted to him by the bear man to repair his body injuries. This was actually a kind of training for the bear man. The bear man believed that if he was injured more often, he would use the self-healing technique to recover. It can effectively stimulate the growth of the body's self-healing ability. In this way, when he was injured in battle, the self-healing technique would operate spontaneously, and the recovery speed would be faster than that of the life school druids who had not been injured. And the injured part would be tougher than before recovery. This was the result of the bear man's practice, and Attilan naturally believed it, but it did not mean that Attilan wanted to master this passive skill. Because Attilan did not exercise the internal organs, or he did not evenly exercise the whole body when he exercised the dragon body, and the bear man had a keen eye and noticed his omissions. Before the omission becomes a fatal weakness, he took the initiative to help Attilan repair it. The heavy punches could make Attilan vomit blood, but they did contain the strong love of the bear man. After another 3 hours, Attilan finally recovered his injuries to the extent that it would not affect his flight. He forced a smile and said, "Master, then I will leave first." He was really afraid of being dragged by the bear man to practice again. "Let's go." The bear man concentrated on transmitting energy to the tiger man to heal his injuries, without raising his head, and said in a cold tone. The tiger man's body was not as strong as Attilan's, but the bear man's punches were equally strong, and the tiger man had to take one more punch than Attilan. Naturally, he was much more seriously injured than Attilan. Attilan was not even seriously injured, while the tiger man was close to death. Looking at the tiger woman who didn't care about his life, Attilan shook his head again, and then flew into the sky, completely ignoring the old naughty boy who was winking at him and wanted Attilan to take him with him. After finally returning to Kingland Town, Attilan planned to eat something and then go back to sleep to calm down the physical and mental torture he suffered twice on Amethyst Mountain. As a result, a centaur came on a flying horse to report that a patrol team of 5 centaurs and several dwarves riding horned sheep had fought in the north of Shujiao Town. And the fight was bloody. Fortunately, they have been separated by the Murloc barbarians. But the dwarves must not be let go, otherwise how can we continue to trade iron products with the dwarves in the future? Fisher himself was unsure, so he sent the centaur back to ask Attilan for instructions. Attilan took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Why did they fight? It seems that the patrol team was tired, so they cooked a pot of bean powder in the iron pot they carried, and added a lot of dried meat. The aroma drifted out and attracted this group of dwarves. Then the dwarves seemed to have not eaten for a long time, so they asked the centaurs to give them this pot of food, and said that if they hadn't sold us the iron pot at a low price, we would still cook with broken clay pots. What's the big deal about eating our pot of rice? The dwarves' arrogant attitude angered the centaurs, and then they fought. Dragon Lord, please don't let these dwarves go. Attilan had a headache. Just because of a bag of broth made from soy milk powder, these dwarves rushed to eat it. No wonder the centaurs thought they hadn't eaten for a long time. Besides, he traded a lot of bean powder and dried meat to the dwarves. This simple dish of bean powder, Dried meat and water is very suitable for dwarves who are simple-minded and have no cooking talent at all. Unless these dwarves were not good people in the dwarf kingdom, that's why they didn't get bean powder and dried meat, which led to them coming to him to beg for money. I'll go over now, you go down and have a rest. There was no peace for a day. If a war broke out with the dwarves, the newly born kingdom of Atlantis would suffer heavy losses. But he must not give up. Wait a minute, go and inform Mep to gather all the soldiers to Bighorn Town. If the negotiations with the dwarves go badly, let him lead the troops north to prepare for war. Flying to Water Cellar Town at the fastest speed, Attilan landed beside Fisher, who had been waiting for a long time, and said, "Where are those people? They are all tied up and locked in the cellar. Pull them over, I will interrogate them personally. The team that cooked during the patrol will be punished with 10 lashes each. If they beat the dwarves, each of them will be rewarded with a pound of dried meat." Yes, Dragon Lord, 8 short and fat dwarves, with a lot of blood on their bodies, limp and trembled to Attilan, who exuded a strong dragon power. They all knelt down with a plop. "Please let us go, Lord Dragon. Why did you steal the lunch of my soldiers?" The leading dwarf raised his head, was stunned for a moment, and said, "Lord Dragon, it was the centaurs who started it first. Let me ask you, why did you all want to steal a pot of meat soup? Did you have no food to eat? I remember I asked people to post a notice in the dwarf kingdom to recruit excellent blacksmiths. There is no dwarf who can't forge iron. Why don't you choose to work for me, but steal? Answer my question." Yet, the loud dragon roar rolled up the airwaves and messed up the dwarf's hair. The dwarf's trembling voice sounded, "It's really that our craftsmanship is not outstanding among our peers. Let's not talk about the dried meat covered with spices. Even the city lord doesn't plan to give us bean powder. It's because we saw the dragon lord recruiting blacksmiths, so we brothers wanted to come here to try what it's like to eat all we could with bean powder and dried meat, but we met those brothers halfway." The dwarf turned his head and looked at the centaurs who were being whipped. The broth was so fragrant, and the dry food in our hands was so unpalatable, so we couldn't help but want to share some. After all, we will be brothers working for the Dragon Lord in the future. I didn't expect this group of people to not give us any face. They also said that they had chopped off so many dwarfs' heads. Attilan turned around and saw that these people were really the people brought by the old blind man. What they said was true. It seems that these people held back. Otherwise, with your level, your heads would have been in danger, because they really chop off dwarves in the east before. Attilan frowned. He remembered that he had given a lot of conditions to recruit blacksmiths, and bean powder and dried meat were just basic guarantees. "You came to me just for bean powder and dried meat," the dwarf nodded fiercely. "Of course, Dragon Lord, you don't know that every dwarf family that was given dried meat and bean powder is showing off. If we can work for you, we will get more dried meat than we can eat. When we take it back, who'll dare to look down on us?" "Yes, yes, yes," all the younger brothers echoed. Chapter 134. You guys are really talented. Attilan wanted to slap all these dwarves to death, but he thought that the kingdom was indeed short of blacksmiths. Even blacksmiths like them were scarce. "Fisher, send someone to report quickly that there is no need to assemble the soldiers. It's all a misunderstanding." Then he glanced at the group of dwarves indifferently, waved his hand and released a bowl of water of life to heal their injuries. "Untie them, and then test their blacksmithing skills. Those who are useful can stay. If they are not good at blacksmithing, but can explore and mine, they can also stay." The cold dragon eyes stared at the dwarves, making them dare not breathe. "If you dare to talk nonsense and lie about your strength, I will let you know what real fear is. Don't think about running away. The healing spell just now is not just a healing spell." "Understood, understood." The dwarf leader nodded continuously and answered loudly. The dwarves followed Fisher away, and the group of people who were whipped were called over again. "Do you know why you were beaten?" The leading centaur looked indignant. "We just beat a few dwarves." "Why did the Dragon Lord punish our brothers for the dwarves?" Attilan said coldly. "I didn't beat you because you beat the dwarves, but because you made a fire to cook while on patrol. Also, which patrol team brought an iron pot when on patrol? Are you patrolling or having a picnic? Did you encounter a jackwall? Are you going to use that pot of meat soup to stuff the jackwall to death?" At this time, a fishman came over with 5 pounds of dried meat and gave each of the 5 centaur a pound of pork jerky. "What is this?" The centaur looked at each other. "This is a reward for you. You beat the dwarves but didn't kill them. You did a good job and have brains." The centaur captain raised his head and said, "Report to the Dragon Lord. It was General Fisher who stopped us, otherwise we might have really killed the leading dwarf, so I think these dried meats should be rewarded to the general." Attilan snorted coldly. "You still have the mood to care about Fisher. How can a general like him lose these kilograms of dried meat? You are honest, so what? Do you want me to reward you with another kilogram of dried meat for your honesty, or a whipping?" The centaurs were shocked by the dragon's might and shut their mouths immediately. "Remember this, whoever makes a fire during patrol will not be punished with 10 lashes. Memorize all the wartime regulations. Get out." Attilan waved his hand impatiently, and the captain took his 4 men to rest. Attilan did not treat their 10 lashes. They were covered with the blood marks, and now they went back to the barracks with weak legs to apply medicine and rest. There are many centaurs in Shujiao town. Attilan once selected some centaurs to go to the forest centaurs tribe for further study, hoping to see if there can be a few rangers who are good at archery and natural magic. As for the centaur warriors, even the barbarians are more valuable than them. Of course, the totem warriors with animal spirits are more valuable than them. Barbarians are losers like warriors, but animal spirits can cast spells. In terms of group value, warriors are definitely the highest, but the individual value of warriors is undoubtedly the lowest among all professions. Warriors are responsible for ruling a kingdom, and mages are responsible for developing a kingdom. Soon, Fisher came over with a strange look on his face. "Dragon Lord, I can't comment on what these dwarves have mastered. You should go and see it yourself. Aren't they useless dwarves who are rejected by their compatriots and have no knowledge?" Attilan walked to the blacksmith shop in Shujiao town with curiosity. In the basket in front of the dwarves, there were more than a dozen dwarf gold coins shining with golden light. Fisher said with a strange look on his face, "They said they could turn brass into gold, so I asked them to try it. I didn't expect them to really cast brass into gold coins." "Dragon Lord, what level of blacksmiths are they? What level of blacksmith treatment should we give them?" Attilan's mouth twitched a little. "I understand why these guys are rejected by other dwarves. It turns out that they are not without talent and ability, but their talents are not used in the right place. Compared with normal honest dwarves, these guys are more like gray dwarves twisted by the mind sucker. They have even mastered the skill of making gold coins with brass pretending to be gold." The dwarf leader smiled confidently and came to Attilan with the copper and gold coins. "Dragon Lord, the gold coins we make are absolutely indistinguishable from the real ones. Even among the dwarf blacksmiths, only the master of casting can distinguish the authenticity of the gold coins without destroying them. If you use these gold coins made of brass to buy supplies in the human kingdom in the north, I believe you will make a lot of money." Attilan smiled and looked at the dwarf leader. "If it is really so profitable, why don't you do it yourself, but come to me instead?" The smile on the face of the dwarf leader froze. Because of the large-scale material transactions, human lords generally ask a wizard to test the transaction currency, and then our gold coins may be exposed. In fact, we have already improved this defect, but we cannot get subsequent funding in the dwarf kingdom, so the research is forced to stop. Attilan smiled and lowered his head. The strong pressure made the dwarf crawl on the ground. "I think it's because you used fake gold coins to buy materials for experiments, and the gold coins circulated to the casting master, and then you were exposed soon." The dwarf leader immediately kowtowed and admitted his mistake. "I dare not hide it from the Dragon Lord. It is true. That incident also caused our reputation in the dwarf city to be completely ruined. Otherwise, we would not want to rely on this skill to join the Dragon Lord." Attilan said coldly, "Get up. Since you can make fake gold coins, it should be easy for you to make ordinary weapons, armor, and farm tools, right?" The dwarf leader said with some disdain. "This kind of low-end work should be left to those brainless dwarves. Dwarves like us who have lofty goals should do more creative work." Attilan laughed in anger. He didn't expect that such a sneaky person actually had his own life creed. "Then what else can you do? I don't keep idle people here." For a moment, the dwarf leader was really stumped. If they were the kind of dwarves who were willing to do repetitive volume labor, they would not study how to quickly obtain wealth. Finally, they embarked on the road of counterfeiting gold coins. A dwarf pushed the leader. "Boss, we have also developed a magic metal. How about we present it to the Dragon Lord?" Attilan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Magic metal? It seems that I really underestimated you. Tell me, what kind of magic metal is it?" Seeing the expectation in Attilan's eyes, the dwarf leader really wanted to pull out the tongue of the dwarf who was talking, but now he could only bite the bullet and take out a piece of wood from the dimensional bag. "Wood," the dwarf leader said with a sad face. That is the magic metal formula we got from an ancient tomb. In order to copy the metal in the formula, I used a lot of precious materials. I don't know if there is a problem with the formula, or because of my improper operation, the magic metal I made turned into a piece of wood, although the energy utilization rate reached 60% mentioned in the formula, but this kind of wood is very fragile. Even the iron sword made by the stupid dwarves can cut it. It's a waste of the gold coins we worked hard to make. It turns out that you not only forged gold coins, but also robbed tombs, and used fake gold coins to buy materials to experiment with the magic metal formula obtained from the ancient tomb. You guys are really talented. The wizard's hand grabbed the wood, and Attilan's dragon claws held the wood. After checking it, he input the druid's natural magic. It is indeed a plant, but there are still some metal characteristics left. Hiss, such a strange thing. Attilan felt it necessary to take it back to show the bear man. Using this magic metal that is the same as wood, does it violate the restriction that druids cannot use metal weapons? Fisher, prepare bean powder and meat soup for them to eat. As for their specific use, I will arrange it when I come back. Attilan turned his head and asked, where's the formula of magic metal? The dwarf leader hesitated. Do I still need your magic metal formula? Give me the formula. If it is valuable, you can eat all the bean powder and jerky you want every day, and I will let you continue to host this magic metal project. After several dwarves communicated with each other, the dwarf opened the dimension bag and handed the metal piece with the formula to Attilan. Attilan took the wood, magic metal and formula and returned to Amethyst Mountain as quickly as possible. The old boy said with a smile, I have been out for less than half a day, and you took the initiative to come back to pick me up. You have a conscience. Attilan looked around, but did not see the bear man. Where is my master? It's strange that you would take the initiative to find Georgie. Tell me, what trouble did you encounter? I got the formula for a magic metal, but the metal I made looked like wood. The old boy sneered. Why didn't you say that you made wood into metal? I'm not lying to you. Look, Attilan took out the wood and showed it to the old boy, and the old boy's face suddenly became serious. Where did you get this stuff? A group of dwarves said they dug out the formula from an ancient tomb, and then tried to make it themselves, but failed, and made this thing. The old naughty boy said excitedly, what failure? This is a success. The crazy people in the dungeon have been trying for hundreds of years and have not succeeded, but a group of dwarves accidentally made it. If they knew, they would be mad to death. Attilan asked puzzledly, so, do you know what this is? I know very well what this is. I was just a low-level druid back then. At that time, suddenly, the bear man's voice sounded from behind Attilan. Robert. Not everything can be known to him. You should keep your mouth shut. Chapter 135 God-Killing Weapon? Attilan turned his head with a resentful look at the bear man who was slowly approaching. Master, don't always treat me like a child. Now that I have the Dragon Ball, I am at least a 6.5 creature level and a 7th level druid ocean dragon. I can fight with the old naughty boy. Since the old naughty boy knows, I think I have the right to know. The bear man just chuckled and looked at the old naughty boy. Robert, you are looked down upon by Attilan. Attilan said quickly, Master, don't try to sow discord. What I mean is that I can compare with the old naughty boy in terms of level, but it doesn't mean that I can beat the old naughty boy in a real fight. The old naughty boy can use the 9-ring spell, but the magic resistance of Attilan's dragon scales cannot withstand the 9-ring spell. Of course, if the old naughty boy is hit by Attilan's fangs and claws, he will also be killed in one move. Old Urchin has been a 20th level druid for so many years. Even if it is a legendary druid, I think Old Urchin can give it a try and may not be defeated. Old Urchin nodded in agreement. Legendary druids can create 10-ring spells. Given the difficulty of casting 10-ring spells, he may not be defeated with 9-ring spells. He has been immersed in elemental spells for 300 years. Even 9-ring spells can be cast quickly, and he has mastered the technique of using 8-ring spell slots to release 9-ring spells. In addition to 10-ring spells, even bears may not have as many 9-ring spells as he can use. The coordinated use of 2 9-ring elemental spells may not be less powerful than 10-ring spells. Old Urchin raised his head and praised with a smile, Attilan, you have a good vision. You didn't waste my time to help you cast the elemental seal. If it weren't for Old Urchin's elemental seal, Attilan's proficiency in natural magic and water elements would not have improved so quickly. With a high level of proficiency in energy crystallization, the raw materials for refining Dragon Balls will naturally accumulate quickly, and inferior energy crystals can be used as the core of constructs. Jayaj, Why don't you tell him that although Attilan is only 3 months away from turning 1 year old, he is much more reliable than other druids in the forest? George looked at the old boy silently. The bear man didn't believe a word of Attilan's reliability coming from Robert, who was always unreliable. I know my apprentice. If he knows what this thing is and what effect it can have, he will definitely study it, and then he will definitely attract the old guys. I don't want to fight with the old guys. You know how tempting this thing is to the old guys. Attilan immediately raised his hand and said, but even if you don't tell me, I will study it. On the contrary, if you tell me the truth behind it, maybe I won't dare to act rashly. The bear man didn't even blink. Seeing that his threat had no effect on the bear man, Attilan could only use his last killing move. He rushed over and hugged the bear man, rubbing his head against the bear man. Master, just tell me, or I swear, I will never secretly study this kind of metal wood before I get the master's permission. The bear man pushed Attilan's head away tirelessly. I can tell you, but you must keep your word and not touch this metal. No problem, that happened 300 years ago. At that time, the Great Desert had just changed from lush forests and grasslands to deserts. Except that the druids wanted to restore the environment in the southwest. In fact, the gnomes and dwarves in the underground city are also thinking about how to restore the surface environment, but they are not good at cultivating forests. So the method they thought of was to make a magic prop with metal. This prop should refer to the ability of the life mother tree of the elves. It can take root in the earth and absorb various energies to grow on its own, and a tree can become a forest. Attilan frowned and asked, why do they make it so complicated? Can't they just let the druids cultivate the forest? The old naughty boy interrupted with a smile. If their goal is just to restore the surface environment, they can naturally leave it to the druids to complete, but they want to make metal grow like wood. In this way, they will have endless metal to forge weapons and armor, so that the fighting in the dungeon can continue, and at the same time it will not overly affect the surrounding environment. The bear man looked at the old naughty boy coldly. You are wrong, they are not afraid of affecting the environment, but they are afraid that the gods will notice their little actions. The fire's secret treasure is said to be able to melt all metals, and the effect of the calcined metal will be exaggeratedly doubled. They want to try to forge a weapon that can kill gods. Attilan asked with wide eyes. Kill gods? Are they crazy? Yes, everyone thinks they are crazy. The so-called secret treasure is a conspiracy sent by the devil to our world, just to use their hands to open the passage to this world. But then something happened that completely changed everyone's view of this group of lunatics. The old naughty boy looked at the bear man in shock. What's the matter? I didn't know about this. They are researching 2 kinds of metals. One can create life, which is the one you got, and the other can create death, which is the metal used in the sword they used to kill the king of the gnolls. They believe that with both life metal and death metal, they can kill the gods and replace them. The king of the gnolls had the same idea, so he secretly descended into this world in his true form, and on the day when the research on death metal was successful, he showed up at the casting site and tried to snatch it. Of course, who just wanted to get the sword of death to kill the demon lord and seize control of other planes of the abyss. He didn't think that weapons made of death metal could kill gods, but he was sure that the sword of death could kill the demon lord, and he verified it himself. He was pierced through the heart by the newly cast sword of death, and died with reluctance and ambition. Unfortunately, because of Yenogu's early arrival, the sword of death was not completed, so Yenogu's anxiety saved his life, and he was killed by the sword of death, but he didn't die completely. His residual soul returned to the abyss and barely retained his identity as the Plain Lord. However, he also let the werewolves in the material world escape from his control, especially the werewolves active in the Great Desert in this world. Have you ever thought about why they are expanding so fast? Attilan's eyes turned. Master, you mean that although Yenogu's residual soul returned to the abyss, his body retained most of its power and remained in this world, and then his power was obtained by the little white wolf. That's why the little white wolf dared to call himself the king of gnolls. You underestimated the madman in the dungeon. After the death metal killed the king of gnolls, the demonic power in his body quickly polluted a large area of land in the dungeon. At this time, they took out the semi-finished life metal, which actually showed a natural purification power stronger than our druids, and let the elders of the Natural Council know about it. The elders were naturally tempted, but unfortunately the raid of the king of gnolls still caused heavy casualties to the casting masters who were studying these 2 metals in the dungeon. Anyway, since then, I have never heard of the dungeon researching life and death metals in a big way, as if these 2 metals had never existed. Your formula should be the burial object of a casting master who studies life metals. The old naughty boy stroked his beard and asked, why don't they continue their research? The bear man glanced at the old naughty boy indifferently, and then asked, Attilan, what do you think, master? I think there is something wrong with Yinao's arrival in the material world. If the demon lord can invade so easily, then our world should have become a demon battlefield long ago. Then there is only one explanation. Someone doesn't want to see the dwarves continue their research, so they use the powerful effect of death metal weapons to lure the brainless demon lords. Yinao was deliberately sent into this world. After Yinao kills the researchers, someone else will kill Yinao with this sort of death. Everything is a well-arranged plan, and the mastermind behind the scenes easily got rid of two big troubles. It's really a good plan. The old naughty boy frowned and asked, who is so good at calculating? It's unspeakable, it's unspeakable. Attilan shook his head pretending to be profound. Who else is there? People certainly can't calculate the demon lord. Think about what these dwarves want to do by studying these two metals. Life metal and death metal are already there. The next step is to reconcile the power of the two metals into a weapon. It is estimated that it will be a battle to kill the gods. But they want to kill gods with just a weapon. These lunatics are too simplistic. Gods are not stupid. How could they descend to the material world like Yinao and be hit by a sword? Attilan felt that the project of killing gods was probably tricked by someone with ulterior motives to make these dwarves and gnomes to get the rare metals for making killing gods. Dwarves and gnomes are indeed the two races that are best at casting. With a purgatory dragon soul specially sent by the mastermind, it is definitely not realistic to cast killing gods. But there is still hope to synthesize raw materials. Master, they need renewable metal wood. Have they dug out the metal in the underground city? The bear man said lightly. You don't think it will be easy to synthesize these two god-level metals? Hearing the god-level metal, the old naughty boy finally reacted. You mean the group in the sky? Attilan waved his hand and said, just know it, don't say it out. He didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear of alarming the people in the sky. Death metals can't be touched, so life metals shouldn't be that dangerous, right? If the Natural Council can figure it out, all druids will benefit, the old naughty boy said weakly. The bear man said in a faint tone, I've been to the dungeon a few times, and all the records about these two metals in the dungeon are gone. The dungeons that have relevant information were destroyed in the war. What do you think now? Facing the bear man's sharp eyes, the old naughty boy shrank his neck. It's true that they can't be touched. Go back now and ask those dwarves who else knows this formula, and tell them not to continue researching it, understood? Compared to collecting the power of faith, it must be that the gods can't accept the god-killing weapons. Attilan directly and decisively left the formula and metals to the bear man, and returned to the water cellar town with ease, asking Fisher to call the dwarves over. Fisher said, Dragon Lord, I have asked them about their abilities. In addition to forging, they can also change the mountain terrain and build stone walls. Why not let them be responsible for building the city? Attilan thought for a while and said, bring the map here. The fishman spread out the map, and Attilan's dragon ball pointed to the road between the Null Kingdom and the wasteland and said, let them move the soil and block these two passages for me. Expand the passage to the wasteland, and dredge the passage to the halflings a little. Fisher frowned and asked, Dragon Lord, isn't this forcing the Nulls to rob the halflings? Then won't we be unable to obtain food supplies from the halflings? Obviously we can move forward a little and completely block the invasion of the Nulls. Attilan shook his head and said, no, I will have people keep an eye on the movements of the Nulls. Why are there 100 elite armored troops stationed in such a remote place like Shujiao town? Isn't it so that at the critical moment, they can cross the mountains to support the halflings? Repairing the passage to the halfling town is not to make it easier for the Nulls to invade the halfling town, but to increase the speed of the rescue of the centaurs. Fisher, do you think that the Nulls were blocked by us for hundreds of miles, so that they would never be attacked by the Nulls again? Or that the centaurs came down from the sky to save them from the water and fire after they were attacked by the Nulls, who will make them more grateful to us? Fisher nodded in understanding. The Dragon Lord is still wise. I will arrange the work of the dwarves now. Before setting off again, I want to see them again, and each of them will be treated according to the treatment of the team leader, and the leader will be treated according to your treatment. Just keep the leader under control and let him come to see me. Yes. Fisher went down and called the dwarf leader over. I heard you are good at building city walls. Because I have a little connection with the dwarf royal family, I can get the job of repairing the city wall. I just need to use the mud to stone spell to turn the shaped mud into stone. There is no need to carve stones as carefully as those people. Does the Dragon Lord need my help to build a city wall? I must explain in advance that the stone transformed by the mud to stone spell is slightly less solid than the stone that has been soaked in earth elements for a long time. The degree of solidity will be slightly worse. Attilan showed his fangs. How much worse? The dragon's power that he unconsciously exuded made the dwarf leader sweat profusely. Twice as bad, Attilan smiled. This is indeed the style of this group of dwarves who are good at forging. It doesn't matter. Even if the stone is made by the spell of turning mud into stone, it is stronger than the wall they beat out with mud. I don't care whether it's fake or not, as long as you can create value for me. The dwarves must use solid stones that have been soaked in earth elements for many years to build the wall. I don't need it for the time being, but when the day comes, I don't want you to use this kind of stone to deceive me. Understand? I understand. The dwarf leader nodded quickly. There is one more thing. The things you got from the ancient tomb are indeed valuable, but the value is not particularly high. I asked my master, a legendary druid, it is not worth continuing to study. Don't waste materials on research in the future. Concentrate on moving mountains. Maybe one day you can become a god from heaven. The dwarf leader was stunned. Dragon Lord, how do you know that I have the blood of the dwarf royal family? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. Do you want to be the Dwarf King? Attilan nodded curiously and asked, although you did say before that you have some relationship with the dwarf royal family, but I don't understand, what is the relationship between the dwarf royal family and the dwarf royal family? The dwarf leader was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Lord Dragon, you don't understand. The dwarf's descent to Earth is a blood-based secret art created by the Emperor of the former Dwarf Empire, and only the dwarf descendants with the Emperor's blood can awaken it. Of course, it is also possible to master the descent of the gods by learning the methods recorded in the secret scrolls, but you still have to have the Emperor's blood, relying on the descent of the gods. The dwarves split into kingdoms after the collapse of the empire, but the royal family are all descendants of the Emperor's blood who master the descent of the gods. If you want to become king, you must also master the descent of the gods. Attilan's eyes turned, and he thought of an idea. So, if you master the descent of the gods, you also have the possibility of growing up as the dwarf king. The dwarf smiled and shook his head and said, my family was expelled from the royal family in my grandfather's generation. Only those who master the descent of the gods are royals, and those who cannot master the descent of the gods will be expelled from the royal family. There is no other way. The royal family relies on this cruel selection and uniform to ensure that there will be an excellent king in the kingdom from generation to generation. Attilan nodded thoughtfully. Since only the bloodline of the emperor can inherit the descent of the gods, then these surviving bloodlines of the emperor will definitely give birth to as many children as possible. It's just that the lifespan of dwarves is 400 years, and their reproductive capacity is not as low as that of elves, but it is definitely much worse than that of humans. Is there a lot of blood of the dwarf emperor now? Are there any requirements for the blood concentration to awaken the god to Earth? Faced with Attilan's question, the dwarf leader scratched his messy hair and thought seriously, then said, the requirements for the god to Earth are not high. As long as you have the blood of the emperor, you can awaken it. Moreover, after mastering the god to Earth, the earth blood in the dwarf's body will be purified and increase its strength, but awakening the god to Earth seems to be more than just about the blood concentration. My grandfather's grandfather's father, the dwarf king of that generation, almost practiced a god to Earth to the highest level, but my grandfather's grandfather still didn't awaken the god to Earth, so he was expelled from the royal family. In fact, there is another reason for the expulsion. Those dwarves who have the blood of the emperor but are not from the royal family, they join organizations like adventure groups outside, but their chances of awakening the god to Earth are higher. The princes and princesses who are carefully trained by the royal family have stronger combat effectiveness after awakening the god to Earth. Attilan's sharp claws traced tiny sparks on the dragon scales on his chin. The reason why he was so concerned about the gods coming down to Earth was to see if this dwarf was worth training. If this dwarf with a lackey's temperament could master the gods coming down to Earth, then he would have the qualifications to become a king, and then he could find a way to make him the dwarf king. If the dwarves were directly asked to obey the rule of him, the ocean dragon, the proud dwarves would definitely not agree. But if there was a dwarf who mastered the gods coming down to earth as the dwarf king, even if the dwarves were not convinced in their hearts, they would at least accept it. And he could also make full use of the productivity of the dwarves through the puppet dwarf king to build a fully armored army. It was not legitimate for the dwarf leader to become the dwarf king. The royal family before 4 generations did not have the right to inherit the throne. If he wanted to sit firmly on the throne, he could only rely on Attilan, the suzerain. Do you want to be the king of the dwarves? Seeing that the dragon lord was silent for a long time, he suddenly stared at him and said this. The dwarf leader first widened his eyes, then suddenly breathed quickly and swallowed his saliva. He looked at Attilan with excitement. Dragon lord, can I? Attilan smiled solemnly and said, if you can control the gods to descend to the earth, and I and my family warriors support you, why can't you be the king? After all, you are also a descendant of the royal family, but I heard that the current dwarf king is only 200 years old. If he doesn't die, how can you compete for the throne? What do you think? The eyes of the dwarf leader suddenly became sharp. I understand, Dragon Lord. From today on, I will definitely train myself seriously and strive to control the gods to descend to the earth as soon as possible. After I control the gods to descend to the earth, I will ask the Dragon Lord to help me get rid of him. Attilan smiled gloomily. Don't worry, I'm a druid. There are many kinds of plants in the forest. If you eat too much of some plants, your body will gradually deteriorate over time. Maybe you will die young? The dwarf nodded excitedly. I understand. Do the mission in the west with all your heart. When you complete it, I will personally help you activate your bloodline and increase the possibility of awakening the god. Thank you, Dragon Lord. Go find Fisher. He will arrange your work and welfare benefits. Don't worry, follow me. As long as you have the ability, you can enjoy the best food, wear the best clothes, and get the highest honor. Yes, Dragon Lord. The dwarf leader was excited and shook his trembling hands to find the fishman Fisher, intending to start his new journey. The pie of the dwarf king was big and round, and it was too tempting for him, a descendant of the dwarf royal family. The dwarf leader was not stupid. He naturally knew that Attilan valued not him as a person, but the power of the dwarf kingdom, but he didn't care. As long as Attilan is not killed by the warriors in advance, his son, his grandson, and his grandson's grandson can all be the dwarf king, and they don't even need to master the gods. When the dwarf leader learned from Fisher that their mission was to move mountains, he really couldn't suppress his anger at first and wanted to explode, but when he thought of the big pie of the dwarf king, he endured it. Okay. Just treat it as training the blood of the earth. Maybe I will awaken the gods while moving. Gritting his teeth and saying this, the dwarf leader went to announce this to his brothers. When they heard that they were going to move mountains, they didn't want to do it. But the dwarf leader waved his hand calmly. The Dragon Lord intends to support me to become the dwarf king. Suddenly, there was complete silence. A younger brother bravely asked, Boss, you can't even become a god, so how can you become a king? So you have to move mountains. How can you awaken without training? When I become king, you will all be generals. You will be in charge of the dwarf Iron Guard. Haven't you always wanted to be a griffin knight? I will leave it to you in the future. Don't you like the female captain of the goat knights? When you become a general, will she not agree to marry you? Let's do it. The brothers agreed in unison. We are only responsible for softening the soil and rocks. The real work of leveling the mountains is left to the Minotaur and Centaurs under the Dragon Lord, a dwarf said with admiration. The Dragon Lord can tame Minotaur to eat grass. I think he is very powerful. I just passed by the cafeteria and saw several Minotaur. Each of them had a large pot of grass in front of him. Another dwarf rubbed his stomach. Boss, when can we eat? We fought with the Centaurs on an empty stomach. It's been so long, why don't you give us food? Yes, the Dragon Lord won't let us eat grass. Right, what are you talking about? Will the Dragon Lord let you eat a bite of food? The dwarf leader glared at this guy. Just as he was talking, a centaur came to call them to eat. In addition to the bean powder and meat soup they promised, there were also crispy ribs, cold vegetables, spicy dried fish, white bread and other dishes. When had a group of dwarves who had been eating stews since childhood seen so many exquisite dishes? Pointing at the dishes, he said in disbelief, Are these all for us? Yes, you are craftsmen and mages, and your treatment will be higher than that of ordinary soldiers. Attilan had long been dissatisfied with the undulating hills in the wasteland. It would be a waste of time to rely solely on the brute force of the Minotaur and Centaurs to level them. But now there are 8 dwarves who have mastered earth elemental spells and have created magic props that can soften soil, rock, turn fossils into mud, turn mud into stone and other engineering spells. Attilan can flatten the hills into farmland and easily divert the last section of the southwest river. Farming in the westernmost part of the country will definitely not produce as much as in the east, but 1 pound of grain produced here is equivalent to 3 pounds of grain produced in Bighorn Town. It takes 1 day for people and horses to rush from Bighorn Town to the edge of the desert, but if people and horses are asked to transport grain to Huangsha Pass, it will take 3 days to complete the more than 400 kilometers of road. Huangsha Pass is a stronghold that Attilan intends to build by closing the other 2 roads and expanding the last road. Now, except for the site selection, nothing else has been done. The role of Huangsha Pass is to defend against the attack of the Gnolls, but its more important role is to actively attack and harass the Gnolls. Huangsha Pass, which has nothing, now has 200 people and horses stationed. After the city wall is built, they can go out and shoot cold arrows. The troops would directly attack the Gnolls' habitat, or find the Gnolls' troops out hunting. They didn't need to engage in close combat, but could just fire a wave of arrows and turn around and leave. The Gnolls are the rock walls of Huangsha Pass and the other 2 roads that had become cliffs, so they could only leave with gritted teeth. So this group of dwarves was very important. In the fight among the 8 dwarves, all the dishes were swept away, and they lay on the chairs and rubbed their stomachs. It's so delicious. If I eat this well every day, I can even dig the soil. I understand why the minotaurs are willing to eat grass. It turns out that this grass is so delicious, the dwarf leader slapped the table. Look at the way you eat. How can you be a general in the future, boss? It seems that you were the most aggressive in grabbing food just now, and you still have the nerve to criticize us. The dwarf blushed. I'm the boss. Can you please respect me a little? I haven't even started eating and you guys have already snatched all the food away. If I don't act quickly, what am I going to eat, boss? We want to respect you, too, but if we do, we'll be letting our stomachs down. Yeah, seeing that the 7 brothers who had been closely united around him were almost falling apart over a little food, the dwarf leader could only say with a dark face, now that you're full, get to work. I want to awaken as a god as soon as possible, and then become my own dwarf king, so that all those who look down on me will know that I can be something. Chapter 137 She is really a mirage dragon. After dealing with the dwarves and watching them happily lead 100 minotaurs and 100 horses to start the work of renovating the earth, Attilan was finally able to return to his loyal forest. As soon as he returned, he was shocked to hear the bad news. Old fish man, ask the kitchen to make me 2 big pig legs. Keep it simple and don't cut it into small pieces. I want to eat a rough and wild flavor today, Dragon Lord. There are no more pig legs. Can pork chops be used? I think a whole pork chop is actually quite wild. Attilan frowned and asked, why are there no more pig legs? It was the leopard woman. She came with a magic mark of the old naughty boy and asked me to kill all the pigs that were raised and could be slaughtered. Prepare the 4 legs and take them with me. Let her take the rest of the hams and pickle them for the old naughty boy to eat. Attilan gritted his teeth and said, you old naughty boy, you actually played the trick of cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron with me. Then he looked at the old fish man again. Why did you give all the big pig legs to the old naughty boy when the leopard girl said that he needed them? Wouldn't the pork stink if we slaughtered so many wild boars at the same time? The old fishman said respectfully, it was you, Dragon Lord, who ordered us to do so. As long as the druid's demands are not excessive, we must satisfy them. Moreover, the old naughty boy said that he would send a batch of fast-growing piglets over in a while. A meat pig can grow to 200 kilograms in half a year. I think these slow-growing pigs will have no value in the future. We can use the piglets provided by the old naughty boy. Attilan slapped the ground. Why are they worthless? Now you are laughing and joking. The old naughty boy supplies us with piglets, which makes you feel that your own breeding is not as good as importing from outside. What if the old naughty boy stops supplying us? Will we still have pork to eat? Attilan slapped the ground again. In any case, the project of breeding meat pigs must continue to advance. The kingdom of Atlantis must have its own piglets. Yes, Dragon Lord. Although he didn't know what the Dragon Lord was thinking today, he was angry at this time, so the old fishman naturally agreed first. As for the big pig leg, the Dragon Lord could go to the old naughty boy. If the big pig leg fell into the hands of the old naughty boy, would the Dragon Lord's clever mouth not be able to eat it? Forget it, you go down first, and roast the pork chops as soon as possible and send them up, one by one, Soon 6 pork chops roasted to golden color and with fat constantly rippling were brought in. Attilan grabbed one and bit it directly, making a crunching sound. The wild boar bones were not much different from French fries to his teeth, which reminded him of his youthful years as a human. When eating pork chops, whether it is fried, braised, or sweet and sour, he likes the ones with cartilage the most, but sometimes the cartilage is too big, and human teeth can only fight with the cartilage a little bit. The main problem is not that it can't be bitten, but the fear of biting the tongue and lips. Now it's different. No matter how hard the bones are, they can be easily bitten in front of the dragon's teeth. Chewing with big mouthfuls, Attilan's body suddenly stiffened. Damn, bit the tongue? Fortunately, he is an ocean dragon and a druid. So this kind of minor injury can be easily cured. As expected, even if you become a dragon, you still can't be too anxious to eat. After eating a bone, Attilan gave up this inelegant way of eating. Except for meat and cartilage, Attilan threw away other bones. You can feed mastiffs with them, or make bone meal to fertilize the fields. Mastiffs are quite useful. When patrolling at night, you can use the mastiff's hearing and sense of smell to help halflings better detect dangers in the dark. But Attilan doesn't really need it, because minotaurs are much more useful than mastiffs. As a dark magic creature, minotaurs have very developed hearing, smell, and dark vision. Otherwise, why are many of the guards in the maze minotaurs? Attilan chose the wind element totem war dance for the centaurs and the earth element for the minotaurs for a reason. The centaurs are responsible for attack, and the minotaurs are responsible for defense. By the way, how is Lista developing in the east of the river now? I heard that there are several minotaur tribes scattered in the east of the river, and now it seems that they are almost conquered by him alone. He didn't alarm the other fishmen and lizardmen. Finally, there are the centaurs. Those centaurs are too mobile. Maybe they have left that land and moved south or east. After all, centaurs rarely live in a fixed area. It's good that everything goes well. Try to conquer as many people as possible. Such a large piece of land requires a lot of manpower to convert it into farmland. Then you don't have to worry about food problems. Now there are only 30,000 acres of unfertile land. Even if Attilan wants to increase the number of troops, it can't support them at all. There is no resource to even replace all the existing troops with iron armor. Rooting in agriculture is also a last resort. Agriculture has not been developed well. Tell me how to develop other industries? It's Lista's way of forcibly unifying the Minotaur tribe. Those Minotaur may not obey Lista's orders. I think it's necessary for the Dragon Lord to go there in person. I also contacted some Fishman and Lizardman tribes. When they heard that they could work for an elemental dragon like the Dragon Lord, they all showed great enthusiasm. I just want to meet the Dragon Lord and listen to his teachings. Attilan glanced at the old Fishman. He didn't expect that the old Fishman was old, but still had the heart to expand the Fishman tribe at such an old age. Do you want to integrate those Fishmen into the blue-scaled Fishmen? I dare not. Those Fishmen are the followers of the Dragon Lord. How can they be integrated into our tribe? Our tribe is living a quiet life now. There are nearly 200 children. Attilan widened his eyes in surprise. What? 200? Can you feed them? The old Fishman looked at Attilan seriously. Please rest assured, Dragon Lord. These little fishmen are well fed. They are made of bean powder and grass. They can be full with just one meal and one night of porridge. After a year, they can farm, raise fish and river clams for the Dragon Lord. Yes, river clams. Attilan almost forgot that he had a big river clam that looked like a mirage. If he continued to use the Dragon Ball to release the life breath of the ocean dragon to nourish the big river clam, Attilan was very curious whether the river clam would transform into a mirage and finally into a mirage dragon. Mirage dragons are also a kind of dragon. And they are also biased towards the Eastern Dragon clan. Logically, they would not appear in this material world because there is no environment for their birth. But after Attilan's understanding of the Dragon Ball increased, he suspected that the swamp dragon used the water element of the lake to refine the Dragon Ball, and the big river clam used to live in the lake. The lake water after refining the Dragon Ball must have a little breath of the Dragon Ball. Attilan wanted to use his ocean dragon soul to refine the big river clam to see if there would be any reaction. If there was, it meant that the swamp dragon was really refining the Dragon Ball. Regardless of the type of dragon, they all have the ability to gradually transform creatures living near them into dragon blood creatures. This dragon blood refers to blood, which does not necessarily require dragon blood to transform. A powerful dragon, or even a piece of dragon scale, can create a family of dragon vein sorcerers that is passed down from generation to generation. If the aquatic creatures in the inner sea are gradually transformed into dragon blood creatures under the influence of the ocean dragon soul of the swamp dragon, then this force becomes even more terrifying. It is precisely because Attilan also has a Dragon Ball that he knows how terrible the effect of the Dragon Ball is. Of course, actively transforming dragon blood creatures requires the energy of the Dragon Ball. The swamp dragon is unlikely to waste the energy of the Dragon Ball for some followers who are not valuable to him. But passive transformation is also very scary, especially for people who live with the swamp dragon all year round. Maybe when he's refining the Dragon Ball, the overflowing energy will transform them into dragon blood creatures. No, this kind of energy overflow will only happen to little loser like him with a weak foundation. The bear man never wastes a single bit of energy. The bear man once seriously admitted that Cestus was stronger than him, so the old dragon would definitely not leak energy, but would only be infected and mutated by the wastewater after refining the Dragon Ball. The big clam can mutate, is it because it is a genius? No. Attilan quickly dealt with the pork chops sent to him, came to the clam field, found the big clam lying quietly in the center of the pool, and used druid magic to connect with the big clam. How are you recently? The clam opened and closed its shell a few times, receiving a lot of energy rain released by Attilan, and the abundant food made the clam's spirituality at least doubled. The clam used to be as ignorant as a 1 or 2-year-old child, but now her wisdom has exceeded that of a 3-year-old child. Knowing that Attilan is good to her, she wants to get closer to Attilan. She expressed her happiness and joy crazily. Okay, I'm going to use a stream of energy to cleanse your body now, and tell me your feelings as much as possible. The clam opened and closed its shell twice to show that she understood. Attilan called on the water element, first forming a layer of energy field to isolate a breath of the Dragon Ball, and then released the Dragon Ball, and a layer of faint blue-green light shone on the clam. As soon as the energy of the Dragon Ball entered the clam's body, the clam unconsciously opened and closed its shell, and at the same time, a faint white mist was released by the clam. Indistinctly, Attilan seemed to see a little girl standing in front of him. The little girl was blue all over, as if her body was made of water, and her breath was a bit similar to that of a fairy or spirit. Attilan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Are you a clam?" Who knew that the clam was not, and the little girl actually nodded. "I didn't expect that you have become a mirage. This dark night star is returned to you. In the future, you will use the energy of releasing this white mist to cleanse the dark night star. Do you understand?" Attilan put the dark night star into the clam shell. Facing the pearl that had caused a lot of trouble to him, the mirage obviously didn't want it. But since Attilan said so, she could only nod pitifully. Attilan reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, smiling and saying, "Purify the pearl well. When you transform into a mirage dragon in the future, you will need this pearl to condense your mirage dragon pearl." "What dragon pearl is it?" The big river clam has no idea. Attilan pointed to his own dragon pearl. "It's this one of mine, the dragon pearl that makes you feel comfortable." The little girl nodded excitedly. After Attilan took back the dragon pearl, the little girl disappeared. The big river clam took the initiative to spit out a few mirage gases but couldn't turn into a little girl, so it closed its shell and didn't move. Attilan could feel her unhappiness. Ha ha ha. Chapter 138 From Dogtail Grass to Millet. Attilan had seen many eye-catching clam spirits in TV dramas before. Although the big river clam he raised was a mirage, it was still a relative of the clam spirit. The mirage dragon showed itself as a clam spirit, so Attilan thought it would be a good idea to give the big river clam a name like a clam spirit. However, the 3 clam spirits he knew, 2 Mingzhu and 1 Sangjiu, did not seem to have a good ending. 1 word, miserable. 2 words, dead without a complete body. In short, in Attilan's impression, the clam spirit did not seem to have a good ending. In order for the big river clam to live longer, Attilan felt that she needed a good name. Changsheng? Anan? Jingjing? Forget it, since I can't think of a good name, I won't think of it. Anyway, the big river clam can't speak now, so it doesn't matter whether it has a name or not. I will consider the name after she can spit mirage gas to transform into human form. The big river clam only got a little bit of Dragon Ball breath from the swamp dragon, and she grew to her current intelligence, while the creeping dragon spirit at Attilan invested a lot of energy to polish. Its wisdom is not as good as that of the big river clam. Speaking of creeping dragon spirit, Attilan suddenly felt a little embarrassed, as if he really paid less attention to Creeping Dragon Spirit now. Creeping Dragon Spirit is his #1 battle pet. Creeping Dragon Spirit has played an important role in several battles with Tiger people, but the growth rate of Creeping Dragon Spirit is so little. Attilan's lightning breath and life energy can't make Creeping Dragon Spirit grow faster. He can only choose a node of natural magic for Creeping Dragon Spirit to live, and occasionally throw it some of the fine natural crystal fragments left after his failed condensation and explosion. Just like throwing bones to a puppy, Creeping Dragon Spirit can hold the natural crystal fragments and absorb them for a long time, and even put the fragments in its nest as treasures. Although the Creeping Dragon Spirit is large in size, Attilan looks at it and really feels like raising a cute puppy. I happened to see the big river clams today, so I might as well go see the Creeping Dragon Spirit. However, Attilan had to put the big river clams in his underwater dragon nest first, where the water element would be relatively richer, and the water element in the river clam field was too thin. In addition to Thrall, the gifted shaman apprentice, the old Murloc also had a few Murloc apprentices, but these Murlocs did not have much talent, and the water elements they summoned were not even enough to irrigate the river clam field. In order to make the cultivated pearls more shiny, it is necessary to nourish the clams with water elements. As long as it is water, there will be water elements in it, but the content of water elements in different waters varies greatly. Pearls cultivated in an environment with low water elements are dull, and magic pearls cultivated in an environment with high concentrations of water elements, no matter what color, the light they emit can be described as breathtaking. Male professionals will use these pearls and gems containing pure magic as materials to melt into their existing equipment and props, or make new props. Anyway, such beautiful gems will most likely disappear without a trace. Female professionals or noble women want to use these shining jewels to make crowns, earrings, rings, and necklaces to make themselves more beautiful. The better the magic power of the gem, the higher the temptation to intelligent life. Maybe you are not interested in a hot succubus, but when you see the top gem, you will definitely not be able to move your eyes away. For example, the Dark Night Star that Attilan just returned to the Big River Clam has already had the initial temptation to seduce people. If the Dark Night Star is completely accompanied by the Big River Clam from the transformation of the Mirage, or even the Mirage Dragon, then anyone who sees the Dark Night Star will covet the beauty of the Dark Night Star and want to get it by any means, because the Dark Night Star not only represents beauty, but also power. The Mirage Pearl is like a mind sucker, with the ability to control the mind, which is really a necessary prop for seducing people. Let the Big River Clam live near his underwater dragon nest. Attilan not only for the Big River Clam, but also wants to improve the effect of the Dark Night Star. Many shady plans require such a prop. He picked up the Big River Clam and went into the lake. He came to the underwater dragon's nest and dug a cave more than 1 meter high. He opened a small hole from the dragon's nest to connect it to the cave and brought the water element next door. There is a strong dragon breath here. No underwater creature dares to break in. Moreover, the dragon's nest is guarded by the herring spirit. If something really runs in, the herring spirit can knock it out with one tail. You can absorb the water element here with peace of mind in the future. As for food, I will arrange for the fishman to send it to you. This glorious task was naturally given to Thrall. As a shaman, what he needs most is all kinds of natural creatures and elemental spirits that can communicate. In addition to the herring spirit, the Big River Clams and creeping dragon spirits raised by Attilan are also very valuable for communication. Attilan thinks that the combat effectiveness of the two of them is not surprising, but if Thrall can borrow their power, the means to deal with the enemy will be much richer. The clam shell swayed gently, revealing the joy of the Big River Clam. She liked the environment of the underwater dragon nest very much, mainly because of the pervasive breath of Attilan's ocean sub-dragon, which made the Big River Clam feel very safe. Decking, take care of her. The blue fish spirit came over from the side and circled around the Big River Clam happily. It was very happy about this Big River Clam that might become a companion. The blue-scaled fish people have been raising magic bluefish. In addition to the need for bluefish to increase their combat effectiveness in the water, it is because the bluefish spirit wants to increase the number of companions. The old fish man couldn't find other spirits, so he could only increase the number of ordinary bluefish. While Attilan was flying towards the habitat of the sprawling dragon spirits in the forest, he suddenly found something that made him curious. It was a female druid who joined the Thunder Mutual Aid Association but had a low sense of presence. Attilan only knew that she had a good relationship with the flower girl and seemed to be a botanical school. She was actually harvesting mature dogtail grass. Attilan immediately landed beside her. Why are you collecting dogtail grass seeds? Are you planning to cultivate dogtail grass? The grass girl smiled and patted the half-filled basket of dogtail grass and said, Yes, President, I want to cultivate dogtail grass and domesticate it into a grain that is not inferior to wheat. This topic is worth studying. Attilan nodded heavily and said, If you really domesticate dogtail grass into millet, you will be the mother of millet. The grass girl smiled and shook her head. It's not as exaggerated as you said, President. If you want to domesticate dogtail grass into a grain with an acre yield that can fill your stomach, I don't think I can do it before I die, Attilan said with a firm look in his eyes. You dare to do it, you are braver than most druids. I am also involved in this project. If millet is really cultivated, the first to benefit will be my followers. Screening large and plump dogtail grass seeds is a repetitive and complicated task. Not only does the druid not get much natural magic in the domestication process, but it also wastes a lot of practice time. Attilan has observed the ears of foxtail grass in the forest. They are generally less than 5 centimeters long, and the seeds are small and shriveled, which are basically non-edible. You should know that in the world before Attilan crossed over, it took humans 6,000 years to domesticate foxtail grass into millet. Of course, the druids can see the gene fragments of foxtail grass and can better screen the dogtail grass seeds with edible value. But Attilan is not sure whether he and the grass girl can domesticate the dogtail grass from weeds to grains before the grass girl dies. Grains refer to the status of food. In addition to planting wheat, millet is planted to increase risk resistance to avoid harvesting nothing. The staple food is naturally not delicious, but it has a high yield and can keep people alive. How long do you think these grass seeds can grow into ears of grain? The grass girl shook her head and said, I don't know either. The grass fruits I have collected so far are all about 5 centimeters long. I will be very satisfied if I can grow the next generation of grass seeds with a stable length of 6 or 7 centimeters this year. Attilan nodded in agreement and asked, compared to domesticating dogtail grass, I think it seems more valuable to screen the existing wheat seeds and get a higher yield wheat variety, right? The grass girl smiled and shook her head. That's what you should consider, Dragon Lord. I think it's more valuable to cultivate new grains such as millet. President, are you going to quit and breed wheat? Attilan slapped the ground directly. Since I agreed to join, I will naturally not quit easily, but you don't have to do the unskilled work like collecting grass seeds yourself. I will dispatch some dog-headed people to assist you in collecting and cultivating millet. You only need to be responsible for screening grass seeds and selecting valuable ability fragments and grass seeds. The grass girl's eyes lit up. Thank you, President. Attilan looked at the grass girl in confusion and asked, I think you are quite talkative. Why don't you speak during the thunder gathering? The grass girl said in a trance, I think it's boring to talk to people. Communicating with plants, understanding their needs, and cultivating new varieties of flowers, plants and trees are what I want to do. Communicating with people is a waste of time. Then why did you talk to me so much today? The grass girl just patted the dogtail grass in the basket and didn't say anything. Are you willing to talk to me because you see that I am willing to join your project and provide manpower? The grass girl shook her head and said, No, we are in the same research group, so our conversation is not a meaningless exchange, but for the purpose of domesticating dogtail grass faster and cultivating better millet. Attilan pursed his lips and looked at the grass girl helplessly. Through the grass girl, he discovered a problem, that is, the other druids of the Thunder Mutual Aid Association may not be unable to speak. They just don't want to communicate meaninglessly. Attilan and his people like the party life with laughter and joking, while this group of taciturn guys are not socially anxious, but they put all their energy into the practice they are interested in. Maybe their research can't create much value, but they enjoy it. Attilan admires such people. However, he also wants to try to see if he can change them like the grass girl. Chapter 139 Attilan's First Birthday Party. How many grass seeds have you collected? The grass girl pointed to the nearly 1-acre field of dogtail grass in front of her and said, Almost all the grass seeds worth cultivating are here, but there are still several places in the forest where dogtail grass grows in patches, and as for the scattered ones, they are countless. I plan to select the grass seeds worth cultivating from those dogtail grass growing in patches, and then use the wither spell to kill the dogtail grass growing now, to prevent the defects in their abilities from contaminating the seeds I have selected with great difficulty. Attilan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the good and the bad are a big problem. The good is millet, and the bat is dogtail grass. They have the same ancestor, so they naturally look very similar. Not only will millet improve the genes of dogtail grass, dogtail grass will also drag down millet during pollination, not to mention affecting the yield, and it will also cause the seeds to degenerate. I'll help you then. Do you want me to prepare a millet breeding base near Kingland Town so that you can cultivate millet on that land with peace of mind? The grass girl waved her hand casually. No need. The existing pieces of land in the forest that grow dogtail grass are very good. Moreover, there are still significant differences in the land environment between them. Maybe I can cultivate several different subtypes of millet. Attilan's eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't expect that the grass girl had already thought so far ahead. She actually wanted to cultivate subspecies of millet suitable for different environments at one time. Sure enough, her ambition is also very big. No wonder she is ready to fight for it all her life. No more words. I'll go and arrange dog-headed people for you now. The dog-headed people are divided into two teams of men and women. The men are in Shujiao Town and the women are in Daijiao Town. This is to prevent them from giving birth to too many dog-headed people. Now that food is gradually moving towards a positive cycle, the number of people that can be fed is also increasing. It is not good to restrict the reproduction of dog-headed people all the time. Attilan has treated the kobolds like bricks, moving them wherever they are needed, and giving them all the hard work. If they are not given any benefits, the kobolds will rebel. Rebellion is still unlikely, but the kobolds' work enthusiasm will definitely decline gradually. Therefore, the ban should be relaxed to a certain extent, but it should still be restricted, otherwise the number of kobolds will soon exceed 10,000. In fact, the application value of kobolds now is very low. Their height is about the same as that of halflings. Apart from being good at digging, they have no other specialties. Attilan wants winged kobolds more. Flying is a very important advantage. If all his kobolds are winged kobolds, just the kobolds can easily kill a large number of enemies by launching an attack from the air, such as throwing stones. You may not be able to kill the enemy by throwing a stone with a slingshot, but the kobolds can fly into the sky with a bag of stones, and they only need to pour the stones in the bag from a height of several hundred meters. Even if he didn't die, there would be a big bump on his head. Even with an iron helmet, he couldn't resist this kind of blunt weapon damage. After all, iron helmets and armor are most afraid of blunt weapons such as hammers. Attilan found the leader of the kobolds in Bighorn Town as quickly as possible. As a leader, he must have some privileges, but not many. For example, Attilan allowed him to keep a fixed spouse, but he could only have a child once a year. The kobold leader still has a little bit of red dragon blood. Maybe he can breed winged kobold offspring. Seeing Attilan coming, the kobold leader directly knelt on the ground respectfully. Dragon Lord, prepare 20 clever little dog heads. I have a job for them. Yes, also, the ban on the separation of male and female kobolds can be lifted, but you have to limit them from giving birth to too many little dog heads. Do you understand how to do it? The kobold leader had a sad face. Understood. Although things are not easy to handle, it is better than being banned by the Dragon Lord all the time. I will definitely work hard, Dragon Lord. What are those 20 little dog-headed men going to do? I can choose them according to their conditions. Attilan briefly told the dog-headed leader about the cultivation of millet, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. Being able to participate in the cultivation of grain means that these little dog-headed men will definitely not be hungry in the future, and they will definitely eat better than them. Maybe the hope of the rise of the dog-headed men lies in these 20 little dog-headed men. As the number of races under Attilan increased and the total number of his followers increased, the dog-headed leader could clearly feel that the importance of their dog-headed men under Attilan was constantly declining. In addition to digging the soil, they really seemed to be unable to do anything. But digging the soil was not as good as the minotaurs who could beat them into meat patties with one punch. The only thing they were competitive about was digging underground ditches and keras. But there were only so many places that needed keras. The original expansion focus of the Kingdom of Atlantis was on the arid Hexi region. The more it was like the Southwest, the more it needed keras. But recently, the idea has changed. The rainforest east of the Southwest River has become the main development direction of the kingdom. Suddenly, they who are good at digging keras are not so important. Now that there is a new job for them, the leader of the dog-headed people will naturally devote 200% of his energy to it. Don't worry, Dragon Lord, I will definitely select the best dog-headed people. After selecting them, let them report to Kingland Town, and you will lead the team yourself. In addition, the swamps in the south need to be drained, and the task of digging ditches will still be left to you. Yes, the endless work assigned by Attilan made the dog-headed people leader more energetic, because this was a manifestation of the Dragon Lord's attention to them. Attilan didn't want to say anything. After field investigation, he found that the 2 pieces of land he could control were not good places. Most of the Hexy area near the desert is arid wasteland, and most of the Hedden area near the Rhine forest is swampland. However, Attilan also knew that if these 2 areas were good places, they would have been occupied by humans long ago. How could there be only some barbaric and backward monsters occupying these 2 pieces of land? The Southwest River, plus the 3 rivers in the rainforest, left a lot of woods, swamps, and terrible miasma on the land of more than 100,000 square kilometers that Attilan was going to conquer. It was not easy to develop it. However, he was least afraid of difficulties. As long as he had enough followers, no matter how big the swamp was, it would be drained and turned into fertile fields. This required the fishmen and the dog-headed people to dredge and dig new waterways together to drain the water accumulated in the soil into the sea. And it must have a strong enough combat power, otherwise the swamp would become fertile fields. Do you think the Water Elf Kingdom in the south would grab it? So everything can't be rushed. Now the most important thing for Attilan is to accumulate potential again. That's right, after he condensed the Dragon Ball, he found that his biological level rose by 0.5 and his druid level rose by 1 level, but after that, when he practiced, it was obviously not as fast as before. It seemed that his potential had been used up. In fact, Attilan knew very well that the current practice speed was the normal speed. He was able to practice so fast before, purely by taking advantage. He agreed to join the millet domestication research group because he wanted to be patient and let his dragon body grow for a while. This settling took 4 months. On this day, Attilan had just roasted an 8-centimeter long dogtail grass, and he suddenly thought of something. Tomorrow is the day I break out of my shell, which is also my birthday. The leopard girl, who was also roasting a handful of dogtail grass, raised her head in confusion and asked, "So you are going to treat everyone to a big meal tomorrow? Your millet is going to burn," Attilan just reminded her silently. The leopard girl screamed and quickly grabbed the millet and blew it madly. "Do you know that your behavior will only make the millet burn more?" The flower girl walked over with a smile and said, "What millet? What's the difference between yours and ordinary dogtails?" Attilan also sighed and said, "After 4 months of hard work, the size of the grass seeds has not changed at all. The only breakthrough is that the ears of dogtail grass have doubled in length. Although this breakthrough is already amazing, but it still makes people feel unsatisfied." The leopard girl stuffed a burnt dogtail grass into the flower girl's hand. "Don't talk about millet. What are you going to do tomorrow?" "Of course, I will invite the druids in the forest to a banquet. As for my followers, I won't invite them. If they knew that the Dragon Lord is only 1 year old, I would be very embarrassed." The wine girl walked over drunkenly. "If they knew you were 1 year old, they would be so happy. If you are so amazing at 1 year old, you must be a god at 1,000 years old." Attilan looked at the wine girl in surprise. "Why do you drink so much? I remember you rarely get drunk." "I'm happy today. I finally made a breakthrough in my Frostfire wine." "Really? I want to be the first to drink." The leopard girl jumped up excitedly. The wine girl smiled bitterly and said, "I brewed frost wine and fire wine respectively. Do you think I'm amazing? But I can't brew Frostfire wine no matter what. This problem is too difficult. I can't do it." If it is really difficult to resolve the conflicting energies of frost and fire, Attilan could only step forward to comfort him. "It's my birthday tomorrow, and I just need special drinks. I think your frost wine and fire wine are very good. I will show you how to mix drinks then. Without Frostfire wine, we can mix drinks with these 2 wines, which may not be worse than Frostfire wine." The wine girl burped, tilted her head and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that she was in a luxurious banquet scene. On the long dining table were golden wild boars, lamb chops, roasted chickens and roasted ducks waiting for people to take. More than 30 druids were surrounding Attilan, seemingly watching a performance. The barmaid squeezed into the crowd and saw Attilan holding a bottle of frost wine and a bottle of fire wine. The blue and red wines were spinning in the air, forming a vortex with distinct red and blue colors. In the end, as the rotation became faster and faster, the 2 wines magically merged. The barmaid's eyes widened immediately, and she let out a sharp explosion of excitement. "Yes, that's it. Chapter 140 Strange Birthday Cake." Attilan believed that the reason why the wine girl had always failed to brew frost and fire wine was actually because she did not know the principle of the endless transformation of water, fire, yin and yang, and the Tai Chi yin and yang. The key to brewing frost and fire wine should be to convert the frost and fire energies into each other. Attilan certainly did not know the specific conversion method. But the yin and yang fish in the Tai Chi diagram both formed a circle and rotated, so he put the wine containing frost and fire energy together. When the wine rotated at high speed, maybe the two opposing energies would be transformed and become frost and fire wine. Attilan just tried it with the mentality of giving it a try and not losing out. The materials for brewing frost and fire wine are expensive, but they are a drop in the bucket for the wine girl. Judging from the results, frost and fire wine was successful. But judging from the effect of the frost and fire wine brewed by Attilan, this attempt failed, but it was also a good start. The bright red fire wine liquid turned light red, and the ice blue frost wine liquid turned white. The two kinds of wine magically rotated in the air on their own, and Attilan even felt that the wine was absorbing water and fire energy to strengthen itself. It was during the rotation process that too much energy of ice and fire was wasted. Attilan was about to take out a bowl of wine to taste it, but the wine girl immediately squeezed through the crowd and opened her hand and shouted, "Wait! I want to be the first to taste the taste of frost and fire wine." This request was very reasonable. The wine girl had been fighting with frost and fire wine for several years. Not to mention the original frost and fire wine of the panda monk, she couldn't even make a copycat version of frost and fire wine. At the beginning, the wine girl pursued the highest quality of the two original liquids of ice and fire, thinking that the purity of ice and fire energy was not enough, and it took a long time to cultivate the raw materials of ice and fire attributes for brewing. However, the raw materials cultivated by the wine girl were of poor quality because of her cultivation technology. But this year, Attilan, the ocean dragon cub, appeared. Attilan's druids were leveling up very quickly, and the speed of developing the lifeblood of the ocean dragons was also strong enough. With the help of Attilan's life energy catalysis, the quality of the raw materials was improved, and the wine girl finally brewed frost and fire liquid wine of qualified quality. Then the wine girl discovered a new problem, that is, the energy purity contained in the liquid wine was too high, and it conflicted with each other. The wine girl had lost 3 sets of wine vessels during this period. The two energies offset each other, which was the best case. The worst case was naturally that the violent conflict of energy caused an explosion, and it was considered a good case that only the wine vessels were damaged. The wine girl was seriously injured in the process. The herbs she and Attilan jointly cultivated were not only used to make wine, but also high-quality materials for making magic potions. The frost potion and fire potion produced, after throwing, the power of the explosion would not be much worse than that of a 3-ring spell. Under the forced suppression of the two conflicting energies by the wine girl, and the wine vessels were made of sealed and solid materials, the explosion was no less than a 4-ring spell. The wine girl took all the damage from the explosion at close range. If she hadn't subconsciously mobilized natural magic to form a shield, she would have been wearing a feather coat made by Attilan and Spider Woman. The feather coat was naturally a semi-finished product, or 1/8 of a finished product. But with a double blessing, the wine girl was lucky to survive. The vine girl also appeared at the first time, pulled the dying wine girl back, and strictly prohibited the wine girl from brewing frost and fire wine again. This is why the wine girl turned to brew the frost and fire liquid wine she made into special frost wine and fire wine, which also have the effect of strengthening the physique and purifying energy. Moreover, drinking a sip of frost wine first and then a sip of fire wine will also have a 1+1 promotion effect, but compared with 3 times 3 frost and fire wine, the effect of these two basic wines is insignificant. The tenfold effect difference really makes people not want to brew only ordinary frost wine and fire wine. Of course, it is Attilan who values this effect. The wine girl is a winemaker, and she values the unique taste of rare wines such as frost and fire wine. Attilan mixed frost wine and fire wine just to see if he could find some skills to brew frost and fire wine. Even if he couldn't find it, he controlled a radiant wine to create a dragon head flying in the air with a tail of light. Then it merged into vortex. Finally, if the wine exploded due to the conflict of ice and fire energy, then the bright light spots like stars would also be a good form of performance. What the wine girl couldn't forget most was what the bear people said, the cool and refreshing taste and the passionate taste, the wine rotating freely in the mouth, the magical and wonderful feeling of ice and fire. Now she finally had the opportunity to try it. Attilan tried to separate a ball of wine from the ball of wine in the air, but the two kinds of wine were entangled together. Attilan didn't need to worry about how to separate the same volume of wine. A slight pull would separate a small red and white rotating ball of wine. The wine girl excitedly opened her mouth and sucked the ball of wine in front of her. She finally experienced a cool and hot taste of frost and fire wine. The wine girl was intoxicated, and the leopard girl, who was also drunk, immediately raised her hands. Attilan, give me a portion of frost fire wine. I want to taste how strange the taste of frost fire wine is. Attilan smiled and said, don't worry, everyone has a portion. Those who just drank wine should rinse their mouths with water. Don't mess up the precious taste of frost fire wine. After all, there's only so much, and I don't know if I can make it again. Each person was only given a small cup, and Attilan put the rest back into the bottle of frost fire wine and stuffed it into the wine girl's arms. Looking at the vortex of frost fire wine, I think the wine will absorb ice and fire energy and improve its quality. The longer it is stored, the better the effect of frost fire wine will be. Leave the rest for you to observe and study, and try to make real frost fire wine for everyone to drink as soon as possible. The taste of ice and fire was there, but there was no body tempering effect of ice and fire. Attilan was disappointed, very disappointed. Holding the knockoff version of frost fire wine in her arms, the barmaid asked thoughtfully, Attilan, why did you succeed in making frost fire wine, but I failed? Attilan scratched his chin and said thoughtfully, maybe it's because I used the frost wine and fire wine you brewed, not the original liquid wine? The internal energy of the original liquid wine is not as explosive as before, but I think the explosiveness of energy is very necessary. Look at the energy content and purity in the frost fire wine I brewed. The content has dropped by 60%, not to mention, it stands to reason that the two energies are mutually generated and restrained, and the purity of the energy should increase. Instead, it has decreased. This is a big problem. Am I wrong about the rotation and mutual generation that I thought? The barmaid suddenly realized, clapped her hands and said excitedly, the two energies are rotated and generated, and the most important thing is that you rotate and fuse the two energies. You still say you don't have a secret? Yes, making the ice and fire energy rotate should be a key point, but rotating in the air wastes too much energy. How about we wait until my birthday party is over and try it with your wine vessel? Without a wine vessel to gather energy, the energy is too scattered. The wine girl looked at her arm with some fear. Although there was no scar left by the fusion girl's attack, the memory of watching her arm fly away was still unforgettable. Because her bones were really broken, and her heart was pierced by the fragments of the wine vessel. Looking at the wine girl's eyes, Attilan knew what she was thinking. Don't worry, with me standing in front, even if the wine vessel explodes again, the energy shock wave and air wave will definitely not hurt you. I think you must overcome the psychological shadow of the explosion of the wine vessel when brewing frost fire wine. Otherwise, how can you brew those dangerous wines in the future? Of course, you can also choose to enhance your protection. You can strengthen your training on the spell of natural shield, and you can also enhance the casting speed, spell strength and other aspects. Spell consumption is not the point. After all, if you are unlucky in a crisis, you may only have the opportunity to use it once. If you want to use it twice, you have to increase the number of times you attend the Thunder Mutual Aid Association. I have established a mutual aid association for half a year, and you are the first member to join. But except for the first time you attended the rally, you can only show up and cast a few lightning summoning spells afterwards. How can you improve your physical fitness without lightning tempering? Which do you think hurts more, being struck by lightning during training, or having your arm blown off by the exploding frost fire wine? The wine girl covered her face in embarrassment. Stop talking. I'll be the first one to go on the lightning body tempering stage at the next gathering, okay? Now tell me about your new method of brewing frost fire wine. I'm more concerned about this. I'm just a brewer. I don't plan to go to the front line. It's impossible for the wine to explode often. After all, I only know of such a unique wine as frost fire wine. At this time, the goldman ran out of the kitchen excitedly. The real secret golden charcoal grilled giant crocodile is here, the goldman said. Looking over, two minotaurs were holding a wooden board, on which lay a nearly 5-meter-long golden crocodile, exuding endless tempting aroma. To roast such a large crocodile, it is very challenging for the chef to control the heat. Obviously, the goldman did it. In addition to hitting the crocodile meat from the outside, heating the crocodile meat from the inside is also very important, otherwise the crocodile meat on the outside will be burned, while the crocodile meat on the inside will not be cooked. Since it is a giant crocodile, there must be a roasting method that fits the theme. That is the fire lizard cultivated by Shanna. The processed salamander emits fire elements in a specific way, and the combination of inside and outside roasts the huge crocodile meat, and the salamander also adds a special flavor to the crocodile meat. Of course, let's forget about the salamander. Shanna is a unique druid. The fire element content contained in the salamanders she cultivates is top-notch among lizards of the same type, but her unique method makes the lizard meat quite unpalatable. This golden crocodile is Attilan's birthday cake. Cut open the crocodile's back to reveal the fragrant apple cake inside. This apple cake was stuffed in with a special method later. Roasted crocodile meat and apple cake obviously don't go well. But doing so highlights the surprise, just like the ancient Western nobles who liked to put live birds in the pie. Sure enough, when the apple cake appeared, everyone showed a look of amazement. "What kind of food is this?" Leopard Girl asked, jumping to her feet. Chapter 141 Flame Boar, Nitrogen Acceleration. The goat man coughed twice and introduced to everyone in high spirits. Cut a piece of crocodile meat, cut a piece of cake, put the crocodile meat in the cake, eat it in one bite, and let your taste buds enjoy this storm of food. Attilan felt that the roasted crocodile bacon and the sweet apple cake with a lot of honey would taste strange together. But the leopard woman cut a piece of crocodile meat and put it into her mouth with a piece of apple cake. "It's delicious, really? Are you sure you are not playing a prank on me?" With doubts, Attilan also cut a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth with a cake. How to say it? It has a strange feeling of fresh meat mooncake. The crocodile meat is very firm and has a salty and fragrant juice. The apple cake is also very layered, first a fragrance of apples on the surface, and then the sweet and rich cake. If you eat the apple cake alone, you may feel that it is a little too sweet. But with the salty and fragrant crocodile meat, the taste is just right. Attilan widened his eyes, looked at the fawn and asked, "How did you do it?" The fawn said confidently, "Because I'm a genius." Attilan rolled his eyes. "Come on, to be honest, it was you who gave me the idea of hiding the cake in the belly of the golden crocodile. It seems that you have been prepared for it for a long time. I have spent most of my time in the past 4 months honing my dragon body and practicing druid knowledge. The rest of the time I was concerned about the changes in the territory. I really ignored you. Since I went to the Grand Duke's territory last time, I found that you have become much more optimistic and cheerful, and the fairy atmosphere on you has become strong again." "Did Trina agree to marry you?" Who knew that the fawn waved his hand shyly. "No, don't talk nonsense. Trina and I are innocent. How can you two be innocent? It seems that you don't want to marry Trina. How about I change the conditions and negotiate with the Grand Duke? Trina doesn't want it, change it into gold coins. The development of the kingdom now requires a lot of resources. Since our Prime Minister is so selfless, I can't refuse your kindness." The centaur waved his hands excitedly. "What do you mean by selfless? I just want to be a little reserved. How can you interpret this as there is no love between Trina and me? I have already made an agreement with the Grand Duke that as long as the cooperation goes smoothly, he will set Trina free, so Trina must be loyal to the Grand Duke until her death. Has the Grand Duke helped you to remove the spiritual mark? No, he will not remove the mark until he gets the soy sauce for this year." Attilan narrowed his eyes, tapped the table and said, "Let Lista deliver the soy sauce this month, and you should not show up. The higher your status in the kingdom, the lower the possibility of Trina being released. I will let Lista deliver the soy sauce later this month. The Grand Duke cannot only use Trina to control you. We should use this soy sauce to control him as well." The goat man immediately asked anxiously, "Will Trina be in danger?" "Don't worry. Lista's performance will tell the Grand Duke that you have some power in our force, but not much, because you are still useful. So Trina is still the condition of exchange, but the condition is no longer to set Trina free, but for us to control the mental imprint in Trina's head. If the Archduke is unwilling to reveal the method of controlling the mental imprint, we can use our method to control Trina." The goat man excitedly drew out the dagger at his waist. "I will never allow Trina to be controlled by anyone else again." "Why are you so excited? Who said we want to control Trina? The less you act like you don't care about Trina, the more safely your Trina will come back. Do you understand?" Attilan just glared at the goat man calmly, and the goat man calmed down. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, The gold man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Your dragon power is really getting stronger and stronger. I can't stand it anymore." "Why can't you stand it?" "It's because you don't practice seriously. Otherwise, with a goblin's resistance to mental pressure, you can't withstand the dragon power of a young dragon like me." The gold man pointed at Attilan, who was nearly 9 meters long in front of him, and said, "Whose young dragon can be as tall and mighty as you? Even a golden dragon, I don't think it has such an exaggerated size as yours." The calmed-down goat man was finally able to think about the problem seriously. "But why didn't you let Lista deliver the goods 4 months ago, but instead asked Lista to threaten the Archduke in another way and ask him to raise the price of soy sauce?" Attilan smiled righteously and said, "Of course it's because you lied about military intelligence and made the kingdom mistakenly believe that soy sauce was not that profitable. However, according to investigations, soy sauce is more profitable than imagined. Then how much money will the kingdom lose by the soy sauce you gave to the Archduke and the half-price soy sauce you promised?" As a general, Lista was naturally furious when he found out. As a militant faction, he naturally wanted to take all the benefits for himself. Then his negotiations with the Archduke will most likely end in a bad way. At this time, the Archduke will miss you who can talk to him nicely. Then you appear in a slightly embarrassed manner. In order to win your support, will the Archduke give you Trina? "But didn't you say before that you wanted the Archduke to hand over Trina to our control?" Attilan said unhappily. "Didn't I say that the negotiations between Lista and the Grand Duke are bound to end in a bad way? There may even be a war. At this time, he will definitely be willing to cooperate with you from the civil service faction. At the same time, he can also learn from you and Lista that there is internal disharmony in our kingdom, so that he can reduce his vigilance against us." The half-goat people were almost confused by Attilan's operations. "Wait, can you tell me, what on earth do you want to do by making things so complicated, for the sake of the birthday surprise?" Attilan could only explain to the goat man with a dark face, "In order to deepen your cooperation with the Archduke, and at the same time make the Archduke think that we are not aggressive enough, we only want interests, and our kingdom is also fighting internally. We have no motive for external expansion, but everything is to paralyze him, to lure the Archduke into rebellion and let the Northern Kingdom fight each other. By the time their forces are divided into many factions and fighting each other, we will have gradually developed. By then, I can send out 3,000 armored soldiers to swallow up the entire Northern Kingdom." The goat man frowned and asked, "You have said so much, what does it have to do with Trina?" It seems that it really has nothing to do with the goat man's sweetheart. This plan is to help Attilan prepare for the better annexation of the Northern Kingdom. As for Trina, it is a gift. The difference is that the Grand Duke might not let Trina go after 1 year, but now he will hand Trina over to you the next time you appear in front of him, the fawn asked excitedly. "Then can I go to see the Grand Duke now?" "So, you didn't hear a word I said just now?" "Not really, I still heard a lot." "It doesn't matter, try the cake again." "For this cake I have been trying to combine roasted lizard and apple cake for a month ago. Have you forgotten that I stole your lizard on the day you were born?" Hiss. If the fawn didn't say it, Attilan would have almost forgotten that he stole the lizard meat, and Attilan had already put the blame on the tiger man, which was simply a sin. The tiger man saved the life of the fawn, and he had to take the blame for the fawn, which was really miserable. Originally, the tiger man would also be invited to the birthday party, but unfortunately, the tiger man left the forest and went out to travel half a month ago. She thought that staying in the forest to practice hard would not accelerate her growth. Like Attilan, she had released all her accumulated potential and needed to settle down again for a while. Attilan chose to practice asceticism, while the tiger man chose to travel. A tiger man can still travel, but when Attilan travels, there may be professionals who covet the dragon's precious materials and receive the news to prepare to kill the dragon. The dragon should be low-key, stay in the nest and don't walk around casually. Strengthening the strength of the followers so that they can have more complete protection is the right way for the dragon. At Attilan's birthday party, all the druids were very happy, and so was Attilan. After 4 months of hard work, he finally succeeded in breaking into the druid researchers. Taking the grass girl as the starting point, he figured out the research direction of Shanna and other druids. In addition to Shanna, there is actually a druid who studies fire element creatures. However, the fire element creatures she studies are very interesting. All of them are creatures that can be harmed by fire element energy. And her purpose is that when these animals are killed, the fire element energy accumulated by the animals can roast the meat of the animals, so that the animals can cook themselves. She has been researching this strange research direction for 5 years, but she has not achieved anything except a pile of coke. However, you can't say that this topic has no research value, because the byproducts of the research by the fire girl really let Attilan find a treasure. Flame boar. The hot flames burned in the wild boar's body. When the wild boar was angry, the activity of the fire element would increase sharply, accompanied by a sound of nitrogen acceleration. The existence hit by the wild boar was all shattered. There was only one bad thing: the smell after nitrogen acceleration was unacceptable. However, this can be improved by adjusting the wild boar's diet structure. The specific food formula is still being explored, because Attilan has only been in contact with a flame wild boar for less than half a month. He hasn't even fully figured out the physiological structure of the flame wild boar, let alone the optimization problem. The fire girl also accidentally bred the flame wild boar, especially the nitrogen acceleration function, which is the ability developed by the flame wild boar itself when foraging in the wild. The fire girl is not sure whether it will still exist after changing the diet structure. Chapter 142, Snake Princess Sisters. The flame boar was a failed experiment for the fire girl. She didn't pay much attention to the flame boar because this kind of wild boar bred by chance had a defect that girls couldn't stand: foul smell. The flame element reacted solely with a gas in the wild boar's stomach and intestines, producing a gas with a strong stench, and also gave the flame boar the ability to accelerate with nitrogen. When the flame boar was angry, the gas ejected was fully burned by the fire element, which further increased the power of the stench. Compared with the power of the flame boar's impact, people might still not want to have close contact with a stinky wild boar. Now it is a stench, but as long as the body structure of the flame boar is carefully dissected and the principle of stench generation is understood, the stench can also be changed into fragrance. What the fire girl saw was that the flame boar was emitting a stench, and Attilan saw that the flame boar could emit the smell of gas. If the stench is turned into fragrance, then the fragrance emitted by the flame boar when it is angry will make people want to eat its meat and drink its blood. Although the flame boar has a bad smell, its meat is still very tender. After removing the odor with cooking wine, stir fry over high heat. Even the current flame boar meat is edible. The meat is tender, but the odor is too stubborn. Even if Attilan and the goat people use all their means, they cannot completely remove the fishy smell. They can only start with the flame boar piglets. Castration is an effective breeding method to reduce the odor of pigs. At the same time, too high a proportion of protein in the feed will cause the pigs to digest it in time and accumulate in the intestines to produce bad odor. If pigs eat ingredients with strong pungent odors, they will also increase the bad odor. If you want to improve the taste of pork, the best way is to feed pigs with high dietary fiber food, such as the 3 kinds of forage grass promoted by Attilan, namely astragalus, wild pea and alfalfa. Mixing wheat bran and feeding the flame boar should reduce the bad odor brought by the food. At the same time, the activities of pigs should be restricted. One of the important reasons for the strong odor of wild boars is that wild boars have a large range of activities, which leads to a bad smell in their blood. Because the fire girl doesn't care about the flame boar she breeds can run freely in a large forest. This is also because the flame boar does not have the ability to release flames actively. Otherwise, if the flame boar sets the mountain on fire, the fire girl will be in jail. Planting trees to repair the burned area is the most basic, so that the mountain forest can return to its original level, preferably to a higher level, and the fire girl will be allowed to continue her experiments in the forest. The bear man allows everyone to conduct experimental projects freely, but they cannot cause damage to the forest and cannot affect the forest's ecological chain, otherwise he will help to adjust. But at that time, everyone will suffer. A strict inventory is inevitable. There are many druids who are conducting research on the line, and they will definitely be suspended at that time. The fire girl has bred 2 male and 3 female flame boars. After Attilan explored the genes of the 2 males, he killed a boar that had no genetic value. Of course, before killing and eating the meat, he castrated the flame boar first, let the boar metabolize for 2 months, remove some of the odor, and then he washed the pork with water elements. That's how this plate of stir-fried flame wild boar pork belly came about. Great stir-fried pork belly, please enjoy. The red protein and golden fat intertwined into snowflake patterns, and the fragrance exuded shocked the fire girl. She picked up a piece and put it into her mouth, and her eyes widened immediately. Is this really the meat of the flame wild boar I bred? It's also partly my effort, castration, restricted activities, An adjusted diet structure were all used, otherwise this flame wild boar could not be eaten. It's so delicious, I never thought that such a smelly pig could make such a fragrant dish. As long as you put your heart into it, there is nothing you can't do. 2 months ago, I invited you to restart the research on the flame wild boar, but you refused me, thinking that this accidentally cultivated variety had no research value. What do you think now? Do you want to conduct research on the flame fragrant pig with me? I have collected 37 small wild boars of the first generation of wild boars you bred that may be of research value. The fire girl widened her eyes. With such a large forest, you actually managed to find all the fire boars. It's nothing. I'm a dragon after all, so it's normal for me to have a few followers. The leopard woman stuffed her mouth with hot pot meat frantically while exposing Attilan's past. How could it be a few? He dispatched more than 200 kobolds to search for the traces of the fire boars. More than a dozen kobolds were killed by sows before they caught these 37 piglets. Attilan glared at the leopard woman fiercely. Even eating can't stop your mouth. The leopard woman was not afraid of Attilan's dragon power at all. She smiled and stuck out her tongue and made faces. Because there would be similar dangerous work to be done by the kobolds later, Attilan relaxed the breeding restrictions on the kobolds and allowed them to have a second child. In fact, it was not only the fire boars that caused the casualties of the kobolds. There was also a kind of red fruit that could explode. The kobolds thought the fruit was delicious because of its bright color. Once picked, it exploded. The kobolds were not killed by the explosion, but fell to death after flying out. In addition to the explosive fruit, this fruit druid is also researching the life fruit whose flesh can restore vitality, but the progress is very slow and it will take another 20 years to complete. He saw that there is a magic berry spell that can restore vitality in the druid spell, and he wants to cultivate a naturally growing plant similar to this berry. This is a good practice to practice and improve the knowledge of druids, but Attilan still chose the magic berry spell. In the past, Attilan always thought that the fruit used by the wine girl to make wine was cultivated by her and the flower girl together, but now he found out that this druid who studies fruits also contributed. The wine girl likes to collect basic fruit seeds from the fruit druid, and then cultivate them according to her own needs, or even let the fruit help her cultivate the specific fruit seeds she needs. She only needs to plant it herself, and the breeding work is completely outsourced. Attilan also found the fruit and wanted the fruit to help design a berry suitable for land with high water content, high yield and high sugar content, so that he can give it to the second generation of dog-headed people to take to the east of the river to plant. The wheat and black beans that Attilan had were all varieties that had been selected and bred by the halflings for many years, and they could not adapt to the humid and wet environment of Hedin. In addition to the 20,000 acres of land that had been developed, which was relatively dry, the remaining land that had not been occupied was humid, and the local tribes generally lived on fishing and hunting. It was said that Lista really found a lizard tribe that made her living by planting. This group of lizards not only dug ponds to breed the captured small fish, but also planted a kind of red berries unique to the rainforest. The most important thing was that the lizards planted rami. After Lista said this, Attilan didn't understand that this group of lizards was the group of lizards he was going to recruit, but the other party cleverly escaped from the encirclement of hostile forces. According to Lista's report, after leaving the rainforest where the fighting was particularly severe, the quality of life of the group of lizards seemed to have improved. Not only did they recruit lizards, they also took the initiative to recruit fishmen, snakemen and other races that were good at moving in water. They were all races with scales on their bodies, and they could barely be considered to have a lot in common. From this point, it can be seen that the leader of the lizard tribe is ambitious. Unfortunately, Attilan has already valued this swamp rainforest in the Hedin area, and the scaled kingdom of the lizardmen has no chance. Of course, Attilan did not touch this tribe with more than 500 people located in the middle of the Hedin area. Now the lizardmen are working for him, and Attilan believes that their enthusiasm is the highest. After the scaled tribe is incorporated into the kingdom of Atlantis, Attilan believes that their enthusiasm for work will definitely decline. For example, the enthusiasm of his dependents to respond to Attilan's instructions to continue to expand the cultivated land area after the materials produced by the existing farmland can feed them has obviously dropped by about 30%. Attilan can only use the killer of performance appraisal to address this problem. The daily workload is stipulated, and if it does not meet the standard, only 80% of the meal will be provided. If it does not meet the standard for 3 consecutive days, only half of the portion will be eaten. Sure enough, the work enthusiasm was barely restored to its original level. Increasing the number of dog-headed people has another effect, that is, their short stature can increase the sophistication of agricultural production and increase grain production. After nearly a year of optimization, the soil fertility of the first 5,000 acres of farmland has been significantly improved, and with the organic fertilizer that Attilan asked his followers to make, the yield is no worse than that of the halflings. The halflings sold grain to Attilan, and Attilan provided organic fertilizer to the halflings, because after a harvest, the halflings found that the black beans planted by the black cow had a higher yield than theirs. The reason was that the black cow used a kind of black and smelly soil transported from the forest, and the halflings also wanted to purchase some fertilizer. After using the fertilizer, the halflings found that the wheat and black beans they planted grew much better than last year. According to the judgment of the most experienced farmer in the town, after the best farmland outside the town used organic fertilizer, the per acre yield of wheat can exceed 300 kilograms. In the past, it was at most 250, but this time it was a full 50 kilograms. When the halflings saw the organic fertilizer in the wooden box, they had only one thought in their mind. That is, buy it. Buy it. Attilan didn't expect that there would be a day to sell organic fertilizer. The price of organic fertilizer mixed with rotten leaves, river silt, and bone powder is not cheap. Anyway, the increase of 50 kilograms of output per acre of land, almost half of which fell into Attilan's hands. Fertilizer for agricultural planting is very important, but it is not enough to have only fertilizer. After controlling the fertilizer, Attilan's next step is to control the seeds of the halflings. Then sell linen clothes, sweaters, fruit wine, leather boots and other items to the halfling town. This town is basically completely controlled by Attilan. Because the snake man he sent has successfully become a martial arts instructor, it is time for Attilan to control the halfling town economically. The economy and military force are in the hands of Attilan, and the halflings can only accept his protection. I will join the Flame Fragrance Pig project. After persuading the fire girl to cooperate with him, Attilan dragged his not-tired body back to Kinglan Town and began to process the information sent back from Shujiao Town, Daejiao Town, Yulin Town, Tubao Town, and Huangsha Pass. Don't tell me, even a giant dragon finds it difficult to process this information, let alone Mep, a half-goat. In the future, he should give Mep more life cleansing and thunder tempering. Mep has no time to practice, so he simply infuses energy directly. When the half-goat is healthy, he can serve as the prime minister for a longer time. Just helping him rescue Trina can make Mep work for Attilan for a lifetime. And it's free. Finally, on the third day when Attilan impatiently delegated part of the work to the old fishman, the half-goat finally came back with his sweetheart Trina. I'm back, a beautiful red hair, delicate white features and skin, but the eyes are extremely empty. Attilan, this is Trina. Trina, this is Attilan, he helped me rescue you. Trina just nodded lightly, subconsciously putting herself behind the half-goat, not as a lover, but more like a half-goat bodyguard. A good girl, but she can't talk. What's wrong with her? The goat man was a little indignant when he mentioned it. The Grand Duke said that there is no way to remove Trina's mental mark. Even if he voluntarily gives up being Trina's lord, it will be difficult for her controlled brain to recover, unless we can find an excellent psychic to help. But where can I find a psychic? The goat man looked worried. You can try to find a Patia. Her psychic talent is not bad. Under my guidance, she has become a level 2 psychic. Even if a Patia can't solve it, there are Lulu and Laloon. Starlight magic is also good at repairing mental state. The goat man asked directly, why don't we go directly to ask Lady Laloon for help? When it comes to your old lover, your poor brain finally has an IQ online? Go find a Patia. At this time, Attilan must maintain his face and go directly to Laloon. Isn't this a psychic who clearly despises his guidance? Faced with Attilan's dragon power, the goat man had to give in. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Okay, Hedwig, go call a Pai over and tell her that we need the help of a psychic. The Snow White Owl flew out, and a Pai arrived in a few minutes. What they didn't expect was that when a Pai saw Trina, she was actually very excited. You are, my sister, my sister. Attilan and the satyr stared at each other. Attilan asked in confusion, you like a snake man? That's impossible. Trina, you are obviously a human. The satyr also looked at Trina in astonishment. Sister, don't you recognize me? Facing a Pai's call, Trina's eyes seemed to be struggling. Oh Paia, what's going on? How can you be sure that she is your sister? Dragon Lord, This is a special talent of the snake people that allows them to distinguish the breath of their tribesmen. Moreover, with your help, I became a psychic sorcerer, so I will never make a mistake. Sister, I will now pass on to you the memories of our time together before you were captured. Apatia faced Trina with a transparent psychic light in her eyes. Trina received her memory and finally had some light in her eyes. Oh, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Food Fantasy. Apatia covered her mouth with tears of joy. Sister, have you finally remembered? Then she saw Trina's eyes close, her body relax, and suddenly she fell straight down. The goat man hurried forward to hug Trina to prevent her from falling to the ground. Mep, have you seen snake scales on her body? The goat man lowered his head shyly and said, I have said that the love between Trina and me is pure. I understand. The goat man is wishful thinking. Attilan feels more and more that the goat man is a dog, and he is afraid that the goat man will lick him until the end and know nothing. If he is hurt, how can the goat man help him deal with more and more affairs? Because some strategies are still in the stage of planning against the halfling, and the halfling adventurer has not completely surrendered. He just came for food and cooking. Of course, after a few months, the halfling is happy and reluctant to leave. Except for showing off the high-grade soy sauce that Attilan rewarded him once, the halfling stayed in Kingland Town and followed the halfling to learn the food illusion. It's not that the halfling is unwilling to teach this trick to the halfling, but the halfling is too low level and has no racial specialties in illusion, so it is impossible to learn it at this stage. Unless you drug it. There are actually quite a few poisonous mushrooms in the forest, and there are naturally quite a few poisonous mushrooms that can make people hallucinate. This method violates the bottom line of the cook. Except for Attilan, who is a scumbag, no one else would take this method to make food. And why did Attilan study poisonous mushrooms? I still remember when he was painting a big cake for the dwarf leader, he said that some ingredients would make people's bodies worse unconsciously after eating them. That's the poisonous mushroom. And it is dried and ground into powder, and added to the food as a spice. It can not only increase the flavor, but also use special techniques and a little magic to create a food illusion. Such a sophisticated way of killing, who can guess that the food that the chef himself will taste is actually poisonous? This is a question of dosage. The chef only tasted it, while the Grand Duke and the Dwarf King ate it all. Fortunately, it was a separate dining system, so the chef could poison it well without worrying about affecting other people and being discovered to be his problem. Attilan naturally had not yet developed such a high-end cooking method. But through the various poisonous mushrooms he collected during this period, he analyzed a useless knowledge point, that is, poisonous mushrooms are all very delicious and high-quality ingredients. The only difference from other ingredients is that poisonous mushrooms can only be eaten once. Unless there is a druid next to you who can cast a spell to dispel poison. Because Attilan mastered this spell, the old fishman, the black bull, and thrall were fortunate enough to try the special reward from the dragon lord. They felt that they enjoyed a delicious dish, and then fell into a bizarre and colorful world, and they didn't know anything else. When they woke up again, it was already the next day, and they were back in their beds. They wanted to eat it a second time, but after hearing the horrible scene described by the fishman next to them who saw them being poisoned and was only one step away from death, they didn't dare to try it after knowing that the mushrooms were poisonous. They were afraid that they would die before the dragon lord could make a move. Pirated food illusions are unacceptable, but genuine food illusions are even rarer. Because Attilan and his team used illusions to add to the dishes, strictly speaking, they were also pirated. Genuine food illusions are the crystallization of the cook's sweat and will. Very, very rare. Attilan believes that only excellent chefs with active mental power and psychic energy can passively activate food illusions without any additional tricks, making people unable to stop eating their dishes. And such food illusions also have the effect of healing people's hearts. For example, Trina, who was captured by human traffickers since childhood, was brainwashed and marked with mental control since childhood. Her spiritual world is broken. If she wants to repair her spiritual world, she needs the lover, the goat man, and the relative, Apatia. The food illusions they create can repair Trina's spiritual world. Add Trina's childhood and youth back to her dark spiritual world. After Apatia transferred her childhood memories, Trina still responded, which proved that she could still be saved. This is the conclusion reached by Fujinv, Lalun, and Lulu, 3 experts in the treatment of mental illness, after consultation. However, they can only maintain Trina's spiritual world from withering. After the Archduke gave up the mental imprint was indeed contaminated, but the disgusting thing is that this mental imprint has become the pillar of Trina's spiritual world. The dissipation of the mental imprint means that Trina will also collapse. This must be the situation preset by the psychics behind the Wanderer training camp. No assassin can escape their control unless they die. The Archduke must know, but he doesn't say it, because when he handed Trina to the goat man, she was still fine. If there is a problem after taking her back, it can only be said to be your problem. The Archduke does not need to guarantee the after-sales service of the goat man. Fortunately, he has a psychic who can redecorate Trina's spiritual world, although he is only level 2 and can't do anything, because it takes at least a level 10 psychic to reconstruct Trina's spiritual world. The food illusion has become their only effective way to decorate Trina. When Apatia plants a flower, Alone and the Ivy Girl can ensure that the flower will never wither in the spiritual world. Before the spiritual imprint collapses, the more memories that the Fawn and Apatia let Trina recall, the greater the possibility of Trina's recovery. Otherwise, when it collapses, Alone and the Ivy Girl will copy the remaining memories in Trina's mind, and Trina will just be like suffering from Alzheimer's disease, holding the incomplete memories in a daze. Of course, Trina's assassin skills that have formed muscle and energy memory can still be used, and even because of the loss of memory, Trina will become a very deadly killer. But Trina has a very serious problem for the Fawn. She only has 10 years left to live. The Fawn's scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the Grand Duke's castle. Damn it! Trina is just over 20 years old. Attilan finally understood why Trina was an 8th level wanderer and a 2nd level shadow warrior, because Trina was forced to contact the shadow energy, which damaged her body and reduced her lifespan to create a shadow warrior. It can be seen that this technique is very skilled. Otherwise Trina would not have lived for another 10 years. 10 years is just the most conservative number. If she continues to improve her shadow warrior level, her lifespan will be further shortened. The dam already has a gap, and the raging flood will only make a bigger gap. Apatia held Trina's hand tightly, looking at her sister lying on the bed with lifeless eyes. Tears kept dripping. Sister, we finally meet again, but I am just like before, I can't do anything. The group of slave traders, like Attilan, wanted the snake dancer, so they took great pains to sneak into the rainforest, but only caught Trina. They let their real target, Apatia, run away. The ignorant human slave traders mistook Trina for a human slave of the snake people, and turned around and sent Trina to the Wanderer training camp. Because she was so young, she could compete with a slave trader gang in the rainforest, showing good stealth and killing talents, and she could be sold at a good price in the training camp. Maybe it would be higher than the purchase price of the snake dancer. With this mentality, the traffickers went back to sell Trina, and you know what? It was really worth a lot. Even the traffickers were sent to the abyss in hell. It was impossible to give them money. Of course, they must have walked out of the training camp gate with a reward. The goat man looked at Attilan with his scarlet eyes. Attilan, Dragon Lord, I know you always have the most ideas. Do you have any way to save Trina? Attilan smiled and patted the goat man on the shoulder. Smile often, good luck will come naturally. Look at your bitter and vengeful look. Who would have known that you are a goblin? You look like a real devil. Who knew that? His joke inspired the goat man. I have a way, devil. I can also make a deal with the devil. They are best at healing souls, controlling the magician's hand. Attilan rewarded the goat man with his favorite slap in the face. Wake up. Trina can live another 10 years. And I have a solution. Can you bear to let the girl you love go to hell? To be honest, given Trina's situation, an assassin who has killed countless people may not be able to avoid going to hell. But the goat man will buy it. Yes, Trina can't go to hell. Looking at this dog licker and love-brained man, Attilan shook his head helplessly. Apatia also looked at Attilan pitifully. Dragon Lord, please save my sister, please. The fatal sense of brokenness hit Attilan's big heart, and even he was about to be unable to bear it. Apatia's charm was too strong. I have a solution that is not a solution. I just discussed it with Jaina and Alun. The best medicine is still you two. Can you save Trina? It depends on your cooking skills. Food illusion is not an ordinary dish. Strictly speaking, it is a bit similar to the soul-soothing bun. You use cooking skills to heal her spirit, and Jaina and Attilan use fairy and starlight magic to heal her body. If she is cured, Trina will have no problem living for another 20 years. As for how long Trina can live after 20 years, it depends on how much I have developed my talent as an ocean dragon, and whether I can develop the ambergris that is said to prolong the life of ocean dragons. Ambergris is not the saliva of Attilan, but a special water of life that is crystallized from the emerald in the jaw of an adult ocean dragon. Ordinary humans, even those with a lifespan of less than 200 years, will have the effect of increasing their lifespan after taking it. If it is made into a potion, the effect will be even better. Food fantasy. Yes, I remember that when we were in the training camp, Trina's favorite was the fried fish I made. I'll make it now. Apaya also wiped her eyes and stood up. And me, I remember when I was a kid, my sister loved to fight with me for red berry jam. She always deliberately lost to me. Although we were princesses, life in the tribe was very difficult at that time. There was not enough food, so my sister did this to tempt me to eat more jam, but she herself was often hungry. Attilan looked at them with a complicated expression. Fried fish, berry jam, are you serious? Chapter 144. The Little Witch shows her power. There is no restriction on the materials used to create a food illusion, but the chef's skills are extremely difficult. Whether ordinary dried fish and jam can create a food illusion depends on the chef's skills. It is obviously not that Attilan looks down on the goatman and Apaya. Using food to create a food illusion that soothes people's hearts, resolves hostility, and purifies spiritual pollution is Attilan's original magic chef skill. Only half of the chef has mastered this skill. The goatman and Attilan, the two of them can barely create a food illusion, and they can't even purify spiritual pollution. There is not much effect in soothing people's hearts. Because Attilan once tried to use some ingredients with aphrodisiac effects with a goatman to make a dish that would allow the bear man to boldly express his love and express his feelings. But after the bear man was on guard against the spiritual pollution added by Attilan in the dish, the physiological and spiritual effects contained in the dish no longer worked on the bear man. The main reason is that Attilan and the goat people's cooking skills are too crude. Excellent food illusions should be ultra clear Blu-ray, but Attilan's illusions are only standard definition, and the picture is frame dropping and blurry. Although the ingredients used by the goat people, Apaya, do not play an auxiliary role in constructing food illusions, this kind of ingredients full of memories fits the theme of food illusions. Resonance. As long as they construct a faint picture for Trina to see, maybe they can evoke Trina's past memories. Trina's childhood and teenage memories are split. When she walked out of the training camp in her youth, she was marked with a mental mark and loyal to the Grand Duke, and her memories were split again. The memories of being with her relatives in her childhood are colorful, the memories of being trained as an assassin and brainwashed in her youth are dim, and the memories of being controlled by the mind in her youth are black and white. Trina's spiritual world, which was cut into 3 parts, is clearly divided. Even the Fujian who is in charge of treatment said that if her situation is not like this, her self-awareness will be suppressed by the mental mark. Trina has formed 3 personalities. It is probably impossible to find the Trina in the hearts of the Fuan and Apaya. The Fuan smiled ghostly. Wait until I show you my special skills, and you will understand. After saying that, he ran to prepare the ingredients, and Apaya smiled bitterly. It was very bitter at that time. Even the jam was almost gone. I could only go out to pick the unripe sour red berries, but I believe that as long as I eat the red berries, my sister will definitely remember the happiness we once had together. Red berries are a specialty of the rainforest. After occupying the land on the edge of the rainforest, the minotaurs under Attilan did not value this sour fruit. The size of red berries is about 1 centimeter. It is too difficult for the minotaurs to collect red berries, and the yield is not high. The tribes in the rainforest choose red berries as food because they do not need to be taken care of by hand and have a wide range of growth. If the red berries can be sweeter, the rainforest tribes will probably fight for the red berries. If red berries are made into jam and sealed with soil, they can be preserved for a year. Snake people usually do not eat this kind of food. At most, they use it as a seasoning when grilling meat. Only when there is not enough prey in the rainforest, the snake people will take out the jam made from berries collected by women, the elderly and the weak, as well as nuts and other emergency reserve food that can be stored for a long time. Everyone wants to eat meat when there is meat. Jam and nuts cannot satisfy the high-intensity battles in the rainforest. Sufficient protein can ensure muscle strength. Attilan cannot provide everyone with meat to eat, but the protein and oil contained in black beans can also ensure the combat effectiveness of Tauren and centaurs. After the fish people took charge of the rainforest town, they planted this kind of red berries in some swamps where black beans and wheat could not be grown. Attilan asked a fruit druid to help increase the sugar content of red berries. After getting the red berries, Apaya started making jam. Attilan did not expect Apaya's cooking skills in making jam were so good. He and Apaya have been together for half a year, and it seems that he does not know Apaya at all. As for the goat man, he carefully selected 10 silver codfish of moderate size from the fish pond of the fish man, set up a fire and roasted them on the iron net. Attilan looked at the various spices and honey placed beside the goat man, and he widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Did you use this configuration to make grilled fish for Trina at that time? Do you have money to buy these spices and honey?" The goat man chuckled and explained, "I really didn't have money at that time, but I was a wanderer. Those profiteers who sell spices and honey made a lot of money, and I took a little from them as a way to help a poor person like me. Hi, really hi. Any wanderer who has a pair of skillful hands and a suitable target will never be able to resist the opportunity to launch a divine move. It's like when the goat man stole the giant lizard meat hanging on the tree of Attilan. Couldn't the goat man catch the giant lizard? Of course not. As a wanderer, the things are in front of you, and you don't do it. If your peers know about it, you will be laughed at for the rest of your life. Moreover, it is impossible for a wanderer to control his own thoughts of stealing things when he has the chance." Trina said she likes to eat fish because it has the taste of her hometown. In order to make her happy, I practiced the skill of grilling fish and finally made her smile happily after eating my fish. Even if it was only that one time, it was that smile that made me decide that Trina is the one I want to protect for the rest of my life. Attilan looked at the goat man coldly. What about before she smiled? You must have been pursuing Trina for quite a while, right? So don't talk about protecting her for the rest of your life. You just look at her beauty and covet her body. You are cheap. Who knew that? The goat man raised his head and said proudly, I am cheap, so what? This proves that my love for Trina is all round. The fragrance of the silver card was so fragrant that it could spread 10 miles away. It turned out that as long as people put their heart into it, they can easily break through their own limits. It turned out that love brain cannot be completely denied. You see, for Trina, the goat man's cooking skills are a big breakthrough. Leopard Girl and Little Witch Hannah smelled the aroma of grilled fish. They walked and sniffed, and finally found the source of the aroma. It smells so good. What are you doing? Attilan just looked at Leopard Girl coldly without saying anything. I know you want to eat, but your opening remarks are a bit too stupid. I won't respond. Let's see how you act. For a moment, Attilan's eyes were filled with a faint smile. The centaur used a shovel to cover the grilled fish in front of him, and said coldly, No. Leopard Girl gritted her teeth and glared at the centaur. Did she just want to eat a fish? Was it necessary to guard against her like a thief? If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Hannah was different. She spoke as elegantly and movingly as her mother. Uncle Mep, why is your fish so fragrant today? I've seen you grill fish before, but none of them can compare to today. Attilan teased the centaur. Of course. I used to cook for us, so I must hold back. Now I cook for my girlfriend, so I have to show my best. Cheetah, isn't that right? The cheetah suddenly realized, and then asked in shock, So the beautiful woman who came back with you yesterday was actually your girlfriend? The fawn asked coldly. What does your expression mean? I'm just shocked. You can find a girlfriend even with your appearance. That girl is so pitiful. She actually chose you. I think she will regret it in the future. What do I look like? I'll look handsome like this, okay? The fawn was almost going crazy after being belittled. Big beard, messy hair, you call this handsome? After the cheetah said this, Attilan felt that the fawn did seem to be a little unkempt, and might need to be rectified. Well, after Trina eats the fish, I'll take you to get a haircut and shave your beard, and then I'll use the water element to whiten your skin and make sure you're 40 years old again. The satyr clenched the shovel in his hand and said with gritted teeth, The lifespan of us elves is indeed longer than that of humans, but ordinary satyrs like me only have a lifespan of about 200 years, and I'm only 28 years old now. You should look about the same as a 20-year-old human boy. Really? I really can't tell. It may be that the world has made your face look a little haggard, but don't worry, after rejuvenating your skin with the water of life, I guarantee that you'll return to your youthful 18-year-old self. Then everyone will say that you and Trina are a perfect match. After the 10 grilled fish were cooked, The leopard girl followed the grilled fish to Trina's ward. Your girlfriend is lying like this, how can she eat grilled fish? Attilan coughed twice and said, if you still want to eat grilled fish, shut up. Attilan was afraid that if the leopard woman continued to talk, the fawn man would take a knife to assassinate the leopard woman tonight. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The fawn man put the grilled fish on the small table and gently helped Trina up. Trina, try the grilled fish you like the most. Me. Pooh, thank you. As a result, the two divine doctors, Fujin and Laloon, finally awakened Trina's scattered memories. At least she recognized the fawn man, but she could hardly find many memories of her childhood. Picking up a grilled fish, Trina took a bite, and her eyes changed slightly. It's delicious and gives me a very strange feeling. I seem to see a maple forest with red leaves, and you and I are sitting under the trees eating grilled fish. But the fish there is not as good as the fish I'm eating now. The goat man waved his fist excitedly. You remember? When we were in the training camp, I sneaked out to catch fish. The water quality there is not as good as here, and the fish is naturally not as tender as here. Do you still remember that one time you and I were eating grilled fish? We were almost discovered by the instructor. Trina shook her head. I don't remember. Hannah looked at Trina in confusion and asked, this sister, she gives me a very strange feeling. Attilan asked curiously, what's strange? I seem to see three of her souls. One is about my age, one is bigger than this but smaller than her current appearance. The first one looks like crying, and the second one looks like she is in pain. The third one is black and expressionless. When I saw my sister, I felt a little uncomfortable. I want to help her. Okay, Hannah has great potential, but she can't grasp this potential without any professional level, and the experience of her almost losing control last time made Attilan dare not let Hannah take action casually. The leopard girl rubbed Hannah's head heartlessly. Hannah, are you so powerful? I heard that a patient with a complicated condition came to Kinglan Town, and Master Jaina and Lady Alun couldn't cure him. Since Hannah thinks you can do it, then feel free to try it boldly. Hannah smiled cunningly. Cheetah, don't talk nonsense. Hannah is still a child, but you are not a child anymore. Attilan glared at the cheetah seriously and stopped her from going crazy. The power of death and the soul are indeed the deepest, but Hannah is too young after all. The goat man also smiled and took out a grilled fish and handed it to Hannah. Yes, Hannah, you are still young. It's not that your brother doesn't believe you, but your sister's illness needs to be cured slowly. Thank you for your concern, Hannah. You can eat this grilled fish. Thank you, uncle. The goat man had a dark face. Hannah took the grilled fish and took a bite. She said vaguely, but I really have a way. As long as the second sister gets the help of the first little sister, she can defeat the third big sister. Then my sister's illness will be cured? A series of sisters. The goat man was confused. He didn't understand what Hannah was saying. The goat man didn't understand, but Attilan did. The problem of the spiritual world caused Trina's soul to be divided into three parts, representing the three stages of her life. The power of the childhood and the youth was too weak to defeat the adult soul that was now dominant and symbolized being controlled. Hannah, can you combine the two sisters in front? Hannah frowned and shook her head. I don't know, but I can try. Well, I'll ask the two masters to watch Hannah do it, so that it will be foolproof. You can't say to make up for the failure, otherwise Hannah will think you look down on her. The centaur and Attilan walked out of the room, and he asked anxiously, Attilan, do you really want Hannah to treat it? For the soul problem, there is no other candidate who is more professional than Hannah in the whole forest. You have also seen her power of the angel of death. Death and soul are two inseparable forces, but, no buts, you are too concerned and confused, so just decide it. Fujin Van Laloon arrived soon. In fact, Laloon was not at ease to let Hannah do it. It was not because she was worried about Hannah, but mainly because the kind Laloon was worried about hurting Trina. After she asked the goatman and Apahia for their opinions, they both agreed to let Hannah handle it. Hannah, do it carefully. Got it, Mom. Hannah's chubby little face showed a rare serious expression, and a black energy dotted with white starlight was injected into Trina's brain. Everyone held their breath, but did not see any strange vision. Hannah, what's next? Hannah grabbed a skewer of grilled fish, took a bite and said, it's ready. Everyone looked at Trina again, and the expression on her face seemed to be much more lively, and she showed a rare expression of struggle. Chapter 145 Notes from the Starry Sky. Less than 3 minutes later, Trina's expression returned to calm. After opening her eyes became bright, and she looked at Apahia. Apahia, Where's my gem, sister? You recognized me. I just remembered that we went to pick red berries, and then I was captured. Just now you talked about the gem when you were a child, so I asked this question. Just this one sentence, Trina said more than she had said the day before. Although she was a little stammering, it was because she had not spoken for many years, causing Trina's ability to speak to be not working well. Usually, her conversation with the Grand Duke was probably that the Grand Duke said, "Go and kill so-and-so for me." Trina said, "Yes," or she would just not speak, and go to kill people with a knife. I hurriedly brought in the jam as quickly as possible. The jam is too sweet, and it doesn't taste like what we used to eat. I was afraid that it wouldn't evoke your childhood memories, so I didn't dare to bring it in. I'm also thinking about going back to the rainforest to collect some authentic red berries. What's the reason? There are still people who dislike jam because it's too sweet? The leopard woman walked to the baking tray naturally, wanting to grab a grilled fish and eat it naturally. But, snap! The fawn man slapped the back of the leopard woman's hand. You want to steal something from a wanderer? Don't you look down on me too much? Your girlfriend has recovered her memory, and these grilled fish are useless. What's the harm in letting me eat one? How can one be enough? Trina has a good appetite. She could eat 10 grilled fish in one go. No wonder the fawn man prepared 10 grilled fish. It turned out to be because of this. Just when everyone was thinking this, they heard a snap that was louder than the one when the fawn man hit the leopard woman, and the fawn man flew out. Covering the palm print on his face, the fawn man's eyes were filled with tears. Yes, that's right, that's the feeling. Trina, you're really back. You're still so happy after being beaten. Don't you have any special hobbies? Attilan shook his head, absolutely not caring about a couple's affairs. I told you, don't expose a girl's appetite casually. Trina in the training camp lost her memory of the rainforest, but she was still a bold girl with a distinct personality, and her fiery red hair really matched her. Hannah, look at the expressions of the sisters again, Attilan asked. Hannah rubbed her eyes and said, the little sister stopped crying. The second sister also became firm in her eyes, but the third sister still had no expression. Laloon pulled Hannah and asked, Hannah, when did you find out that you could see people's souls? Hannah asked back in confusion, is that a person's soul? I can't see other people's souls, but I saw this sister's soul today. Then how do you know you can help her? Faced with her mother's question, Hannah thought about it and shook her head. I don't know, but I just feel that I can help her, and I did help my sister. Mom, am I good? Laloon put her cheek against Hannah's and smiled and said, our Hannah is the best. Fujin looked at Hannah and said, it seems that Hannah's talent is higher than we thought. It is not an easy thing to train her. Laloon nodded and said, it would be great if I could contact my mother. She is the most suitable teacher to teach Hannah. Hannah's problem cannot be delayed. I suggest that you find a way to contact your mother as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. A person like Hannah who has talent but no corresponding training methods can easily lose control or go astray. After all, Hannah is walking on a brand new path. And she is too young. It should be said that she is lured by people with ulterior motives. She is likely to embark on a path of destruction, especially Hannah has a grandfather with ulterior motives. Wait a minute, Attilan suddenly had a magical idea. I think so. Lady Alun is already a legendary wizard. Your father can no longer control you, but he can try to control your offspring. In order to ensure that your offspring have good enough talents, you must find you a talented husband who is worthy of you. So there's the appearance of Bloody. It seems that Alun appeared in front of Bloody, but you can also think the other way around. Because Attilan and Bloody are all druids, they will think about the problem from Bloody's perspective. They all doubt whether Alun will have a problem, causing Bloody's power of death to go out of control and fall into a situation of being controlled by others. Then you can also look at it the other way around. Bloody was guided to practice the power of death in order to make Alun's offspring have good enough talents. The bear man's evaluation of Hannah is that her talent is not much worse than those of the offspring of natural demigods. Do you mean Hannah is in danger? Alun's face became a little ugly. No wonder the stars have been warning me that my relatives will be in danger. I thought it was Zurin who was in danger. Now it seems that Hannah is in danger. No wonder after arriving in this forest, the predictions of the stars were getting better, but after Hannah awakened the power of death, the stars became chaotic and I could no longer predict it. No. I must contact my mentor immediately and ask him to help me contact my mother. Attilan asked curiously, a mentor who can guide a legendary wizard must be very powerful, right? Alun smiled and said, I was not a legend at that time, but it was indeed no problem for the mentor to guide a legendary wizard. After all, he was a bard who was promoted to level 0 quasi-god and a star god who was good at using starlight magic. Star god. Attilan blinked in shock. He didn't expect Alun's background to be so strong. What is a star god? Leopard girl asked curiously. The star gods are the same as the natural demigods, both of whom are level 0 quasi-gods that were achieved in a special way. Calling them natural demigods is already flattering, because in the forest built by the natural demigods themselves, their combat power can even be comparable to that of level 1 gods. Gods from level 1 to 5 are called demigods, so after that legendary druid achieved this record, the name of natural demigod was born. Alun rushed back to Star Valley as quickly as possible. Under the instruction of the Bear Man, all kinds of rare materials were sent to Star Valley, and the natural magic of the forest began to gather towards Star Valley. It was a clear night, with no moonlight, only the constantly twinkling stars. A dazzling golden starlight shot up into the sky, and after accurately hitting a star in the sky, the star rippled with the golden patterns, and outlined a strange symbol with several surrounding stars. The signal has been sent, and I believe the mentor will reply to me soon. This technology seems to be observable by everyone in the star realm, so doesn't it have any confidentiality? Facing Attilan's question, Alun smiled and answered, that symbol represents my mentor. No one would easily provoke a wandering god of the star world. Moreover, it only represents my rhyme. The specific content needs to be interpreted using special starlight frequencies, encrypted cross-world long-distance communication. Attilan suddenly wanted to learn this technology. Can I learn it? Alun asked curiously. The application scope of this method is very narrow. You can't use it. If you need a long-distance communication method within the world, I have a method to recommend to you. What method? Before Alun could answer, a starlight fell from the sky and turned into a musical note in front of Alun. Musical note, this is the unique communication method of the mentor. You will understand it when you see it. Alun's hand touched the musical note, and the musical note broke into many small musical notes flying in the air, and a deep male voice also sounded in the air. Oh, my beautiful disciple, Alun, I have received your request. I am looking for your mother in the distant starry sky, but this woman is too mysterious. I am not sure when I can find her. If you need help, the starlight will protect you. This sentence was sung, and it was a beautiful voice. Attilan's mouth twitched. Is this the bard? The way he speaks is really special. Alun rubbed his temple. The mentor always speaks like this. That time was really hard to endure. It was really hard to listen to him singing to learn to use starlight magic without being distracted. Bards, don't they all feel uncomfortable if they don't sing a few sentences every day? But the only perverted bard who can't speak properly is the star god. Because ordinary bards don't speak properly, there will definitely be someone to teach him a lesson. But the star god, there are very few people in the interstellar who can beat him, but those who can beat him are unlikely to fight him because of the way he speaks. Don't tell me that if you use this singing method to threaten your opponent during a battle, it's quite exciting. Attilan believes that it will definitely make the enemy explode. But he is actually a very kind old man. You can even accuse him of the lyrics he wrote to his face, and he won't be angry. If you can point out the shortcomings in his songs, he will even give you some rewards. I became his apprentice because I rewrote a song he wrote. After the song reached his ears, he took the initiative to find me. When I saw a star wanderer coming to my door, I thought my mother had offended someone in the star realm again. What the hell made you think that your mother is easy to offend people? Her mother is a super powerful legendary wizard, and she is best at beating people. That's no problem. Suddenly, I feel that although Alun behaves like a chosen daughter, with an original devil father, a 58-level legendary wizard mother, a star wanderer mentor, a legendary druid husband, and a death angel daughter. But her life doesn't seem to be easy. Hey, the worst one here seems to be bloodstained, right? Thank you for your hard work, but you can enjoy your life in the forest from now on, Alun. As an advisor to the Kingdom of Atlantis, the kingdom will try its best to help you solve your problems. Fusion looked at Attilan with disdain. What can your makeshift team do? Solve her devil father? Or solve Hannah's education problem? Chapter 146 Leopard Girl's Suffering Day. In terms of professional knowledge and other power education, Attilan has no say in the development of the Angel of Death, but Attilan believes that even if Hannah can perfectly master the power of the Angel of Death, she may not be able to resist the bewitching words from her devil grandfather. What Hannah needs is ideological and moral education. Speaking of ideological and moral education, Attilan feels that he can barely be regarded as an expert in this area, although he has not carried out ideological and moral education activities. But he has received ideological and moral education for more than 10 years, has seen pigs run, and has eaten pork, and he believes that he is still qualified to guide Hannah to establish the correct three views. If Hannah has firm beliefs, lofty ideals, and a flexible moral bottom line, how can a mere original devil be able to bewitch Hannah? Attilan raised his head confidently. Let Hannah learn from me, I will definitely improve her resistance to the devil's bewitching words. Lalun looked at Attilan seriously. What are you going to do? The devil can bewitch people's hearts. It's nothing more than they seize the psychological loopholes of the target of bewitchment, material and spiritual needs. There is an old saying in the East, no desire is strong, as long as I don't have any needs, you can't move me. Fujian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, this sentence should be used to describe people with noble character, but can Hannah really become a noble person by learning from you? The leopard girl held 5 or 6 apples in her left hand and took a big bite of one in her right hand. That's right, it is said that dragons are the most greedy. You, a little dragon who wants to conquer followers and build a kingdom as soon as he breaks out of the shell, are naturally greedy. If you follow you will only learn bad things. It's better to let Master George teach Hannah. Attilan snorted disdainfully. It is true that ascetics are not easy to fall, but after the ascetics fall, the 8 dragons can't pull them back. And not everyone can stand the harsh training methods of the bear people. Attilan is worried that the devil has not had time to bewitch Hannah. Hannah had already accumulated a lot of resentment because of the training of the bear man, and she was the first to fall. Attilan smiled nonchalantly and asked, why do you want Hannah to be a noble person? The leopard girl answered as a matter of course, it is because noble people can resist the temptation of the devil. You don't understand this principle, and you still want to teach Hannah. Don't teach our lovely little Hannah bad things, Attilan said calmly. If it is a cup of milk, and we add ink to it, will the milk be contaminated by the ink all of a sudden? And noble people, their practice is to avoid letting the ink fall into the milk, but I think that we can actually become a cup of ink from the beginning, so that no matter how the devil adds ink, it will not affect us. The leopard girl rolled her eyes. How can you turn yourself into a bad guy? Attilan smiled and shook his head to explain. Who said that turning yourself into a cup of ink will definitely harm people? The devil can bewitch people because the devil is cunning enough. If you want to fight the devil, you must make yourself more cunning than the devil. Only in this way can you defeat the devil. A flash of inspiration seemed to pass through the air in the leopard girl's mind. So, in the end, you actually want to use your bad water to pollute Hannah's pure heart? Then Hannah can't be handed over to you to teach. After listening to Attilan's words, Alan's first reaction was that it made sense. She even doubted whether she was crazy. How could she believe such a ridiculous statement? But a thought in her heart told her that this was the fact. Gina, what do you think? Let Hannah go to the kindergarten led by Attilan to study for a while. It won't be bad for her growth to have more contact with Attilan. Little Dragon has a lot of ideas. Hannah is not easily bewitched by the devil if she studies with him. Of course, you should also keep an eye on the child and don't let her be bewitched by Little Dragon. Alan was dumbfounded. After carefully looking at Attilan, Alan frowned and said, Little Dragon gives me a good feeling. He doesn't look like an evil and cunning existence like the devil. Besides, Hannah is just a child. What's the point of him bewitching Hannah? Attilan nodded continuously. Yes, I am a pure and kind druid. Fujian smiled and glared at Attilan. Don't pretend to be so thoughtful in front of me. You helped Hannah just to get Alun to give you advice and make your makeshift kingdom run. Except for a few people, your kingdom can't even arrange a qualified mayor for each town, right? Attilan was not embarrassed at all, and smiled calmly and said, we can't find suitable talents now, just because the territory has expanded too much in a short period of time, and many people have shown good management potential. Let them stay in the position of mayor for a year or two, and they will naturally be qualified. For example, Lista, he was able to make such a reckless operation as the whole army attack. Now he has transferred to the east of the river as the warlord, and he finally has the stability of the earth. He did rely on force to conquer the Tauren tribe alone, but later he also showed off his power through the elite troops of the armored Tauren, and then arranged for flour, bean powder, white bread and vegetable broth to keep people full. The rich fragrance made the 500 minotaurs he subdued stare straight at the sight. Now they are digging ditches in the east of the river to drain water and trying to expand the arable land. Fusion deliberately undermined Attilan because she didn't want Alun to think that Attilan was taking advantage of them, an orphan and a widow. Just look at the way Zurin sat on the purple crystal mountain and couldn't move for several years. Alun is not much different from a widow. When Zurin is released, Hannah will have grown up. Why does she need Zurin as a father to care for her? Attilan wants to help each other. How could he give up Alun for a little bit of immediate benefit? Now that he has Alun's help, he can still use Zurin when he comes out of the mountain. When Hannah grows up, it will be even more incredible. She will definitely need the star-wandering god and legendary wizard behind Alun to cultivate her. As Hannah's first teacher, Attilan is already in a relationship. The leopard woman raised her hand happily and said, I am also a teacher in the druid school. I will keep an eye on Attilan and will never let her pass on evil ideas to Hannah. Attilan glanced at the leopard woman with disdain, took out a piece of water element crystal and started chewing it. Now you remember that you are a teacher. In the past 4 months, apart from taking the children to run around and play in physical education class, what skills have you taught them? If we use the plants in the forest to accelerate without being hindered and move quickly, isn't that a skill? Attilan said lightly. This is a skill that all druids can master. I don't think it's anything special. The leopard girl shook her head and said, people like you who successfully gathered natural magic to become druids in the first meditation naturally cannot understand the pain of ordinary people like us. In order to become a druid, I also practiced seriously for several years. Until that day when I was running freely in the forest without restraint, I felt that the forest was with me. I was blessed to call for enough natural magic and completed the transformation from an ordinary person to a druid. Therefore, those children who are not good at sitting still and meditating are more likely to become druids if they follow my method of training. Hiss. Attilan did feel that he became a druid too smoothly. His druid foundation was lacking, and he was willing to be a teacher to guide children in druid practice. It was because Attilan wanted to start the druid training from the beginning. He asked the Eagle King, the Flower Girl, the Wine Girl, the Bear Man and other people he had brought in to be his teachers, and then he realized that the druid education he received was completely different from that of the Eagle King and the others. Planting trees is actually a relatively high-end practice, and generally only level 5 druids will practice this aspect. After all, you can't ask a young man who has just become a druid. Carrying a tree that is 20 to 30 meters high, crossing dozens of miles of mountain roads to send the tree to the edge of the forest to replant it, this kind of practice is very challenging for the druid's magic recovery and control. Attilan completely regarded the process of carrying as a hard work, ignoring the training content contained in it. After carrying for a long time, he naturally mastered the carrying operation of improving recovery and saving magic. As for before that, he relied on the strong physique of the ocean dragon to resist. He knew that Shang Laodang deliberately didn't make it clear, wanting to temper his dragon body and heart shape, so that he wouldn't think about a quick breakthrough. Then let's make it like this. Tomorrow I will send Hannah to school to study with everyone. With a playmate of the same age, Hannah will not be so lonely. It is not a good idea to let the little Murloc play with Hannah all the time. The little Murloc is cute, but Alun is worried that Hannah's aesthetics will be distorted if she stays with monsters like Murlocs and Torn for a long time, unless she is a great beauty like Apatia and Trina. Hannah is fine with them. Alun turned into starlight and went home, and the vine girl teleported. For a while, only Attilan and the leopard girl who was watching the fun were left. Suddenly, Attilan showed a devilish smile to the leopard girl. Since you care so much, let me, the principal, build up your strength as a teacher and see how much you have grown from practicing the shadow element recently. The leopard girl looked at Attilan's appearance and was immediately frightened. She threw the apple she had not finished eating directly to him, crossed her hands and covered the canteen and stepped back. Don't come over here. After being hit in the face by the apple, Attilan said with a dark face, I just want to seriously spar with you about druid skills. Please don't act like I want to do something to you, leopard woman said with disgust. Who told you to laugh so disgustingly? Attilan raised his head confidently. I have such a handsome dragon face. Look at my jawline that is carved by a knife and an axe. You can't tell at all. Leopard woman pouted even more disgustedly. Leopard woman, you will die. Balls of moonfire rose around Attilan's body, and then shot towards leopard woman like sharp arrows. Leopard woman raised vines to resist, but there were too many moonfires to stop, so she could only turn around and use her best forest walking to escape. Seeing the right time, a moonfire accurately hit leopard woman. Ah, my butt. Chapter 147 The Useless Good Man. The power of the moonfire, under Attilan's increasingly precise magic control, just burned Leopard Girl's butt without hurting her. You are not the best at walking in the forest. Now let me see whether the forest is on your side or on my side. Leopard Girl grabbed a vine and tried to swing herself to the side branch of a big tree. Suddenly, a side branch of a big tree stretched out. Leopard Girl, who was thrown out by the vine, kissed a bark directly with her face. Ouch! Attilan, you have done so many bad things. It turned out that I was right to stop Hannah from falling into your clutches. As soon as Attilan left, you started to retaliate against me. You still say you are not full of bad water. Leopard Girl dodged a series of moonfires in a panic. When she couldn't avoid the moonfire, she stretched out her claws made of shadow energy with both hands and easily tore the moonfires into pieces. Shadow Claw, it seems that you have never forgotten what you said before. You want to use the claws of the shadow leopard to break my dragon scales. Leopard Girl smiled awkwardly. No, it's just that shadow leopard is best at attacking with claws. In order to enhance the attack power, it's normal for me to construct claws with shadow energy. Attilan contemptuously hooked the grass on the ground with his claws. If you didn't strengthen your tone at the end, I might believe it. Now, let me see your growth during this period of time. If your shadow leopard form still doesn't become stronger, then you will suffer today. The grass on the ground suddenly grew wildly, and finally entangled together to form a green dragon without wings, which was just the same size as Leopard Girl's shadow leopard form. Leopard Girl laughed angrily, and even Moonfire didn't hide. You use a dragon made of grass to fight me, which is too much of a disdain for me. Leopard Girl was so angry that she completely lost her mind. I'll fight you. Attilan not only did not stop her from transforming, but also stopped the Moonfire technique that had been attacking, and quietly waited for Leopard Girl to complete the shadow leopard transformation. It's been 4 months, and you still can't transform into combat-capable shadow panther form fast enough. We are just training, but who will wait for you for so long in a real fight? Attilan was not angry at the targeting of Leopard Girl. The reason why he wanted to teach Leopard Girl a lesson was actually because of the instructions of the old naughty boy. Since Leopard Girl accepted the guidance of the old naughty boy and mastered the shadow energy, she has been stagnant at the entry stage. In the past few months of self-cultivation, her progress has been minimal. The old naughty boy thought that Leopard Girl was stimulated by Attilan at the beginning, so she took the initiative to find him to practice shadow. Now that Leopard Girl's enthusiasm has faded, she may need Attilan to stimulate her again. Let Attilan find a suitable time to instill positive energy into Leopard Girl. Originally, Attilan wanted Leopard Girl to be free for a while. He urged Leopard Girl to practice. As long as her progress was acceptable, the old naughty boy would not keep staring at her. But today she ran into the gun muzzle herself. Attilan would never stop until she beat out her ambition. This was the first time that Leopard Girl had a real fight with Attilan. The overwhelming moonfire made her realize that the little dragon, who usually laughed and joked with him and tried to restrain his dragon power as much as possible, was actually very strong. From Attilan's growing size, it can be judged that his strength has increased more than 10 times compared to a year ago. She still looked at Attilan with the old eyes when they first met. Even though she had experienced 2 dazzling duels between Attilan and the Tiger Man. The dragon built with grass did not have good defense, but even if her claws tore the body of the grass dragon, Attilan could quickly fill the gap she created with green grass. After all, the grass dragon's tail, claws, and impact made her internal organs vibrate and roll in her body, making her more and more uncomfortable, and her movements gradually slowed down. Do you still think that the grass dragon can't be beaten? Just wait. After saying the last sentence weakly, Leopard Girl's eyes went black and she fainted directly. Attilan smiled and shook his head. The breeze lifted the Leopard Girl's body and placed it on the bed he woven with green grass. The green grass sewed up the Leopard Girl's tattered leather clothes after the battle to prevent her from being exposed. Then he created a bowl of water of life and gently put the Leopard Girl in it. The water washed away the dust and weeds on the Leopard Girl's body and healed all her injuries. Then he lay on the grass bed again, but the Leopard Girl had obviously entered a sweet dream. She stretched out her hand and scratched her face, with no intention of waking up. Attilan shook his head helplessly, put the Leopard Girl on his back, and carried her to the wine girl's home. Hearing the sound of Attilan landing, the wine girl came out with a wine glass. Aren't you going to starve, Allie? Why are you drinking? Looking at the Leopard Girl's tattered clothes, the wine girl's eyes changed instantly. What did you do to her? We had a fight. What's that look in your eyes? Do you think I would do that? After she wakes up, Stimulate her as much as possible so that she can focus on her practice, don't just play around all day. The Shadow Panther form is just the beginning. I don't want the Shadow Panther form to be her highest achievement in her life. Stimulate her as much as possible and make her think of me as an imaginary enemy. If she can really grow to the point of fighting with me, the leopard girl, a great druid, will not be able to escape. You too. The wine you brew does have the effect of enhancing strength, but you can't become a great druid by drinking. I want to drink the wine you brew for the next hundreds or thousands of years. The wine girl covered her mouth and smiled and shook her head. I don't think I'll ever become a great druid. At most, I'll try to brew some wine that can increase your lifespan, so that you can drink my wine for a few more decades. A druid at level 18 can extend his remaining lifespan tenfold. If a human is promoted to legendary druid, his lifespan will increase to 200 years, so a legendary druid can live for at least 1,000 years. Don't you want to try harder? The wine girl shook her head bluntly. What's the point of working so long? I don't want to become a turtle, living just for the sake of living. That's so boring. I'd rather drink the best wine I've brewed in my life. How beautiful it would be to die silently after getting drunk. The wine girl smiled brightly. And at that moment she was even more beautiful than the moonlight tonight. Attilan also smiled and said, with an ocean dragon like me here, it won't be that easy for you to die. What's the matter? Many people crave dragon blood, just to use the power of dragon blood to prolong their lifespan, and the blood of ocean dragons is particularly effective in prolonging life, and adult ocean dragons can also produce a treasure that can prolong life. With these two methods, you will definitely have no problem living another 100 years, and the most important thing is that it will not affect your continued practice of the druid path. The bartender looked at the little dragon in amazement, its scales shining in the moonlight. Is it so great? Then why do you still only have 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in your school of life? The founder of the sea dragon of the school of life was thousands of years ago. Even the great druid and legendary druid who got the dragon blood are now dead. Hannah will be enrolled tomorrow. Don't drink in front of the students. Hannah is a good girl around her mother, but I'm sure Hannah's temperament will change drastically when she leaves Zaloon. The devil's blood still has an impact on Hannah's temperament. When the blood was sealed, Hannah was obviously taciturn, but after the seal was broken, Hannah became more and more smart. Just because Hannah can become friends with a troublemaker leopard woman, we know that Hannah is not a good person and will definitely cause a lot of trouble in the school. Attilan took on this job to prevent Hannah from being influenced by the devil, not to let her become a devil under the influence of the environment. They are too young to drink. Don't promote your low-alcohol fruit wine to students. You want to find a helper to make wine. Can you wait until they become druids? The wine girl burped, waved her hand and shook her head to explain. That won't work. The sense of wine must be cultivated from a young age. Letting them taste wine now will best show their talent for making wine. Attilan shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll send Hannah to school in person tomorrow. After saying goodbye to the wine girl, Attilan returned to Kingland Town and saw the goat man walking with Trina under the moon. He slowly landed behind them, trying to avoid making any noise, ready to enjoy the sweet love, but when he looked to the side, he saw a person hiding in the shadows. Upon closer inspection, it was Apahia. Apahia, what are you doing? Apah said with gritted teeth. Most of the memories my sister has recovered are from her youth. She is much closer to the goat man than I am. I can't let the damn goat man take advantage of my sister. The man and woman who are in love are about to kiss. Apah looked around and finally found a small stone and threw it at the goat man. Ouch! The goat man picked up the stone and looked back, but saw nothing. Who is it? You are not sleeping in the middle of the night and throwing stones randomly. Be careful, I will make you work twice as hard tomorrow. The reason why the goat man didn't see anything was because Attilan opened a layer of water curtain to match the changes in the surrounding environment, hiding him and Apah. They are in love, so what's wrong with a kiss? Met will be your brother-in-law sooner or later. This morning, he helped City to tidy up his beard and hair. Now Mep is indeed much more handsome. And he and Trina are no longer a match of Beauty and the Beast. I just can't stand his glib way. Attilan helped stop Apahia, and the satyr finally kissed Trina. It's getting late, go back to bed. After forcibly sending Apahia away, Attilan came back to continue watching the sweet love. As a result, in addition to kissing, the satyr actually watched the moon with Trina all night until the sun rose and admired the vitality of the morning sun. The satyr took Trina back. Attilan nodded with satisfaction and finally went back. As a result, the satyr walked out of the room again and ran to prepare breakfast. Attilan rushed directly in front of him. It's useless to give you a chance. Mep, mep, if you miss today, I'll see who will help you stop Opay, and how can you take Trina? The satyr said righteously. Trina is not in her right now. I can't take advantage of her. Attilan was so angry that he gave a thumbs up. You are great, you are noble. Chapter 148 is not easy to fool. The satyr's idea of not taking advantage of others' misfortunes is very gentlemanly, but in a relationship, you have to be careful if someone takes advantage of you, and there is a risk that the pure love warrior will fall to the ground. Fortunately, the Minotaurs in Kingland Town are really just Minotaurs. Otherwise, Attilan really couldn't imagine how badly such an honest person like this satyr would be played. Do you only love Trina in this life, and will never change, and will take care of her for the rest of your life, whether you are poor or rich, healthy or sick? Yes, but it has nothing to do with that. Love is pure and does not need to be maintained by that kind of thing. You are a dragon and you don't understand the love of ordinary people at all. You have no heart. Attilan tried hard to change the satyr's mind, but the satyr was unmoved. From his rebuttal to Attilan, it can be seen that he really loves Trina. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Pack some food and I'll take it to Hannah for breakfast. I'm going to take her to school today, the goatman asked in surprise. At this time, the first class of the school is about to start. Are you sure it's too late to take her there now? Is it really okay to be late for school on the first day? Because Attilan traveled from an ancient country with an involutionary culture, he set up a strict schedule for the druid school, and even added the evil morning reading and evening self-study. Morning reading is for all grades, and evening self-study is only for children over 10 years old. They learn how to become a professional. In the grades before the age of 10, children learn general knowledge that can be applied to any profession, and at the same time increase their understanding of various professions, so that they can choose a profession according to their talents and wishes. After the age of 10, Attilan looked at the sky and his face suddenly changed. He spread his wings to cover the houses on both sides and flew towards Hannah's house. Before leaving, he did not forget to scold the goatman. It's all because of your stubbornness, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted so much time. When he hurried to Hannah's house, he saw Alun sitting elegantly in the living room eating breakfast. Is Hannah still sleeping? I've sent Hannah to school. I came back after watching her happily reading with the children. Don't worry, there are wine girls and flower girls watching Hannah reading in the morning. I gave them a temporary communicator. If Hannah has any problems, they can inform me as soon as possible, but there are only some good children in the school. Unless Hannah runs out of school mischievously, I don't think she will encounter any danger. I didn't expect that the teacher resources of the druid school are so rich. It's just that the brown bear and the gibbon are trained so well that they can teach the children the druid way of coexisting with the forest. I feel that they are not ordinary animals. The brown bear is the only one among the earth demon bears carefully cultivated by the bear man whose intelligence far exceeds that of its peers, and even approaches that of ordinary humans. But unfortunately, this brown bear is not as close to the earth element as his stupid fellows. It may be because he is too smart that he does not need to rely on the earth element to increase his survival ability. As for the gibbon, this animal is not stupid. When Tarzan and the gibbon practiced fighting, this gibbon refused to admit defeat and fought with Tarzan tenaciously again and again. Unfortunately, the fighting power of the gibbon has not increased much in recent years, because Tarzan himself did not understand how to practice, let alone train the gibbon. A gibbon with white hair all over his body. When Attilan saw him for the first time, he thought that this was a good material for martial arts practice, a natural gibbon. Humans can become druids, so why can't animals? Attilan wants to guide the gibbon to become a druid. Of course, the practice of human druids is definitely not suitable for apes, even though apes and humans are very similar, so Attilan simplified the items that the gibbon needs to practice. The gibbon only needs to breathe natural magic to strengthen his physique, and at the same time practice the stick method well, and the gibbon can beat Tarzan. 4 months ago, Attilan began to get to know the druids in the forest in depth, including those who often get along with him. Originally, the Eagle King should have put it first, but the Eagle King followed the old boy to learn how to control the wind and thunder elements, and even overturned the Storm Eagle model that he had insisted on for many years. He wanted to re-establish a new model of morphological change. The old boy pointed out that the Eagle King had been advancing for so long, and dozens of giant eagles laid eggs twice a year, with at least 4 eggs in a nest and up to 8 eggs, and all of them were hatched with the help of the Eagle King. However, the number of giant eagles hatched by the Eagle King in the past 5 years is close to 500, But there is not a single giant eagle that can carry enough wind or thunder elements. The situation where the use of winds and thunder elements did not hurt the enemy but hurt himself first happened from time to time, making the Eagle King want to give up the combination of elements and animals. It doesn't matter if you have poor melee ability. As long as the power of winds and thunder elements is strong enough, the enemy can't get close to him. Just like Attilan, there's nothing wrong with being a turret mage. But the pride in his heart made the Eagle King unwilling to give up. He decided to persist for another 3 years. If there is still no change after 3 years, he will concentrate on studying elements. The Eagle King didn't want to give up the path he had been following for 5 years, but the old naughty boy woke him up with a word. Since you are ready to waste another 3 years, why not start over? Do you think the previous 5 years are a waste? Did you learn anything in those 5 years? Even if it was a waste, then 5 years have been wasted. 3 more years won't matter. Besides, I'm here to make sure you can learn real skills in these 3 years. Even if you can't transform into a storm eagle, I'm still sure I can make you transform into a wind elemental giant spirit. There's nothing wrong with a pure elemental school route. It's greedy to want so many things. Do you think you can eat it? The Eagle King shook his head silently, and the old naughty boy patted his shoulder with satisfaction. After all, he is a good seedling of the elemental school, so the old naughty boy naturally has to take care of the Eagle King's practice. The wind elemental giant spirit and the dragon may not be unable to break the defense. The dragon's magic resistance is indeed very strong, but it is unwise to compare humans with dragons. In fact, the old naughty boy was also very arrogant when he was young. He was indeed on the path of the pure elemental school, but the elements he involved were indeed a bit too many. The 7th element body tempering secret art is the limit of the pain that the old naughty boy can endure, not the limit of the elements he can master. He can team up with the bear man, the vine girl, and the bloody 3. How could he be a weak person? I understand. The Eagle King concentrated on practicing with the old naughty boy. For a while, the only teachers left in the school were those with various problems, such as the sloth who liked to sleep and was often late. Tarzan, whose muscles reacted faster than his brain, drank in class and even shared the wine with the students. The flower girl changed the class to self-study because it was time to water the flowers she planted. The bear man was relatively reliable, but he liked to be lazy and was always responsible for the minimum work. If he was asked to work overtime, that would be another price. In the past, everyone was friends, and there was no big problem eating and drinking together. Now that they work together, Attilan realized that they really have a lot of problems. Attilan can't do anything about it. Geniuses always behave differently from ordinary people. Although the population of this continent is not particularly large, those who can become professionals are not ordinary. Those children who couldn't become druids in the past. They can only leave the forest when they grow up, and go to the human territory to become a pharmacist, marry and have children with the herbal knowledge they have learned, hoping that a druid will appear in their offspring. Now, in addition to druids, there are more professions to choose from. Even if they still cannot become professionals, they can still become officials to assist Attilan in managing the kingdom with the knowledge they have mastered in school. In a word, they will be assigned jobs after graduation. Of course, it will take at least 6 years for these children to learn well. The main problem is not the knowledge they have mastered, but the children are too young. The oldest one will only be 15 years old in 6 years. Barely qualified to become an official. In fact, Attilan wants to set up a school for his followers to cultivate their descendants, or to say that although the current followers are born with good strength, they have no profession to learn systematically, and their use of strength is too rough. 1 or 2 are all wild fighting factions, and the techniques they use may cause a lot of harm to the body. Attilan believes that it is necessary to systematically adjust their techniques. The purpose of doing this is naturally to select a truly elite force. The people of the kingdom now are farmers when they pick up a hoe and warriors when they pick up an axe. This is not bad, but it is okay to fight against unorganized gnolls. They are not qualified to fight against the swamp dragon's troops and the water elf kingdom in the south. They are definitely not as good as them in terms of equipment and other materials, so Attilan hopes that they can improve their talent bloodline and professional level as much as possible to create a top-level force that can fight against all the elite troops on the continent. Of course, the first battle to verify this elite force is definitely not to fight against the swamp dragon or the water elf kingdom. Attilan's target is the blue dragon in the desert. According to intelligence, the surface overlord in the desert is an adult blue dragon. In order to kill this blue dragon and seize all the land on the surface of the desert, Attilan feels that he cannot do it in his current situation. He must have a force to assist him in killing the blue dragon. At that time, the ordinary troops will be responsible for defeating the blue dragon's followers, and the elite will kill the blue dragon with him. Once the blue dragon dies, the remaining followers will also be his. This is the plan, but Attilan thinks there is no need to rush. It takes a long time for an adult blue dragon to reach adulthood, so he can develop slowly for a while. He hurried to the school and found that the barmaid was attending class and Hannah was listening to the class. Attilan breathed a sigh of relief. After class, Attilan found the barmaid. "I thought you were really going to buy Hannah a drink on the first day. It seems that you really drank too much last night." The barmaid rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not stupid. How can I let a few-year-old child drink? If they become alcoholics at such a young age, how can they train themselves to become professionals? If they want to drink, they should wait until they become professionals to celebrate. I'm also a teacher. I'm just joking with them." Attilan nodded with satisfaction and said in an encouraging tone, "Work hard, and I'll let you be the vice principal next year." The bartender waved her hand and said, "I thought you were a good friend, but I didn't expect you to be so calculating. Look at the last vice principal you appointed. If it weren't for the Eagle King going to retreat and practice, I'm afraid he would still stay in school to take care of the children every day." Attilan's face was dark. Even when the Eagle King was the busiest, he only took time to come in the morning and afternoon. Usually, it was the old man Ma who helped to look after the school. Because the old man Ma felt that he was old, the tribe should be handed over to his son to manage. He couldn't wait until he died before his son learned how to manage the tribe, right? The old man Ma half-heartedly agreed and simply lived in the school, becoming another vice principal and gatekeeper. Attilan is now convincing those druids who are obsessed with their own unique research that instead of waiting for like-minded druids to appear, it is better to train an assistant. They will go to the school to teach 1 or 2 classes from time to time to see if there are any children who are interested, so that the school will not lack teachers. Because everyone is a temporary teacher, these children often have to rely on self-consciousness to learn, but maybe because they are orphans, everyone behaves very sensible. They will study the knowledge taught by the teacher seriously and strive to make themselves valuable people and will not be abandoned again. For the children, being sent here from the original forest and leaving the familiar old druid is actually a kind of abandonment. Don't you want to promote winemaking and let more people drink delicious wine? You work hard. When you become the vice principal, you will be qualified to open a winemaking course in the school. By then, are you afraid that there will not be enough people to be winemakers? The wine girl touched her chin and thought, as if it was really the case. Okay, then I will help you keep an eye on the school for a while. What are you planning to do by asking me to help you watch the school? Attilan smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. What can I do? The Tauren helped me conquer some tribes in the south, but the water has not been drained. As a dragon lord, I can't just eat and do nothing. It's always Lister who is showing off over there. What should I do if they don't take me, the dragon lord, seriously? It just so happens that I am professionally qualified to deal with the problems needed in the south. I can make good use of it. The barmaid shrugged, showed a sly smile, pointed at Shanna who was taking the children to the activities and said, "But before you leave, I think you need to convince Shanna first. What's wrong with her?" She found that the children don't like the little cuties she studied, so she plans not to come. Attilan sighed helplessly. Lizards, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, toads with flames, tell me, which child would like these things? Sure enough, these druids became smarter after spending more time with him, and it was not easy to fool them. Chapter 149, Poison Fire Dragon. Attilan didn't understand. How could Shanna, a cute little girl, like to breed poisonous insects? And it was an ingenious elemental energy toxin. Of course, Shanna only proposed the idea of elemental energy toxin. She was still trying to figure out how to combine elemental energy with the toxins of scorpions and other poisonous creatures. This problem still requires a lot of time to figure out. Shanna was able to come up with the idea of breeding elemental poisonous insects thanks to her teacher, who accidentally summoned a fire snake from the plane of fire element, but her teacher didn't grasp it. In the process of studying the fire snake, she was bitten by the fire snake. Who knew that the fire snake was poisonous and entangled with the fire element? If it weren't for the strong vitality of the druid. And Shanna was brushing the healing spell next to her, and asked the messenger to send a message to other druids in the forest for support, her master would be poisoned to death. Even if a 13th level druid was invited, there was still no targeted way to crack the fire poison of the fire snake. The treatment method adopted could only be to enhance the vitality of the patient and dilute and dispel the fire poison. Although her life was saved, Master Shanna screamed in pain for 3 days and 3 nights. Since then, this druid of the elemental school who specialized in fire elements has never communicated with the fire elemental plane again. Obviously, she was still frightened by this incident, but Shanna was different. She wanted to avenge her master, and at the same time, she had a strong curiosity about this strange toxin. However, she communicated with the fire elemental plane many times, summoned hundreds of fire snakes of this species, and even dissected and analyzed them one by one, but she never found this second fire snake with fire poison. Shanna knew that her master was lucky and unlucky to encounter a mutant. Because of the mutation, the fire snake has a strange fire element poison, and the original control method does not work on the fire snake. Attilan mentioned so many kinds of animals, but there was no fire snake, not because Shanna had given up breeding fire poisonous snakes, but because all the fire poisonous snakes she got were tormented to death by Shanna. It is so terrifying that she has become a goo master at such a young age. Although Shanna didn't know the concept of goo master, she summoned a large number of fire snakes and let them devour each other in a narrow space, trying to use the will to survive to stimulate the fire snakes to mutate into the kind of fire poison that can work on their own kind. Because fire snakes are resistant to the toxins that come with their own race, but the toxins diluted from Shanna's master's body can work on fire snakes after experiments. Therefore, Shanna guessed that the reason for the mutation of fire snake toxins is to effectively hunt their own kind. Compared with the gentle breeding methods of other druids, Shanna's means of cultivating fire poison insects are more radical and cruel, so the fire element creatures she cultivated are very irritable and very aggressive. This kind of dangerous experiment is indeed not suitable for children to participate. However, in terms of identifying poisonous insects, Shanna is the biggest expert in the forest. There is naturally room for poisonous insects to live in a complete forest ecology. It's just that after the druids and the forests constantly exchange breath, the poisonous insects will not actively attack the druids, but they are a big threat to the children. Mastering the ability to identify poisonous insects and make poisons and antidotes, even if the children cannot become professionals, they can still have a good ability to make a living and defend themselves. Shanna also has a deep understanding of the fire element. She is good at poisonous insects, fire elements, and herbal medicine. She can be said to be one of the few excellent teachers in the school. Attilan cannot lose her like this. With a smile that makes people feel like spring breeze, Attilan came to Shanna. "My most beautiful Shanna, what are you dissatisfied with the conditions provided by the school that make you want to resign?" Shanna turned around and asked in confusion, "Does the school provide us with any support? Haven't we always taken the initiative to help you cultivate these children for free? As for selecting assistants, my insects are too dangerous. Let them learn to grow vegetables with a grass girl and learn to grow fruits with a fruit girl. In this way, when the second batch of children are sent next year, the school will be self-sufficient." The school was built at the foot of the mountain where the west side of the forest and the remnant of the mountain range meet. Here, you can plant fruit trees on the mountain and grow food on the mountain. To the east is the forest, where you can learn about the animals and plants in the forest. To the north is the halfling town. When they grow up, they can learn how to live in human society. The halfling town allows centaurs and tauren to settle outside the town, so naturally they will not reject kind-hearted humans to settle here. Of course, there are very few humans in the halfling town near the forest. For the sociological investigation, the children still have to go to the riverside town in the north, where there are the most humans, and it is a place for trade between dwarves, humans and halflings. It is a place where all kinds of people are mixed, and it is the best place for young people to experience the dangers of society. Well, children, do you think you can't let them get into danger? Then I will assign you a few clever fire-type kobolds, and you can also study them at ordinary times." Shanna frowned. "Didn't you make a totem war dance for them to sense and absorb fire elements through breathing and dancing? Can't you shape the kobolds into fire elemental creatures? I remember that it is recorded in the druid classics that kobolds also have the possibility of mastering the breath. It stands to reason that you have been training kobolds for almost a year. After practicing for so long, are there any kobolds who can breathe?" "No, not even one." Although Attilan used the kobolds as construction workers and the food was not good, he could still eat meat occasionally, and black beans and grass were enough to fill him up. But let alone the big flying dragon that could breathe, not even a winged kobold appeared. Compared with the potential shown by the fishman born in the past 6 months, this group of kobolds really disappointed Attilan. Maybe there was a mistake in the way I trained the kobolds. I have reclassified them according to their bloodline tendencies, and let them attract the 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire respectively. I hope that the kobolds' bodies will change so that the talents of their offspring will be stronger. The current kobolds have hybridized the meager dragon blood brought by serving the Dragon Lord. As a result, the bloodline talents of 1 or 2 are as bad as they can be. Attilan's eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of a few little kobolds who might suit your needs. They have a little red dragon fire and green dragon poison. You are not researching poisonous fire. I think they are very suitable for you. Believe me, their talents are already the best among the kobolds. Shanna narrowed her eyes slightly and blew on her fingernails. Whether they are the best or not still needs me to verify it myself. If they are really good, then I agree to stay and continue to be a teacher. The feedback from the poisonous insects was still too meager, and the fire poisonous insects she was researching were still far from being formed. If she could use kobolds with stronger tolerance to do experiments, Shanna felt that it would play a counterattack role for her fire poisonous insects. The kobolds mentioned by Attilan were 4 little kobolds born to the kobold leader with a little red dragon blood and his second wife, a kobold with even less green dragon blood. These 4 little kobolds had dark green, or dark red scales, and had a little poison and fire blood ability. They needed a druid like Shanna to help them combine them organically. After Shanna checked their physical condition, her eyes lit up and she waved her hands excitedly and said, "They are indeed talented. If they are trained according to my method, their physical strength will be twice that of ordinary kobolds. I need more poisonous fire kobolds from different generations. I am confident that I can catalyze a dragon bloodline that can spit poisonous fire." Attilan was excited. He didn't expect Shanna to be so arrogant. "Okay, I will cooperate with you to promote the project." The new kobolds, no, they will become unique poisonous fire dragons. I will be responsible for providing life energy to strengthen their bodies. The breath of the sea dragon can not only cultivate kobolds with the blood of the sea dragon, but also strengthen the original blood of the kobolds. How can the empire established by the dragon be without dragon people to support it? Attilan returned to the town of Bighorn and screened all the second-generation kobolds, and selected 7 small dog-headed people with poisonous fire talents. As for the big kobolds, he also let the kobolds with red dragon and green dragon talents pair up, without limiting the number of offspring they can produce. The 11 selected little kobolds were gathered together by Attilan, who looked at them with burning eyes. "Kobolds, do you want to be farmers digging endlessly for your whole life, or become dragon warriors who are much taller and stronger than your fathers, as well as minotaurs and centaurs, and enjoy the best food and fight for me, warriors?" All kobolds chose to become warriors without exception. This group of kobolds who grew up in peace are braver than their timid fathers, because the strong minotaurs and centaurs are their companions, not hunters who capture them as food. They long to be as strong as the earth as minotaurs and as swift as the wind as centaurs. Seize your opportunity and endure the pain of the next training. Maybe one of you will become the first dragon general under my command. Shanna's training was very painful. In order to allow them to persist for a longer time, Attilan personally went out to cheer them up. Don't say, the effect is quite good. The densely packed poisonous insects in the pit not only did not scare them, but instead strengthened their courage, making them feel that they were really accepting a great test. They were able to break through the limitations of the dog-headed people and become noble dragon people. On the first day, Shanna boiled a black potion and gave each of them a large bowl. The bitter and strange taste of the potion made the dog-headed people swallow faster. However, not long after drinking it, the dog-headed people rolled on the ground in pain, holding their stomachs. Attilan shrugged indifferently. It seems that they can't even make it through the first level. I overestimated their dragon blood. Seeing the dog-headed people's breath gradually becoming weak, Shanna frowned and said, "Their physique is too weak. Use your water of life to replenish their vitality. There is no need to dispel the effect of the medicine. This is a potion that stimulates their bloodline ability. It's just a little poisonous." Attilan grinned. Slightly, the dog-headed people's dragon scales have been infected with a toxin and turned black, okay? Chapter 150. Let's start the road to conquest. By the way, don't give them too much water of life. Just make sure they don't die. Only when they are between life and death can their potential be stimulated. Attilan shook his head helplessly, waved his claws, condensed drops of water of life from the tips of his claws, and threw them into the mouth of the dog-headed man who was howling in pain. As a result, after the water of life went down his throat, the dog-headed man's struggle became more intense in an instant. Shanna took a notebook to record that the dark red scales tended to the fire system and needed to replenish toxins, and the dark green scales tended to the poison system and needed to replenish fire elements. The specific amount needed to be determined based on the changes in their bodies after taking the potion this time. Shanna arranged this experiment of swallowing the potion to further test the talents of the dog-headed men. Those who were too poor could only serve as experimental assistants after the first phase of the experiment. After the first phase of training, the dog-headed men were given resistance to poison and fire, which prevented them from falling into the pit and being pounced on by fire poison insects, leaving only a skeleton. With the same fire poison aura and a larger body size than ordinary poison insects, the dog-headed men would not be regarded as the primary predator, allowing them to serve as assistants for a long time. It was not until the kobolds lay weakly on the ground and stopped rolling that Shanna finally closed her bark scroll, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Compared to ordinary insects, these kobolds are indeed more tenacious. Maybe they can really succeed. If they become poisonous fire dragons, then I have to congratulate you on getting a terrifying war machine. Being hit by the poisonous fire breath of the poisonous fire dragon is like an ordinary person being hit by a white phosphorus bomb, and even the bones can be burned to ashes. The poisonous fire breath will also devour all the vitality of the enemy." Shanna's teacher survived at the time, but the whole person was severely injured during the treatment process, and almost completely lost the possibility of further progress. After 5 years of recuperation, her body was fully restored, but the lost 20 years of life could not be replenished. After 5 years of recuperation, she was devoured by poisonous fire for 15 years. Her druid career was directly ruined, which made people sigh. After using the dog-headed men to stabilize Shanna, Attilan finally had the opportunity to lead his carefully selected 100 ironclad shock cavalry, 100 vine-armored minotaur long axemen, and 300 vine-armored fishman long spearmen to march towards the head and land to open up the forward base. These 300 fishmen naturally could not be spared by relying on the green-scaled fishmen alone. Nearly 200 of them were recruited from the rainforest and the heaven wetlands and swamps. From the mental outlook of these fishmen soldiers, it can be seen that the old fishmen have put a lot of effort into training them. When Lista at the forward base learned that the Dragon Lord was about to come for an inspection, he immediately asked people to start preparing and make sure to show the best mental outlook to welcome the Dragon Lord. At this moment in the camp, a newly surrendered Minotaur looked at Lista cunningly. "Chief, why should we obey the orders of the Dragon Lord? You have 100 fully armored Minotaurs under your command, and we have a large number of Minotaurs who have been assisted by the iron weapons you brought. We can completely conquer all the tribes ahead and enslave them to build a kingdom belonging to our Minotaurs. At that time, you, the chief, will be the king." Lista just looked at him coldly. "Remember to call me the commander next time. And those are not a large number of Minotaurs, but 628 Minotaurs. You can't even count the number of people, and you dare to question the power and wisdom of the Dragon Lord. If there is no Dragon Lord, you won't have the iron weapons in your hands and the iron armor on their bodies. You can only eat the fish that your men caught from the swamp without washing the mud, instead of enjoying the roasted fish that is golden and crispy." Lista threw the huge axe in his hand directly, and the rotating axe cut a big tree into 2 pieces and returned to his hand. "Go pull the tree back and chop it into firewood, or I'll chop off your head and burn it. Don't tempt others in the camp again, or I'll cut off your tongue." If Lista had followed his original style, a Minotaur like this would have been beheaded by him long ago, but his worship of the Dragon Lord made Lista decide to try to tame the Minotaur in front of him in the way of the Dragon Lord. Yes, facing Lista's order, the Minotaur bowed his head respectfully, but the cunning Minotaur would not give up. He thought he had a brain and would not give up, encouraging Lista to establish himself as king. If Lista established himself as king, he would become the second person. If Lista chose to act as an overseer, then 100 Minotaur wearing iron armor could step on his head. He was obviously stronger than them, but he couldn't get a set of armor of his own. Most importantly, he didn't want to deal with the damned smelly mud anymore. The Minotaur also had his own channels for the news of the dragon, and he could learn a thing or two. He didn't think that the dragon, who only regarded his followers as slaves, would take out 100 sets of iron armor to arm his followers. In the border area between the rainforest and the swamp further east, there is a kingdom ruled by a black dragon. The black dragon only knows how to lie in the mud and wait for his followers to bring fish to him. If the fish is not big enough, he will get a claw or a tail as a reward. Such a dragon lord is not worthy of the loyalty of the minotaurs. Some minotaurs who also have the idea of promoting the minotaurs still think that a kingdom belonging to the minotaurs should be established. 100 minotaurs wielding iron weapons, and a few of them can absorb energy from the ground under their feet to recover from injuries, are not easy to provoke even by the black dragon. The minotaurs are even less afraid of this so-called sea dragon lord. Until he saw 100 people wearing iron armor, holding long spears shining with cold light, and marching towards the camp at the same frequency, his breathing almost stagnated. Behind the centaurs were 100 minotaurs. Except for the lack of iron armor, their performance was not much worse than the 100 minotaurs brought by Lista. Just as he was shocked, the densely packed murlocs in the river east of the camp came ashore holding obsidian spears. And the army formation they quickly formed was more rigorous than the army formation that the minotaurs had arranged for half an hour. The minotaurs without iron armor had no idea of attacking the forest of obsidian spears. Lista just stood at the gate and said calmly, "Now, do you still want to encourage me to establish the kingdom of minotaurs? Have you ever thought about a question? Even if I agree, will other minotaurs agree? Don't forget, the food you eat is sent from the territory of the Dragon Lord. We can't find food to feed 700 minotaurs with just the land we have conquered. Remember, without the Dragon Lord, the minotaurs can't even fill their stomachs, let alone establish a kingdom. Instead of being a king, I would rather be a warlord. This way I can enjoy the battle to my heart's content." If Attilan hadn't asked him to take steady steps, he would have pushed the front line to the border of the water elf kingdom long ago. Accompanied by a majestic dragon roar, Attilan appeared from the sky. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and wisps of drizzle fell from the sky. In an instant, there were lightning and thunder, which made Attilan's appearance full of power. Attilan hit the ground in front of Lista heavily, and the white air wave he raised rushed directly into the camp. The scene of Attilan's appearance directly engraved a deep mark in the hearts of the minotaurs, making them realize what a truly majestic dragon is. The black dragon he learned from his friends was just a maggot living in the mud. Lista half knelt on the ground respectfully, and the minotaurs behind him all knelt down directly. With Lista's shout, "Welcome to the Dragon Lord," all the minotaurs shouted with him. "Welcome to the Dragon Lord. Welcome to the Dragon Lord." Who wouldn't want to submit to a dragon lord like Attilan who can create a scene and atmosphere? "I heard that my warriors were trapped in a large swamp ahead. The water vapor in the swamp makes you helpless, but don't worry, I am your dragon lord, the king you are loyal to. I will lead you to advance on the dry and hard land and conquer all the fishmen, lizardmen, centaurs, and minotaurs on this land. Pack your things now and prepare to march south." Lista stood up and shouted, "Everyone, pack your things." Indeed, the water vapor in this land is a bit too abundant. Attilan thinks that even if there is a rainforest blocking it, these lands will soon change from swamps to lakes, and finally merge with the current territory of the swamp dragon. No wonder no one wants this land. But if he comes today, then this land will become dry, leaving only a lake in the central area, and the rest will flow into the sea along the river. Why Attilan can obviously arrive at a camp before the 500 guards, but he is the last one to appear. Of course, it is not because the Dragon Lord should appear last. Because he went to investigate the geological environment in the south. The terrain determines whether his next big move will be successful. He doesn't want this grand show that he has prepared for 4 months turned in a ridiculous failure. Yes, 4 months ago, Lista had quickly taken down these minotaurs, but in these 4 months, they only did one thing, dredging the river. Because Attilan plans to put on a grand show. In the territory occupied by these minotaurs, the water vapor of the swamps with an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers is extracted at one time and transported to the sea through the river. 4 months of practice made Attilan so powerful. Can the spells released affect such a large area of land? Of course not. But 4 months is enough for him to design a magic array that affects such a large area. At the same time, bury the water element crystals needed to extract a magic array in this land. Because it is just to extract water vapor, this magic array is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the very large range of influence. Attilan's performance is naturally not just for the minotaurs. They are chickens at most, and the water elf kingdom is monkeys. As Attilan's whirled in the air, blue light beads rose from the ground, and water vapor was drawn from the ground, then gathered into a stream and poured into the river opened by the minotaur. It quickly became turbulent and finally merged into the three large rivers in the rainforest, rushing towards the south even more rapidly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.